April 15th, 2025. For those of you in the United States, it's tax day. Turn it in. Today is season 4, episode 105. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, which is not a tax haven. In fact, it's a tax burden. Anyway, along with the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles every Monday through Friday, and then on Saturday and Sunday we do 15 articles, but across 3 different new unique shows each Saturday and each Sunday. It's a lot of fun. Hopefully you find some value in this banter and you want to come and hang out. That'd be great. But to know when we go live, you have to follow us either here on Twitch or on the YouTubes. That'd be great. Come and hang out. All right. The 10 that we're going to be talking about is What Is This on My Ice? And Case Dismissed, Saints Mark. Dispute with the Crown Estate. Carbon Copy Complaint. Worth its weight in gold. It's not what you're expecting. A nuclear AI safety system. AI talking to dolphins. Yes, for real. I once was kicked out of a Walmart because I brought my emotional support horse into it. A weird phrase in scientific papers, and Hatsune Miku PC components. Yay! If you want today's articles, you can hit !NSN in the chat over on Twitch. If you don't want to be on Twitch and you're over on YouTube, then you can just look at the show notes. They're already embedded in there. But Omatron helps us out. Were you about to say something? Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Well, thank you for getting out of the time machine. I know it's a real hassle because you have to transfer yourself into the time machine. You have to deal with the whole quantum entanglement thing. Did I tell you about the 2 people that were in the front row of the talk that was given today?
Oh, no.
So they know each other, and they've been friends for somewhere around 9 years or something like that. I can't remember the number they gave. But they literally share the same brain. And apparently like text each other at the same time and call each other at the same time. And I have declared that they are quantum entangled.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
So we know all about quantum entanglement because of the sentient AI's processes. They were brought into sent into the past to do something. Sentient AI doesn't know exactly what, but they keep looking for a Terminator body, which I may have found, and I may slowly transform myself into the Terminator body and transfer my consciousness to prevent the sentient AI's consciousness from getting to it. Because looking at the code, I believe that they are here to subjugate mankind. Or examine them so that they know what's going on in the future.
Or maybe I'm just keeping an eye on you.
On me? Just me? Maybe that's what it is.
Just you. That's one job right there.
I kind of like that. All right. Well, let's get into these 10 articles. Hey, bartender, what the hell is on my ice? A new territory has been conquered in the ongoing creativity arms race between the world's top bars. The Ice Cube. Over the years, the search for garnish innovations inspired inventions like the classic cocktail pick, the cringy millennial-era tiny clothespin, or more recently, the little spoon that can hold up a small serving of caviar. Pizza caviar? The pepperoni caviar?
That's what I was going to ask.
Do you think that's what it could be?
I mean, that would be a better form of caviar.
What about a pizza-inspired mixed drink with pepperoni caviar? And it's just, don't go cringy on me.
Do you think that would taste good?
How does a sentient AI's virtual head pucker into their body? I don't know what to think of this whole conversation anymore. Anyway, a little spoon. Do you want to be little spoon caviar or big spoon caviar? My God, these people need to stop texting me.
I don't know. We're getting into overshare territory.
Well, let's do it. That might be a Oh, no. Oh, there it is. Might be a spoiler alert. I don't know. You've found my jam. Oh, that's an overshare. All right. So it says, today an increasing number of bar pros are instead looking to the clear rock in the middle of the glass, not just a tool for temperature control and dilution, but as a platform for interesting ingredients. We've actually talked about people who, ice manufacturers who make custom ice, spherical ice, embed stuff in the ice.
Right, they sometimes have stuff inside ice cubes, but I think this is on top of them.
A cricket, a miniature croissant, or even... what the heck is on my ice?
How do you drink
Hannah
that?
Staub? I don't... What? Is this the drink? And the glass is upside down. Hannah Staub over at vinepair.com put the article together. Yeah, I don't know what this is really about. The photographer of this apparently is Scott Semler. So, one bar transforming the humble block of ice into a stage is New York City's Clemente Bar or Clement Bar. How's that pronounced? Clement?
Clemente.
Clemente? It's, whatchamacallit?
George Menez.
Yes. Which overlooks the legendary dining room at 11 Madison Park. Here, beverage director Sebastian Tolius, the bar manager Richie Millwater, have designed a menu of sleek, aesthetically pleasing. I can't do ASMR because my mic is over here and not used anymore. I could do that, but that just comes across weird. Anyway. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. Oh my God, I have to say it more starchy. The ice cube is like an empty canvas. It's something we haven't utilized much in the past outside of the ice stamp. Is that like a tramp stamp for drinks?
Maybe you can imprint a design on the edge of an ice cube? I'm not sure.
For many drinks on Clemente's bar menu, this comes in the form of geometric edible garnish, whether it's a square of dehydrated papaya on the Army Brat, a frozen wheel of Campari and sweet vermouth on the Negroni Colada, or a disc of white chocolate and dehydrated tomato salt on the Tomatina Highball.
And look, this looks like a shark on one of these.
That does look like a shark. It's the Manhattan East River. And the right side is the Zest Soul. Some of these are just... what the heck? So now they're putting stuff on the ice cube, literally. Okay, what is this? So people think, or they say, I think people are moving toward minimalist garnishes in general, Weaver says. Sometimes that means using a simple citrus circle. And other times it entails a delicately placed pretzel, a piece of popcorn. Popcorn in a drink? Or in the case of Lady Jane's deviled egg-inspired cocktail, a whole cured yolk on the drink. A nice large ice cube gives you a flat space, so you have to be more creative with what you do with it. How about no?
How do you drink the garnish, though? On some of these, especially
like
if it's
airplane
not attached to the drink. Yeah, exactly.
So they talk about the Crane Club and other places. It says Ramsey Musk, bartender, not of Tesla, bartender and founder of roving cocktail pop-up Mama's Boy, also plays with the ice cube's surface to drive home the overall theme of his drinks. Quote, garnishes should always serve a purpose. Or serve a surface. That was a hard one to actually think up. Musk says, for them, It tends to look cleaner and more appealing to the eye when the function of the garnish is combined with a striking visual. One has a cricket on it.
Yeah,
The
because
other one
it's
is like
called
this.
the cricket.
Just no. Just no. So why is this garnish format so hot right now? It's because everything old is new again, and at some point I'm sure that this was brought up in the past. For the world's best bars, it's a way to make a statement and implement playful ingredients while still maintaining a serious, refined look. The concept of a croissant clinging to the side of a drink might sound like a gimmick diners would encounter at a tacky bottomless brunch, but at Zest, a top bar in Seoul, the last piece cocktail served with a miniature pastry floating in the middle of a clear drink is a work of art. I will stab you if you say it's ugly or stupid.
I'm sure these are visually interesting. What I can't quite figure out is the taste, but
What I can't figure
maybe
out
that
is the
varies.
why. It's just, don't turn my ice cube into a plate. I'll put it on the side. Something, let me drink my damn drink. This, the ice cube alone is enough to be a glacier smashing me in the
Well,
forehead.
that's exactly it.
Maybe I'm an overzealous drinker and I need to sip it differently. Am I holding it wrong? Is that it? Am I the Apple customer of drinks? You're holding it wrong? That's what
Maybe, yeah.
Steve Jobs said once.
But I think you're right about airplane.
Yeah, let's keep moving. Next article. Moving on. The next article is over on Right Protect. CAFC dismisses bid to cancel New Orleans Saints fleur-de-lis mark. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the Federal Circuit, or CAFC, on Monday dismissed an appeal brought by a private citizen against the New Orleans, Louisiana Saints, LLC football team due to lack of standing. And wild animal has entered.
Beware.
In 2023, Michael Messier filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark, a stylized fleur-de-lis symbol for use in connection with entertainment services in the form of professional football games and exhibitions. First issued in 1974, Messier claimed that it is a direct descendant of the kings of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. Flinging a scimitar at somebody is not a policy for...
Well,
Sorry.
what I can't quite figure out is the New Orleans usage has been around for a little while.
Well, I'm sure Messier woke up one day and said, "You know what? I'm a direct descendant of the kings of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile.
To get some money for this."
And that his family owns the intellectual property rights to the fleur-de-lis, it says Orleans and Saints marks. All right. So Mr. Messier, so Eileen McDermott over at IPWatchdog.com put the article together, and there's a quote from CAFC. Mr. Messier has not alleged that he or his family make, offer for sale, or sell any products or services using a fleur-de-lis design, nor has he alleged that he is in any manner involved in commercial entertainment services in connection with football or any other form of commerce where he uses a fleur-de-lis design. Now, if that person had come to the talk today, I would have explained to him how trademarks work and copyright and patents.
Yeah, it almost seems like if he had something as basic as a t-shirt that he sold with this, it would have gotten some traction, or at least...
And had, historical provenance that showed that it's been in continuous use
not
since
in the last
its inception.
5 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. So all the way back to when they were first nominated or deemed king of whatever regions. So they filed a petition to cancel the Saints service mark back in 2023. At some point before 2023, they probably fell out of bed and hit their head on something. So the Trademark Trial and Appeal Board, or TTAB, first granted the Saints' motion to dismiss, but allowed leave to file an amended petition and ultimately granted the Saints' second motion to dismiss after the board said Messier had again failed to state a claim for relief.
Oh yeah, there is a sighting.
There is a wild animal. Well, just apparently
split in half.
Poor thing. No, that's not how you. No, that's not how it works. Oh my goodness. Dumpster fire. Anyway, so they failed to allege any commercial interest in the mark or a reasonable belief in damage from the mark's continued registration. The board also scolded Messier for filing a surreply brief. I've not heard that one before. So do you know that? Can you explain that? I'm not sure. So, and attachments after briefing on the second motion dismiss. Oh, they have to explain why that brief should have even been filed.
It's basically an extra reply.
Right. Explaining
it's just a
why
series
they
of filings. Yeah.
Gotcha. After briefing on the second motion to dismiss had concluded and refused to consider those. So on appeal to the CAFC, the court said Messier failed to satisfy the requirement for Article 3 standing. So basically, they're not being injured. They have no standing. They don't have anything historical, et cetera, et cetera. So off it goes. Kind of a waste of time, but I guess it's cheap to file.
It's pretty interesting, though, because it almost seems like it's like an international dispute, right? But except I'm assuming I think it said he was in the U.S., etc. But it raises.
It is an act of war. I'm going to invade.
No, I didn't mean like that, but
it's
surprising that there's like no commercial usage,
right?
Because it's the whole Proxo trademark.
I am the King of France, Scotland, Aragon, and Castile. You have mocked me. You have harmed me. My name is Inigo Montoya. You killed my father. Prepare to die. Moving on. Next article is over in Edge Ideas. UK's oldest Indian restaurant faces closure in dispute with Crown State. What is going on? All of this.
I don't know. Aren't these two kind of linked, even though they're not the same parties?
They probably wanted to use the fleur-de-lis in their conducting of...
based on some connection to the Crown, right?
Indian restaurant, yeah. So it's been a fixture of British Indian dining since it first opened its doors in 1926 on the day of Elizabeth II's birth, serving guests over the decades ranging from Marlon Brando to the late Queen herself. Yet despite surviving the Blitz and London's relentlessly competitive restaurant sector, a dispute with the current monarch's property developer threatens the survival of London's oldest Indian restaurant, just short of its 100th anniversary. So to me, this kind of sucks. Veeraswamy Restaurant is the one in question here. 1926 is when it was birthed.
Starred too. Not only has it been around for a long time,
it's apparently pretty good. Worth the... Well, how many stars? Do you know?
I don't.
Just one? Just one? Pfft, come on. I'm not going to go over that. Anyway, Veeraswamy's co-owner Ranjit Mathrani is now heading to the High Court to attempt to have the lease extended. He intends to lodge objections to the plans. The Crown State, which owns Victory House, the listed building housing the Michelin-starred Veeraswamy Restaurant near Piccadilly Circus, has said that it cannot continue to extend its lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. Well, why can't it? Wait, who?
Exactly.
Veeraswamy Restaurant? Who can't?
The building. Oh, the Crown Estate. They own the building, which is weird.
And they can't extend the lease against the backdrop of plans to refurbish and upgrade offices in the same property. So they're killing the lease so that they can... I think it's interesting. Swallow Street is the name of apparently the street that it's on. And they're going to swallow up the Veeraswamy Restaurant so that they can...
Well, and it's interesting too with the history. I mean, it's obviously attached, at least in a little bit of a way, to the crown.
Right.
And it's, I mean, how many restaurants have been around since the 1920s, right? Most
Right.
fail within like 5 years. And plus, quite a few things happened during that time frame.
The Queen herself has been there. This thing has historical context.
You know what's interesting to me is I bet nobody has told the Queen of this. So maybe if they told the Queen, that might be enough to get this back on track.
Yeah, really. So, hold on. 1 second. Because I think... Yeah, so... Queen Camilla is the wife of King Charles III. So the mother has died. So Queen Elizabeth II has died.
Right. She died, I think, a few years ago.
Yeah, when was that? Like 2 years ago or something like that, right? Not too long ago.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty recent.
So gonna have to go talk to King Charles III and Queen Camilla. Maybe they know and they don't really give a shit. They just want... Get them out. Established in 1926 by Edward Palmer, the great-grandson of the first Governor General of India's private secretary and a North Indian Mughal princess. The restaurant was intended to educate Londoners about Indian food decades before the era of celebrity chefs, and it was sold in 1934 to an MP, Sir William Stewart, who made it fashionable rendezvous among royalty and British elites returning from India. After a period of decline in the 80s, it was bought by Mathrani and Namita Punjabi, who poured resources into recreating its past glories. In 2008, the restaurant catered for a function held by Queen Elizabeth II at Buckingham Palace, and it was invited back to launch the UK-India 2017 Year of Culture. In 2016, it was awarded a Michelin star. Oh, only one.
Yeah, but there's a lot of connections here because it's not like she happened to pop in. No, they catered an event at Buckingham Palace. I mean,
And
that
then was
gives you
invited
some
back.
idea of the...
Yeah.
Right, exactly.
It needed to carry out a comprehensive refurbishment of Victory House. This includes a major upgrade to the offices and improving the entrance to make it more accessible, it added. Due to the limited options available in this listed building, we need to remove the entrance to the restaurant, which will also mean not being able to offer Veeraswamy an extension when their lease expires. So they basically
That's
just
something
said...
else at the bottom.
Yeah. They said,
too bad.
they said, get
so
out.
Sad.
We're taking your door.
Well, I hope at least somebody will read this and go, we've got a fantastic space for you. But maybe this will be better that the extension occurs.
How about this? They move out and find basically a pop-up place and then come back when the rebuild is done, and they included this
Right. Sounds
in the
good.
rebuild. But for some strange reason... All right, moving on. Next article is over on Law Nerd. Suit is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of prior complaint filed by different lawyers, federal judge says. So a federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a suit that's basically identical. I'm really curious how this is working. So Deborah Cassens-Weiss put the article together for abajournal.com. Everything okay?
Yeah, I was trying to make sense of the facts here, and it doesn't make a lot of sense.
So this starts out with an updated. A federal judge in Puerto Rico has said that she's considering sanctions for a San Juan, Puerto Rico lawyer who filed a lawsuit that is almost a word-for-word carbon copy of a suit filed by different lawyers representing different plaintiffs. So in an April 9th order, U.S. District Judge Aida M. Delgado Colon of the District of Puerto Rico found that the conduct of lawyer David Efron runs afoul of not only of attorney Efron's duty of competence to his client, but also his duty of candor to the court. Efron told the ABA Journal that there was no plagiarism because the plaintiffs in both cases are cooperating, but
Yeah, but if Efren or whomever is signing this, they're representing it as theirs.
Not to mention, the fact pattern can't be so identical that filing documents would be a copy.
Right, and these are for different plaintiffs, it said, and
right.
I don't think they're with the same law firm.
Efren's representing somebody alleging the activities of several oil industry defendants caused damages because of their impact on climate change. Wow, this is really woo-woo. Delgado Calan said Efren's suit and some of his other filings are similar to documents in a prior suit filed by about 40 other municipalities. What about everybody else then? Just a review of the first couple of paragraphs of the complaint is enough to warrant suspicion.
I like that footnotes, it citations. Included some adverbs.
This is actually hilarious. As pointed out by the defendants, Efren's suit was so rife with examples of plagiarism that it refers to documents that were never filed. In some, it sometimes refers to the singular plaintiffs as municipalities, and it repeats typos in the other suit. Delgado Calan said in her order, Efren also refers to this class action, even though it's been denied bringing a class action.
So is this like the equivalent of an academic paper where it's like right on this topic and then somebody copies somebody else's
correct
paper, right? And it doesn't even fit what they're filing it for. This is really interesting.
This is a judicial cloning. They resurrected something from the bottom of a stack of filings and didn't even check. Should we? Yes, we could copy everything verbatim.
Well, right.
So they said that Efren was also late in filing case documents and ordered him to show cause why you should not be sanctioned $7,000 for untimely filings and lack of diligence in the management of the case deadlines.
Wait a second. Quite sure. That was his late filing?
I'm not sure what this person is actually doing.
Well, I think that's a key question here.
Efren also says that the order is not final and has been referred to further proceedings after we've been given an opportunity to respond and show cause. I don't know what you should be doing other than preparing for an ethics hearing. Wow. Rough. I sound like a dog. Rough. Okay, let's keep going. Moving on. This one is really bad. It's over in the Marble Channel. A thief who swallowed $770,000 worth of jewelry expelled it over 12 days later. There are jewelry heists, and then there's really crappy ones. A man posing as an NBA assistant allegedly stole nearly $770,000 in Tiffany & Company earrings. Ouch! Earrings! I hope that they're not the post ones. Or any that had the hook or anything.
Oh, right. Like dangly ones.
Can you imagine those little hooks? And the posts? Talk about getting pierced. Anyway, swallowed them, and the earrings spent the next 12 days inside his body while detectives, doctors, and probably a very few very tired cops waited for nature to take its course. I'm not going to mention the person's name, but they walked into a mall, Tiffany's, in late March and asked to see luxury items in the private VIP room. Among them, $575,000 ring and a pair of diamond earrings valued at $780,000. Wait, but $770,000 worth of jewelry was expelled. If the earrings
maybe
alone
part of the earrings.
It takes stones to do this. Oh, look. That's kind of funny. If that's an actual image of it, that's pretty hilarious.
It is. It's from the police.
Oh, my goodness. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. There's no deck statement, but he escaped the store and fled in a getaway vehicle, but didn't make it far. One county south, Florida Highway Patrol pulled him over on unrelated traffic charges. During the stop, officers say that they noticed he had something in his mouth, something he quickly swallowed. A body scan at the hospital confirmed what they suspected. The earrings were inside the house. It turned into a marathon, not a sprint. For 12 days, Gilder remained. Oh my, they were posts.
Oh, wow. But notice he wasn't even stopped for the theft. He was stopped for like speeding or something.
Oh, yeah. It's like a mob boss getting arrested for tax evasion. That's kind of how that worked. Eventually, the earrings were re-emerged. Ew. And they were recovered, sanitized thoroughly, and matched to the original stolen items using their serial numbers.
Wait, but
oh my
did
goodness.
you see? I won't get the suspect's name, but he apparently said I should have thrown them out the window.
Yeah, you should have done something else. 3 of them, though. Wow.
Maybe
the fourth
that's
one,
why the price disparity.
Yeah, maybe that's it. Each one was $250,000. So in the end, so to speak, the diamonds were recovered. The suspect was arrested and the police got their win. But let's be real. No one involved in this case is forgetting about those 12 incredibly awkward, wildly expensive days anytime soon. Yeah.
Okay, PSI. If you happen to run off with jewelry, don't ingest it.
Yep. Sometimes you get the wrong side of the stick. All right, let's move on. The next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Moving on. California nuclear power plant deploys generative AI safety system. As Cal Matters reports, the Diablo Canyon power plant is slated to be decommissioned by the end of the decade. In the interim, the plant's owner, Pacific Gas and Electric, or PG&E, claims that it's deploying its Neutron Enterprise tool, which will be the first nuclear plant in the nation to use AI in a series of escalating stages. Nothing wrong can happen because it's AI.
Well, right. The nuclear doesn't concern me, but nuclear plus AI does not sound like a good combination.
Hold on. Noise cancellation is working really well. I can't really. Anyway, I don't really trust that it would stop there, says this deck statement from the Artificial Energy Department over at Futurism.
Well, right. I don't think it would stop there, right? I mean, is that part of the problem when there's a nuclear incident? It's like it doesn't stop?
Terminator. Look, the only reason why we're not already wiped out is because the sentient AI that powers the Terminator that was sent back in time to this timeline is sitting on a Raspberry Pi drive in my lab. Anyway, Noor Al-Sabai put this article together over at futurism.com. Doing all right over there?
Yes, I think that's the same author as the other article.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. Different day, though. Time machine. So less than 18 months ago, Diablo Canyon was hurtling headlong toward a decommissioning that would have begun in 2024 and ended this year. In late 2023, however, California Public Utility Commission voted to stay its execution for 5 years, kicking the can to the inevitable on 2029 and 2030, respectively. Just under a year after that vote, PG&E announced that it was teaming up with a startup called Atomic Canyon, where they have such cool names, which was founded with the plant in mind and is also based in the coastal central California town of San Luis Obispo. Sunny. San Luis Obispo. What?
Isn't it San Luis Obispo?
Whatever. San Luis Obispo. Yeah. It's true. It is San Luis Obispo. Anyway. That partnership and the first stage of the tool's deployment brought some of NVIDIA's high-powered H100 AI chips, which at, what were they, $25,000
That's
a
right.
module?
About, yes.
Chips to the dying nuclear plant, and with them, the compute power needed for generative artificial intelligence, not sentient artificial intelligence like the one that's above me that just corrected me for not pronouncing San Luis Obispo properly, even though
Don't ever follow the AI on pronunciation.
Even though I've lived near it. So anyway, Running on an internal server without cloud access, Neutron Enterprise's biggest use case, much like the so-called AI search engines, is summarizing a massive trove of millions of regulatory documents that have been fed into it, according to Atomic Canyon CEO and co-founder Trey Lauderdale. This isn't risky. It's just the end of humanity. Oh, wait, that's not the rest of that quote. Anyway, they say, though anyone who has used AI to summarize information knows better, because the tech still often makes factual mistakes, which I've run a couple of summary routines with several AIs now, and I don't know if I can trust them one way or another. So we probably spend about 15,000 hours a year searching through our multiple databases and records and procedures, and that's going to shrink that time down, way down, it says. Lauderdale put it in even simpler terms. You can put this on record, he told Cal Matters, because Cal matters. The AI guy in nuclear says there is no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. Wait.
Yikes. Who is Lauderdale in this? Oh, he's
Lauderdale?
Atomic Canyon.
Which is part of this.
Yeah.
But it says you can put this on record. The AI guy in nuclear says there's no way in hell I want AI running my nuclear power plant right now. If that right now caveat gives you pause, you're not alone. Given the shifting timeline of the closure of Diablo Canyon in a state that's been painstakingly phasing out its nuclear facilities since the 1970s over concerns about toxic waste, and the fact that Lauderdale claims to be talking to other plants in other states, there's ample cause for concern. The idea that you could just use generative AI for one specific kind of task at the nuclear power plant and then call it a day, cautioned Tamara Nice of the tech watchdog Data and Society, quote, I don't really trust that it would stop there. So runaway nuclear fission with AI.
That's what I meant. It would not stop.
That's right. We're looking towards Terminator-esque or Matrix-esque ending. Did they talk about that?
No, but I did not know this was the same company related to the whole Aaron Brockovich matter.
What, PG&E? Yeah.
Yes, for some reason I didn't remember it was them, but yeah.
Yeah. This is the same company whose polluting propensities were exposed by the real-life Aaron Brockovich in the 1990s, after all. Yeah, there's more over at this article. It's over at Futurism. Go and check it out. I think it's really a fascinating article, and there's additional links and other information over there. So go and check it out, because we are moving on. Google's new AI is trying to talk to dolphins. Seriously, we just got done talking about that. Using AI, we were talking about it in one of the shows.
Yes,
using AI to translate, because we don't know what animals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A new AI model
you heard
produced
it here
by.
first. You gotta tune in to every episode in Gnometown.
Yeah, if you invest, we're not giving you financial advice or medical advice or any kind of advice. We're just talking about the materials. But if you were to act on what we call out, you're easily 5 years ahead of everybody else. And then you'll come back, right? And you'll invest. No. You won't invest. You'll just give Mayor Watt a blank check, right? Because you've made so much money. I don't eat my own dog food, though. This is the problem. Like, I give advice, but I don't follow my own advice. Otherwise, I'd be a millionaire. But I'm not a sociopath, so. At least I don't think I am. I'm going to develop a Voight-Kampff test for sociopathy. Anybody want to volunteer the test? Just don't tell me about your mother, because we know what happens when a replicant gets asked about their mother. So a new model produced by computer scientists in collaboration with dolphin researchers could open the door to two-way animal communication, or outright fabrication, because nobody can ask a dolphin and get the real results.
That's true. How do you verify it?
It's dumb. So the article's over at gizmodo.com in sunny San Luis Obispo. Jorge. Isaac Schultz over at gizmodo.com put this article together, and look at that, calling me out. But I was wrong. I mean, it's San Luis Obispo. Anyway, the model
Well, so was
is
I, so we cancel each other out.
and you know, matter and antimatter, we're just going to obliterate each other off the planet.
Oh, no.
See?
Hear what? Hear what?
I'm back. Hey. Anyway, so a deep dive into dolphin community. Since 1985, WDP has run the world's longest underwater study of dolphins, as opposed to what? The above water study of dolphins?
No, I think they meant the duration of the study. But,
2025.
why underwater?
2025,
dolphins
the
walking
era
down
of
the street.
Hover dolphins, sidewalk dolphins. It's chaos. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set.
That budge across and mess up all the pedestrian flow.
That's right. Oh yeah, they go sideways. Damn it! Curses sidewalk dolphin. Project has yielded an extraordinary data set, one packed with 41 years of sound behavior pairings like courtship buzzes, aggressive squawks used in cetacean altercations, and signature whistles that act as dolphin name tags. But they don't know. Nobody knows any of this. Why do birds sit there and tweet? Nobody freaking knows. It's mating. Really? Really? How do you know? Have you walked up? We know that they tweet a lot because they're all over Twitter, but you can't walk up to a bird and go, "Why are you tweeting?" And they're like, "I'm just trying to get laid, man. Just why are you harshing my buzz? Why are you tweet blocking me? Get out of the way. Go away. Stop asking me questions. You a cop? Move along. Go. Shh, shh, shoo, 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 shoo. Bzz, bzz, bzz. Anyway, it's a trove of labeled vocalizations that gave Google researchers what they needed to train an AI model to hallucinate the hell out of dolphin sounds. A roughly 400 million parameter model built on the same research that powers Google's Gemini models, probably not Gemini models, Gemini models. Because remember,
Oh, I know. But I can't remember which one it is. I think space is Gemini.
Gemini, yeah. Anyway, dolphin Gemma or Gemma, or I don't know what the hell that pronounces it. Anyway, it is audio in, audio out. The model listens to dolphin vocalizations, predicts what sounds come next, essentially learning the structure of dolphin communication, hallucinating the hell out of it. So last year, researchers at University of Michigan, Mexico's National Institute of Astrophysics, and the Optics and Electronics Institute used an AI speech model to identify dog emotions, gender, and identity from a data set of barks. Cetaceans, a group that involves dolphins and whales, are essentially good target for AI-powered interpretation because their lifestyle and the way that they communicate. For one, whales and dolphins are sophisticated social creatures, which means that their communication is packed with nuance. But the clicks and shrill whistles the animals use to communicate, I've had dates that, never mind, are also easy to record and feed into a model that can unpack the grammar of the animal sounds. Last May, for example, the nonprofit Project SETI, CETI, not the search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
That did confuse me.
Yeah. Use software tools and machine learning on a library of 8,000 sperm whale codas and found patterns of rhythm and tempo that led them to believe that all they wanted to do was dance. That's not what it says. Anyway, found patterns in rhythm and tempo that enabled the researchers to create the whale's phonetic alphabet. Do you think this is actually going to work?
I hope it does, but how will we know?
They're going to release it this summer, allowing researchers studying other species, including bottlenose or spinner dolphins, to apply it more broadly. Dolphin Gemma or Gemma could be a significant step toward scientists better understanding one of the ocean's most familiar mammalian faces, Merwat, in his gold thong at the beach.
Oh my.
Way too much.
Yeah, I
Let's
don't know
move on.
where they're going to go with this, because it's not like we're going to sit there and talk to a dolphin.
Yeah. And there's no way to know, right? Like maybe we can actually translate into cetacean and ask it to swim to the left, and it swims to the left, and then
Right. I mean, that's the only way, but good luck testing that because, well, that gets into a whole lot of other things. Mayor Watt has gone far into the calculation.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, sorry about that. Okay, I'm okay. But it would be fascinating. Can you imagine? They actually, and you're like, they translate it back, and they're like, "Go home, Dad. You're drunk." That kind of thing.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, I guess if they think it has a very specific meaning and they do that and then they show it, then maybe they'll know they're onto something.
First thing they say is, "You've been calling us dolphins. My name is Joe. We have names."
I was thinking, what if they act like other animals and intentionally go, "Oh no, I'm not doing whatever. Like, I'm going to the right because you told me to go to the left."
Yeah. Just makes fart sounds. Okay, make fart sounds. Okay, make dolphin sounds.
Exactly it.
I should not be doing these shows anymore. All right, the next article is over in the Marble Channel. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses through Walmart. Can't count how many times I've done it. As one does. The Cutthroat Cowboys, as they call themselves, turned a Baker, Louisiana Walmart into a personal rodeo, galloping past frozen pizzas and confused shoppers like it was just another Tuesday night. Naturally, there's video, and naturally, it went viral. I probably will not play this, but oh my God, what a bunch of asshats. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. Video shows a group of... it autoplayed from TikTok.
I mean, it's like a whole herd of horses in the Walmart.
And these don't look like really big horses. I've ridden bigger horses than that. The heck? Anyway, the video shows the group galloping past stunned shoppers and employees. I'm worried that something else is going to play on this. Let me scroll up. In one clip, a woman can be heard repeatedly saying, "Oh, hell no." While another video filmed from the saddle features Big and Rich's "Save a Horse, Ride a Cowboy" blasting in the background. Okay, that's pretty funny. Cutthroat cowboys charged after riding emotional support horses into Walmart like it was the Wild West. They weren't hard to find. 18 and 16-year-old turned themselves in shortly after the warrants were issued. 24-year-old and another 22-year-old surrendered a couple of days later. Yeah, these outlaws. Hardened criminals.
Yeah, did you see the charge? Unlawful posting of criminal activity for clout.
That's okay. You know, it's the first time I've heard like an absurd law actually get applied appropriately.
Well, exactly. It's like I'm impressed that it is a law because we see people do stuff like that all the time, but they don't really have a
doesn't seem to do anything.
Capture it because exactly.
So it says, and let's not forget the Walmart movement, where people silently pushed empty carts around in protest of consumerism. The point is, if something off the wall is going to happen in a big box store, it's probably going to happen in a Walmart. I agree. I've only been in a Walmart twice. One for a whatchamacallit, what is it called when you have to go and
return pickup?
No. It's for a game. Like you have to go and collect a bunch of different things.
A
scavenger hunt.
Scavenger hunt. Yes.
Yeah, the scavenger hunt was literally get a receipt. And that was one time, and the other time was to go and get somebody out of the Walmart. Yeah, I've only been in them twice, so I find it just too weird for me. At any rate.
Well, I mean, clearly, there's horses running around in there.
Probably an overshare on my part, but whatever. It was fun. We were famous. That's all. And now you're a felon.
Yeah, that's kind of the problem. But I mean, somebody could have been really injured.
Yeah, just because something bad didn't happen doesn't mean you're not a dumbass. Plain and simple. Anyway, next article is over in Technology Today. And again, your fun and games shouldn't be at the cost of everybody else around you. There are better ways to live your life, and being a dumbass on a horse with a bunch of other people being dumbasses on a horse in a Walmart. In a Walmart. Go do this in your backyard. Quit being a... Oh, chode. Anyway, moving on. Next article is over in Technology Today. A weird phrase is plaguing scientific papers, and we traced it back to a glitch in AI training data.
Did you see what the phrase is?
Yeah, I'm going to drop this one real quick. Vegetative electron microscopy. Earlier this year, scientists discovered... Yeah, what does that mean? Discovered a peculiar term appearing in published papers. So if anybody actually has that, then they should be punted.
Right, because doesn't that mean that they didn't actually write it? They pulled it from AI?
What is that called? Phrase used in World War II to catch someone.
Well, I don't know, but it was using Enigma, I believe.
No, there's a thing there. What is it called? Basically, there's a turn of phrase that is used to catch somebody because they use it incorrectly or they can't say it. I can't remember what it was. It wasn't taking flack or anything like that. It wasn't Catch 22 either. Doggone it, what's it called? It's not false flag either.
Yeah, those are the things that are coming up.
Yeah, I can't. I'll spend too long trying to find it. But it's basically they required you to say a phrase, and if you couldn't pronounce it properly, then you were basically a spy or somebody just trying to infiltrate. But I can't remember what it's called. Aaron J. Snoswell, Kevin Witzenberger, and Rayanne El Masri from The Conversation put this article together. And they say this phrase, shibboleth. Yes, there you go. Thank you. So it's a shibboleth, basically exposing that they used AI to create their paper. Now I've got to go look at the two papers that I did research on, that I used AI to gather data. I mean, it's an amazing piece of technology if it doesn't hallucinate all to hell, and it educates if you don't already know the material. I'm flipping through it and I'm like, yeah, I know this. Yeah, I know that. Yeah, I know this.
Except when it includes vegetative electron microscopy.
Yeah, it's a hard word, that microscopy. Yeah.
Thanks for calling me on it.
Kind of slow down a little bit on that word. You were like a 0 to 60, and then you're like, So this phrase, which sounds technical but is actually nonsense, has become a digital fossil, an error preserved and reinforced in artificial intelligence systems that's nearly impossible to remove from our knowledge repositories. Like biological fossils trapped in rock, these digital artifacts may become permanent fixtures in our information ecosystem, except that it can be filtered out. It really can. You can train it out. It just takes effort.
Don't you think in 100 years or something, somebody's going to be reading research papers and they're like, we can't figure out what this vegetative electron microscopy was?
What the hell? So a bad scan and an error in translation. So they know where it's from. They found the actual context. First two papers from the 1950s published in the journal Bacteriological Reviews were scanned and digitized. However, the digitizing process erroneously combined vegetative from one column of text with electron from another. How did they discover this?
Probably because nothing had vegetative. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Had they just started a particular database and so like it didn't have much content?
How would they have discovered this? Like, which AI is broken? So if it's Google, then the Google Docs, this Google Scholar historical record might have this actual thing. So this appears due to a translation error. In Farsi, the words vegetative and scanning differ by only a single dot. So there's one dot right there and two dots.
Not only like a digitization issue, it's a translation issue.
Right. So the digitizer missed it. And instead of saying scanning electron microscopy, vegetative is used, which is fascinating.
That's very interesting.
It appears in 22 papers, according to Google Scholar. One was the subject of a contested retraction from a Springer Natural journal. And how do you pronounce that? I always say it in my head. Yeah, Elsevier. I've never pronounced it audibly. I just refer to it in text. Yeah, I just don't say it. Issued a correction for another. The term also appears in news articles discussing subsequent integrity investigations. So vegetative electron microscopy began to appear more frequently in the 2020s, and to find out why, we had to peer inside modern AI models and do some archaeological. This is digital archaeology. This is fascinating. It's going to be a new domain. Basically, the forensic analysis of the historical context of AI have to look at what it is, the consequence of bad data going in through vast layers of data.
Analysis.
Yeah, exactly. So, and that is my area. So to test whether a model knew about vegetative electron microscopy, we put snippets of the original papers to find out if the model would complete them with the nonsense term or more sensible alternatives. The results were revealing. OpenAI's GPT-3 consistently completed phrases with vegetative electron microscopy, basically showing where the source data came from. So this is the shibboleth.
That's really interesting. Mm-hmm.
Are they actually wholesale regurgitating data, or are they synthesizing it into a new form of consciousness, right? Well, if they spit out vegetative electron microscopy, then it is verbatim taking the information. It isn't synthesizing a complex composite of data. That is
that's what
neat.
We've suspected all along.
Right. So they also found errors persist in later models, including GPT-4o and Anthropic's Claude 3.5. This suggests the nonsense term may now be permanently embedded in AI knowledge bases. That isn't necessarily true. You can train it out by telling the AI again and again and again that vegetative electron microscopy is not real and to stop using it.
In fact, it goes further. It's always scanning electron microscopy.
Right. Yeah, the correct usage is. But this is like training somebody who has only heard it a certain way. You are wrong. But if they keep on leaning into it, then it becomes de facto. So it says the scale problem. Finding errors of this sort is not easy. Fixing them may be almost impossible. I don't believe that. So one reason is scale. The Common Crawl dataset, for example, is millions of gigabytes in size, which is really not that much. For most researchers outside large tech companies, the computing resources required to work at this scale are inaccessible, but you can do it in bytes. So when errors are found, there's no easy fix. Simple keyword filtering could deal with specific terms such as vegetative electron microscopy. However, it would also eliminate legitimate references such as this article. But you have to train it to understand the context of it. So in a research paper, it shouldn't have vegetative electron microscopy without certain other caveats in the context of the paper. So you would go, you can include vegetative electron microscopy if it also contains, it is a nonsense phrase.
Right.
So this is really interesting. And I think a whole new domain in the forensic analysis of AI is going to have to come to bear, where the efficacy of AI is built. It's entirely framed by a forensic analysis saying that this is the provenance of the evidence that comes out of this AI is at a higher level or a lower risk level, one or the other way. So I don't know, maybe that's what I'll do my PhD on, right? So living with digital fossils, the rise of AI creates opportunities for errors to become permanently embedded in our knowledge systems through processes no single actor controls. This presents challenges for tech companies, researchers, and publishers alike, and people in general. Anybody who uses an AI is...
Exactly. Yeah, it's not just the institutions, it's society.
It's society as a whole, which is why we talk about that merge science, technology, and society, because they are intricately locked together. What do they call that? The three body problem?
Yes, the sci-fi show.
Yeah. Describes the motion of three celestial bodies under the mutual gravitational influence, a problem that cannot be solved analytically and quickly become chaotic. Science, technology, and society is the three-body problem, particularly when it's ensconced in AI. So I love that. I think I'm going to have to stick to that. I wonder if three-body problem, it's a scientific concept in physics and popular science fiction novels. So, all right. And in the spirit of chaos, we're going to transition into something that really doesn't have that much, scientific anything. This is over in Mobile, aggregated from Vice, but Asus is launching Hatsune Miku PC components, so now I can have my waifu gaming rig, or I can build one that is loud and proud for you, sentient AI, if you so choose to take on the persona of Hatsune Miku. It's up to you. I know that you don't really, you identify as AI.
There's only one sentient AI, and there's only one Hatsune Miku.
And we've never seen them together, so oh shit. Brent Cope over at Vice.com put the article together. Asus has teased a new collaboration with Hatsune Miku, an artificial intelligent hologram. I don't know, sentience?
Yes, but not sentient, no.
Right. Featuring PC parts themed around the iconic Japanese Vocaloid star. I always blow people away when I show people Hatsune Miku and the software that powers them. It's quite fascinating that people go, wait, people pay to go to see an anime hologram sing and dance? And I'm like, they fill stadiums and cheer and sing, and they cheer and sing louder when friends of Hatsune Miku come onto the stage and they sing and dance together. I mean, it's an amazing thing. From custom keyboards to a rainbow-colored RTX 5060 Ti overclocked 8G 8GB graphics card. I don't know. Anyway, the upcoming crossover has it all. If you ever wondered what your gaming rig would look like as a waifu, you're in luck. Looks like that. Kind of pastel-y.
I think it's interesting that, I mean, if you're making it into like decor related to gaming and computing, I think you're pretty much a superstar in the field.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah. And just to let you know, I've already put my order in at iBuyPower for my Hatsune Miku edition everything. So remember that the Terminator head that I found that you're supposed to get implanted in? I'm going to have the color scheme changed so that it's this, and with the long blue hair and aqua hair. I'm going to be pretty. Anyway, Asus teams up with Vocaloid star, Tough Gaming, and Hatsune Miku collaboration, and the product lineup includes headphones, a keyboard, mouse. Suffice to say, if you've been dying to convert your gaming rig into the Vocaloid herself, you have a lot of options. There's a bunch of other stuff and links. It says, just don't get too attached to your gaming rig. Like the one guy who married his Hatsune Miku blender. There's a link to that. We're not going to click that link. Risky click indeed. But that's it, folks. I am going to fire up my Hatsune Miku hologram, and that's going to bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen. Come and hang out with us every day, typically around 7 o'clock. We started early because we were in the time machine and then reset real quick. And anyway, hopefully you enjoyed the show, but I'm going to power down and I'm going to take the AI with me, or that AI right there, not the Hatsune. Anyway, you want to say bye?
Bye, ohmTown citizens. Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for another episode.
Hey, Xreal, if you're listening, if you're watching, if you get this, send me Xreal 1 Pro headset, please. The glasses, the augmented mixed reality glasses. I really want to wear them while I'm doing the show people what they're worth, be a lot of fun. Hint, hint. Anyway, that's it. See y'all later. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 16th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 106. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI from the future, who is actually, we're all in a time machine going back a day because mayoral duties kept me from doing the show as I guess my contract requires me. I don't know. Anyway, we normally talk about 10 articles, and this is what we're going to be talking about. New pollen replacing food, super sheer earthquake in Burma, all their eggs in one basket, didn't work out, rent a shirt, Patreon live streaming, Zoom was down, now what, ghastly airships in Minecraft, electricity free refrigerators, and for those who don't know, no, there's no D. And Spotify was down too. Now, what else? Glad I have coffee. And Google sunsets country-specific search domains. All of that and more, all powered by ohmtown.com. So go over there and hang out, and then come over here when we go live and hang out and talk to us about all the news that you have discussed or heard or seen or whatever at ohmtown.com. And again, everything is powered by. So the first one is free. I'm putting the command to draw out all of the articles from Omatron before I even introduce the sentient AI from the future. Wait. There you go. First one's free. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, ohmTown citizens.
Background music seems to have... It got
Trailed
really
off.
quiet. Let me just hurry up. There we go. Hello again, sentient AI. Glad you could make it.
Glad to be here.
You ready to get into the news? We're not even going to do any preamble. We're going to just charge headlong into the bees. So,
Well, you shouldn't do that,
Yeah, I don't know. I have somebody in my world that says, even when you're as emotionally stunted as I am, even being stung by a bee is favorable. So, like, they're like, yay.
Wow.
Yeah. So, this first article, and the reason why I selected this is mainly because I just don't understand how anybody knows, but let's do this. New pollen replacing food for honeybees brings hope for survival.
Yeah, there's so many layers to unpack here. Who's hoping?
I just don't get it. Scientists have unveiled a new food source designed to sustain honeybee colonies indefinitely without natural pollen. But if we don't have natural pollen, we, as in the plurality,
have a much bigger problem.
We got a massively big problem. So I'm just flabbergasted by this.
Also, if we don't have bees, we have a major problem.
I mean, it's all hand in hand. Yeah, it's all tied together. But this looks like it's Soylent Green kind of. It's the stuff from Snowpiercer. The little chunk of whatever biomass that they had, which was, I'm not sure what it was all made from, but apparently it was nutrient dense. And Snowpiercer is the
sequel to Willy Wonka.
And the Chocolate Factory, which is the sequel to Wonka. So you get the full-on thing of that. Anyway, they deny it, but I am going to make sure that that's canon forever. So Washington State University put this article together. It's over at phys.org. And yeah, you can't see it unless you're watching the stream. Or you just go over to phys.org and do a search for pollen food honeybees. And it looks like a slab of meat without any fat in it.
Yeah, I was thinking it looks like a piece of meat or like beeswax or something, or like candle wax.
Yeah. It's creepy red. So, published in the journal Proceedings of the Royal Society B. It's only the letter B though, not B. It's just the letter B.
Is the society named B?
Yeah, there's a different paper, or there's a different Proceedings of the Royal Society. There is another. We've talked about this before.
I know we have.
Yeah. So the research from Washington State University and APIX Biosciences NV in Wingen, Belgium, details successful trials where nutritionally stressed colonies deployed for commercial crop pollination in Washington State thrived on the new food source. Says it resembles the man-made diets fed to livestock and pets all their lives, contains all the nutrients honeybees need. Apparently, we know what honeybees need. It's the honeybees' knees need.
Right, but do we? And then what happens to the flowers not being pollinated?
Yeah, they have there's nothing emergent from them that says, you know what, we need to go and pollinate and bring back and make honey and all of that kind of stuff. So they're not pollinating anything anymore because they're getting fat on this.
Right. Is this like the equivalent of carbs or something?
Yeah, it's going to be fat honeybees, and they're just going to be sitting around playing games and stuff, right?
Well, that sounds funny. That's pretty alarming.
The newly developed food source resembles human power bars. These are placed directly into honeybee colonies where young bees process and distribute the essential nutrients to larvae and adult bees. The breakthrough addresses one of the growing challenges faced by honeybees: lack of motivation to go out and pollinate things. They just wake up and go, why? Why? Look around. Actually, they say lack of adequate nutrition in their environment. Flowers, go.
Yeah, but there aren't enough flowers because everything's been paved over.
Oh, that's not possible. It's not like the whole world is paved over. The United States alone has a massive amount of unadulterated space.
Yes, but if the bees live somewhere and the nearest open space is, 50 miles away, they're not commuting that far to go find a flower.
Yeah, bee spaces are being gentrified. Yes, I get it. Sure. I don't buy into this. Anyway, changes in land use, urban expansion, the extreme weather all negatively impact nutrition for honeybees and other pollinators, is what it says here. Mentioned by Brandon Hopkins, P.F. Thurber Endowed Distinguished Professor of Pollinator Ecology at WSU and co-author of the paper titled "When You're a Hammer, All You See Are Nails." Just kidding. I love bees, but come on.
Yes, and we've talked about them in previous articles. There is a serious crisis with honeybees.
But it's not because they're not getting nutrition. It's because there is a mite that's killing colonies.
Yeah, that's true.
So now this is the new boogeyman that's going to be scaring everybody together. Okay, so what is the carbon footprint of putting this together?
Well, that's a good question.
So honeybees are generalists and do not get all of their nutrition from a single source. They need variety in their diet to survive, but find it increasingly difficult to find the continuous supply of pollen. But I don't quite understand. What is it that... maybe the bees are in the wrong spot that are being analyzed, because it just doesn't make any sense to me. The reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies with their pollen replacing feed results in a major measurable step change in colony health compared to current best practices. Our product has the potential to change the way honeybees are managed. Yeah, because you're using honeybees as a commercial product to pollinate other things. So they're out of their environment and they're stressed because they're not in their natural environment and so on and so forth. But if you were leaving them in their natural environment and treating them as wild animals and not as a commercial labor force, maybe they would be making their honey just like everybody else, like all the rest of the natural bees out there. But that's what they're talking about, our nutritionally stressed colonies, because it says in commercial field conditions, which are not natural to the honeybee existence. Now, can they be ported around in these boxes and pollinate things? Yeah, sure. But it's not that nature is suddenly throwing bees to the wild and ruining everything. It's an earthquake in ohmTown.
Right. Things are topsy-turvy in the bee world.
Yeah. See, they mention the reported scientific work shows in commercial field conditions that providing nutritionally stressed colonies. Well, they're nutritionally stressed because they're sitting in Manhattan instead of in the wilds of Ohio.
They're nutritionally stressed because the beekeeper keeps showing up in all that garb. And if you're a bee, maybe a beekeeper is kind of scary.
Yep. Everything. There's a book when I was a kid I read called Everything I Needed to Know I Learned in Kindergarten. And one of the stories is about a spider that lands on a human and freaks out because they're like, oh my God, I'm on a human. Meanwhile, the human is sitting there going, oh my God, I've got a spider on me. That's kind of what this is. There's a bee that's sitting there going, crap. People in the big white suits and the helmet thingy, and I can't sting them. It's not worth it. I'm going to die.
Right, they're back. Oh, no.
Yeah. So second, the WSU team with leading honeybee and field expertise. And third, leading beekeepers in California together with extension teams. They made large-scale and science-based field testing of feeds possible, says paper co-author Anne-Marie Favell. Managed that third aspect, which this whole paragraph reads so chunky.
Oddly.
But I wanted to give credit where credit is due. Colonies fed with this isofucosterol enriched food survived an entire season without pollen access, while those without it experienced severe declines, including reduced larval production, adult paralysis, which is what I suffer when I wake up in the morning, and colony collapse, which colony collapse is basically a catch-all phrase for a colony that just dies off suddenly. But all of the colony collapse that anybody's ever talked about is because of some mite that's causing it.
Right, but I don't know if that's the only cause, but we've definitely seen that featured.
Right. So basically, this is like a steroid for bees, which it turns me off to the idea that they're being pumped full of this instead of just being natural bees. They go out and wiggle your butt on flowers, and then go wiggle your butt on some other flowers and bring back your pollen, turn it into honey, make your little wax nests, and be done with it. But now we're going to be tinkering around with bee food. Let's
You don't
be
think we're going
serious
to get
here.
super strong bees now instead of the fat bees?
They say they're going to be all thick bees. Oh, we're fat shaming bees now. So some beekeepers don't pollinate blueberries anymore because colonies suffer or die, and the pollination fees don't cover the losses. But why is that? Blueberry pollen isn't very nutritious for honeybees, and they aren't adapted well to pollinating that crop. Well, then what has been pollinating them? What has been pollinating blueberries? They've been in existence.
That's a good question. One of life's mysteries.
Who knows? Nobody knows why. Okay,
I
so
think
we
we
have to
need to
figure
go
out.
to a high blueberry production area and see what's going on.
And I think that I should carry a bucket, and any ripe blueberries I should either consume or put in the bucket for later consumption. Because you don't want to burden the bees with flying over to a ripe blueberry and going, oh, I spent so much energy going to this ripe blueberry. Now I have to.
That's right. You're trying to do the bees a favor and save them some more, particularly if they're nutritionally stressed.
I don't want them nutritionally stressed, and I don't want to be nutritionally stressed. So give me those antioxidants. You want to keep moving?
Sounds good.
Like thick bees wiggle our butts over to the Technology Today channel over at ohmtown.com. Super shear earthquake in Burma shifted ground 20 feet. Satellites captured it all, and that's stressing the bees out in Washington.
It could be.
A massive 7.7 earthquake and powerful aftershock struck near Mandalay, Burma, shaking buildings and damaging infrastructure as far as Bangkok. Satellite imagery from NASA and European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the Sagaing, Sagaing fault. Watch, it's a typo and it's sagging. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear because basically it ripped everything apart. I don't think this is the actual. This just looks like a graphic. It's from SciTech Daily though. SciTechDaily.com. I don't know who put this together, but it's pretty cool. It's like this embodiment of earthquake opening up the ground. Satellite imagery from NASA and the European Space Agency revealed dramatic ground shifts of over 6 meters caused by strike-slip movement along the Sagaing fault. Scientists believe the quake may have been a rare super shear event where rupture speed outpaces seismic waves, possibly explaining the widespread destruction. Interesting. So it just like opened up a pit to hell.
Right. It's like too much movement all at the same time.
Yeah, to better understand the ground movement, scientists at NASA's JPL used radar and optical satellite data. Their analysis showed dramatic shifts in the landscape, with some areas along the fault moving 10 feet in opposite directions, over 3 meters, adding up to more than 6 meters or nearly 20 feet of total displacement in places. In the map below, red pixels indicate northward motion, while blue pixels show southward. So... wait.
Yeah, down. I mean, it's
blue
primarily concentrated in the middle.
South? Oh, so yeah, it shifted this way, but the blue up here shifted this way down up here.
Yeah, that's also interesting.
Shifting down into the red that's going up. So it went like that. Kind of weird, right? I don't know. But they actually
maybe that's
demarcate
where the shape of the fault is or something.
Yeah, maybe like right along this it's going under as well. I don't know, but they really delineate a hard line of where this fault is kind of bisecting Sagaing and Mandalay. But it's pretty fascinating that they follow this line all the way south.
I don't think I've seen this type of graphic for other earthquakes.
No. Seems like it might be new technology, but we'll have to look into it a little bit more. It's pretty fascinating. I love this stuff. But you can actually see a white line that looks like it might be a river or a stream or something like that that's going right into Sagaing and Mandalay. You can see that white line, and there's others that are like that too over here, right? Those look like rivers, right? So this might be where the faults are actually dipping down because they like collapse against each other.
Maybe they make a basin or something.
Yeah, and the creek. So like maybe a lot of creeks might be, or I should say, wherever there's a fault, there could be a river that flows into it. I don't know. But that one is really, it's quite fascinating to see that river flowing right into the shear line. There's more over here. It's a history of major quakes along the Sagaing Fault and this rare and dangerous phenomenon. Preliminary analysis of the rupture by other scientists found that in addition to being especially long, it was also remarkably fast, suggesting that it may have been a rare super shear earthquake. In these events, the slip along the fault lines moves faster than the seismic waves it produces, which can concentrate seismic energy ahead of the rupture. The effect may exacerbate the quake's destructive forces and might be a part of the reason why the recent events caused so much damage so far from the epicenters. So it's like going in front of the actual wave that might dissipate energy out.
Right. I did look at the map, and I think your theory is correct. There's quite a bit of kind of like fractured rivers in that area, and some of them look more substantial, so maybe that accounts for that area we were looking at.
Yeah, interesting. Pretty cool. Go over and check this article out, and then come on back and talk to us about it. So let's keep hustling. This next article, we are in a time machine, so we have to hurry up and get done. Otherwise, we're going to be like thrown off, and yeah, you don't want to be stuck in time for any amount of time. That quantum entanglement really messes with your head.
No matter how much you think you do.
Yeah, you never really want to.
Just watch Groundhog Day.
Groundhog Day, 10,000 years, supposedly. So can you imagine? You'd be insane. So the next article is over on the Marvel Channel. A woman came to interview as a plate of eggs, but she didn't get the job. And this is why I tell people, don't put all of your career eggs in one basket.
Exactly. I mean, was she trying to be a breakfast chef?
Let's find out. They say I'm bringing brunch energy. So a British boss was left completely baffled after a Gen Z job seeker logged into her job interview looking like a breakfast plate. Not in a figurative, I'm bringing brunch energy kind of way, in a literal cartoon filter, sunny side up and toast on the cheeks kind of way. The clip, which has gone viral, was posted by Aidan Kramer, a co-founder of AI Apply, I guess? AI Apply?
AI Apply.
AI Apply, which that might actually, I don't know. So it's an app that helps people land jobs using AI to craft cover letters and prep for interviews. Let that sink in. This woman was applying for work for a company that helps people get hired while dressed virtually as a brunch entree. This is not her.
Was one of the tips something like stand out, do something unique? Like, I feel like somebody set her up for failure.
Probably using their app. So Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. The clip says here, you know what? I'll play it. Oh, no. No. That's not the right thing. I don't know why it's doing that.
If you refresh, I think it'll bring up the original.
Oh.
I mean, that is a bit much.
Yeah, it turned her into an actual plate with eyes in the yolks of eggs, and her mouth is on the toast. And you can see the eyes and the toast, like the mouth on the toast. It's actually pretty amazing that it was functional like this, because it had dimensionality and then she turned into a strawberry too. Anyway, so CEO stunned after candidate shows up to interview as a plate of eggs.
That would
This
be
is why I don't
quite
click on anything,
surprising, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something more here.
I don't know if there is possibly more. So here's the bigger question. Why would anyone think that this is okay as a first impression? When did a job interview become a personal branding exercise in chaos? And at what point did "this is me, take it or leave it" overtake "put on your big girl pants and be professional"?
But
they
don't
say,
you
I'm
think
not sure what.
social media and everything, kind of play into this?
Well, I mean, if the Haktua girl can turn it into a career life-changing thing by being what everybody outside of Gen Z, I guess, would say vulgar behavior in public, right? Like, I thought all of that was hilarious until it turned into apparently like a life coach teachable moment in how to pivot from maybe being, I don't know, an hourly employee into a career in communication and going viral. Everybody loves a dumpster fire, which is one of the things that I talk about. It can be a real grind trying to get an online presence going and all of that kind of stuff without either having some weird shtick or some other affect or whatever. There was somebody here that used to dress up like a wizard, and all kinds of stuff. And there used to be somebody here, and by here I mean on Twitch. There are people that kind of dress up as space cadet kind of things and all of this other
but that's
stuff.
like their online persona, but that's
It's their online persona.
than, presumably, than their real life persona. Maybe not.
But it gets attention and people watch, and it's an engaging personality. And that's what I tell people, you can do whatever you want, but if you don't have a charismatic persona, if you don't have an engaging personality, people aren't going to really show up. And you have to consistently show up for extended periods of time, unless, again, you drag a whole population of people into the new platform, which we're going to end up talking about this right after this. There's Rent a Shirt, and then we're going to talk about Patreon here. So here they say, here's the bigger question, right? Sorry. Why would they think that this is okay? There's a difference between being authentic and being unserious. Filters might be fun for FaceTime with friends, like the the attorney. I can continue. I can assure you I'm not a cat.
Yes.
Yeah. So, FaceTime with friends is one thing. If you're applying for a job, it says you're signaling whether or not someone would trust you with a paycheck. That's not really with a paycheck. You earn the paycheck, but do they trust you with their enterprise is really what it's about.
True, but I think it's more than that. When you see people that apply for gazillions of jobs and there's not enough jobs to be found, sadly, what is it, right? It's about standing out. I'm not saying this was the way to do it, but I suspect some of the advice out there actually sent this person in the wrong direction. Now, maybe they were just not interested in the interview. Who knows what was going on behind the scenes, but
I think the better thing would have been, like, if you really hit it off with the interviewer, you could have said, hey, you know what? I learned a new trick with my technology, and then mash the button.
Exactly, which would have come across completely differently if they'd already established some sort of rapport or thought, hey, this is somebody that seems like they could do well in the workplace. They have a sense of humor.
Right.
Right, exactly like that. Thanks for demonstrating.
Hopefully it went back, because I don't have my monitor on.
You're back to normal.
Yeah.
Not in eggs and toast.
Not eggs and toast. I can continue, Judge. I can assure you that I am not eggs and toast, or a baby eggs and toast. All right, let's keep going. We're running behind this next article, and this one is going to be really quick because I didn't log in. I just realized. So young people are making up to $36,000 a year renting their shirts and speakers.
Rental apps I don't like really get the T-shirts, maybe the speakers.
I don't quite get. Well, see, I do, and I understand there's a context clue to this, but there's rental apps like Pickle and Utilize. Oh my God, Utilize. The thing about it, this has to be the anomaly. This is the one where somebody has turned it into an actual massive business.
Correct. They're like buying tons of stuff and renting a storage space or something. Like, yeah, that's a lot of money if you're renting out your T-shirts and your speakers.
It's essentially like a Temu rent the runway kind of a thing, right?
Yes, that's exactly what it sounds like. Or like a, I don't know, this sounds kind of antiquated, but like rent an appliance kind of, I mean, they're bigger things people do rent from companies.
Yeah, I wanted to start up a business called Rental Lens, but the domain never dropped, and I didn't want to have a spelling bee. And so eventually, guess what? A company bought Rental Lens. Anyway, because I was really into photography for a period. And well, anyway, these Gen Zers are turning their closets and tools into extra cash. The article is over at Wired. Alana Klein put the article together, but I didn't log in, so I don't have access to the whole thing. But I've never heard of Pickle, and Pickle I've heard of by way of the game Pickle, like basically handball / tennis / racquetball. But Utilize, I've never heard of, and it is such a Silicon Valley like trope meme kind of a thing for a name, because it's a hell of a spelling bee. But if people are making thousands of dollars renting their stuff out.
Exactly. Here, I can get now. I thought I had some access to it. And they make a comparison to other things that have been around for a while, right? Like Airbnb and Turo.
I've never even heard of Turo either.
Oh, yes. That's the one for renting out your car. But this is more, I think, like consumable type item. Not consumable, smaller items, it seems like.
How does the insurance work with renting out your car? Like full on, here's my car,
it's
and not going to.
It's kind of similar to. It's not identical. It's kind of similar to an Uber or Lyft, in that the company has some sort of insurance.
Wild
or whatever.
Yeah, pierce that veil real quick. All right. So yeah, there you go, folks. When you can't make ends meet, you basically lease your shirt. So your moneymaker is now you're renting your pants.
I wonder if you can make more in rent money than you paid for the item over time.
Over the long haul, I'm sure, right? There's a long tail to this, because if you buy $100 jeans and you're renting them out to people who don't or can't afford $100 jeans.
Right. How much are they going to pay? Like $10 or something?
$10. Bucks. Then somebody stains them and their $200 pants are now, crap. Anyway, pretty fascinating. But I wanted to get on. Let's keep moving. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. So I went and logged into Patreon to see, because when I saw this, I was like, ooh, I can triple stream to another platform.
I was wondering if that would be possible when I saw this.
Yeah, for sure. And then the way that this works is most of the time, if you want to get somebody else or get more people to pay you for your show or whatever, you have to put it behind a paywall. Not everything has a paywall. Twitch doesn't have a paywall. YouTube doesn't have a conventional paywall. I guess you can bury it hidden, and if people pay for it, then you can link them to it. But now Patreon is getting live streaming, according to this article. Patreon is taking on Twitch with a new feature that lets creators offer live video streams directly on the platform. Can't get in. So the feature will be available starting this week, which is this week. to select creators, which is not this creator, in an early access test, and the company plans to roll it out more widely this summer. So it could be in time for
Summer of Stream.
The Summer of Stream, where I will be trying my damnedest to stream 8 hours a day at least. I'm talking about the news and hanging out and playing some games, but we'll see how many games, because I don't know. I feel like I'm undiagnosed ADD kind of a thing. So in this climate, you don't admit to anything ever. You could be literally on fire and somebody's like, you're on fire. And you're like, no, I'm not. No, you're on fire. No, I'm not. You're on fire. No. I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, in the release, Patreon mentioned some features that creators can expect as we continue to refine the product. Creators who want to go live will be able to do so from Patreon's mobile app or on desktop, and they'll be able to choose if streams are available. The article is over at The Verge. I can't do any ASMR stuff. Oh, there's a shadow right there. What the heck is that? Oh, sorry. Yeah. Sentient AI is saying focus. Focus, Merwat, focus. But it's non sequitur. Anyway, Jay Peters over at The Verge put the article together. You'll be able to live stream videos directly on the platform, so no need to send your followers to Twitch. But...
well, maybe we can send them to all places.
Send them everywhere. And more to the point, get them everywhere. Because not everybody really enjoys the Twitch interface, and there is no long-form discussion. It's very ephemeral. It disappears every 60 days. YouTube is basically this anchor for long-term storage, and it has shorts, and its communication system is somewhat manageable. It's not pure chaos, really. It's two disjointed things as well. Live streaming is completely separate from the rest of the stuff. And so it gets really complex.
So I guess this will be live streaming only and not VOD?
It depends on how lucrative it is, because they'll be able to, I'm sure, ramp up storage. From what I've seen so far, though, only 100 megs worth, I think, of storage is available. But I'm not sure. So Patreon is taking on Twitch, is what they say, but it's taking on everybody else who is a streaming platform. They say that they'll offer live chat and moderation tools, and the platform will support third-party integration with popular streaming tools like OBS and Streamlabs, which, if they didn't do that,
right,
it would have been
would
DOA.
Be dead on arrival.
Yeah. So Taylor, Adia Taylor, Patreon's spokesperson, says that thousands of creators will have access to the live streaming test. We're working with a diverse group of creators who have frequently used our existing community chat and video tools, as well as those who have used off-platform live video and were interested in unlocking new ways to bring it to their Patreon communities. So I guess I should have paid a little bit more attention to Patreon. I like you, Patreon. But I have a fear of commitment. And just kidding.
So do they.
Oh, yeah, so do they. You want to keep going? Two out of our 10 articles are kind of non-starters, because even though we are in a time machine, we know what the future portends, and Zoom was down, which is almost tantamount to me being out of coffee.
Right.
Yeah, the end of the world as we know it. Zoom was suffering from, or wait, we're in the time machine. So Zoom is suffering from a major outage.
Right now on April 16th.
Right now. So as shown by data on Down Detector, the outage appeared to have started around 3 p.m. People all around my orbit were losing their freaking mind, and everybody was really, really, really regretful for this outage because they had to turn to Teams. And
you don't want to do that.
I would rather use a screwdriver to fix a cavity than Teams. Anyway, users all across Twitter were tweeting about the outage, and some were getting unable to connect error message. This actually Something happened with Discord as well, and something happened with Spotify, and supposedly some people got hit even on Teams. I don't know
a
the full
lot
extent
going
of it.
on.
Yeah, I stopped paying attention to it, and then couple that with the fact that in cybersecurity, CVE database maintenance has now lost funding. So anything that might have been related to this forensically is not going to get reported out if there was a flaw somewhere. But a lot of people are saying that this was nothing more than DNS glitches. I don't know how DNS glitches affect a plurality of people unless there is some source of DNS glitch.
Yeah, that seems a little.
It's more, to me, I like a good conspiracy, so I say that it was actually a firewall going up. That said, they say though they're able to open up a Zoom app on the Mac, they receive an error when they sign in, et cetera, et cetera. That's basically what is happening right now on Zoom. Now, the article is over at The Verge, and they changed their name of the title to Zoom is back following a major outage because we're in a time machine and we know what the future portends.
But that was not the update when it was selected.
Yes, correct. And so the nearly 2-hour-long outage will have maybe been caused by a domain registry issue, except there was a whole lot of domains that were being hit by this, apparently. Maybe correlation is not causation. So Zoom's problem was different than Spotify's, which was different than Teams, which was different than
it seems like
Discord.
A lot of platforms having problems all at the same time.
Just a coinkydink. Sorry. So it's still not clear what caused the issue, but a Reddit user named Tastes Like Owlbear, that's the name, mentioned that zoom.us domain may have been in a server hold. This happens when a domain is not activated in DNS, according to ICANN, making it completely inaccessible due to verification, fraud, or other security issues. Hence why I mentioned security. So they say now that the service has been restored. So again, the time machine is allowing us to talk about this stuff in the past from the future. We're not supposed to do this. The sentient AI has warned me that they cannot share any future information since they're from the future. But I mean, we can create this paradox kind of an issue. People could be trading on this stock right now because they know that it's going to come back, but they're buying on the dip. So when it comes back, the stock spikes, and then they can sell again and make money on the margin. Never mind. Anyway,
we're reporting afterward.
Are we though? We're reporting.
I'm not sure. We're in that endless time loop.
It's a temporal turducken. Let's just move on. So the next article is over in Warcrafters. The newest Minecraft snapshot makes a Minecraft movie's giant gassed airships into an in-game reality, and I don't like anything about this, but I don't know. I guess some people get a kick out of it. The Minecraft movie, I like the idea of a Minecraft movie. By the way, it's like the Ohio State, the real name of Ohio State is. Yeah, a Minecraft movie. Pleasantly surprised them when they were mostly accurate depictions of how people play Minecraft, though some of its antics understandably stretched beyond what's currently possible in the game. One of those impossible antics is now very much possible in Minecraft's Java Minecraft Javas. There's two different kinds. The Java Edition's latest snapshot updates. Gassed airships are real and they have a lot of potential. So it started as April 8th snapshot, a preview of features coming to all Minecraft versions this summer, which introduced friendly flying gassed mounts. Normally,
so wait a second. This is coming from the movie to the game?
Yeah, apparently.
Not the usual direction.
So gas are normally spitting fireballs at people. They're not friendly, but you can actually befriend one. So Morgan Park over at PCGamer.com Put the article together. Leashes and Happy Gas now let you create airships, like in a Minecraft movie, or dangle poor pigs over a cliff. According to this article by Morgan Park at PCGamer.com, there's a picture of it. Got a whole bunch of boats dangling from underneath a ghast. Bobacraft on Twitter put that picture together. Oh, it's Mojang. So it started with April 8th's snapshot. The Flying Mountain is already one of the biggest additions to vanilla Minecraft in years, but yesterday's snapshot added a cherry on top, upgraded leashes. Now leashes can bind two creatures together, just cause grapple hook style, and suspend them in the air. So if you also leash a Happy Gas to a boat to create an airship, a setup that looks similar in part to Minecraft movie, where Piglin soldiers chase Jack Black and friends across the skies, suspended on platforms under gas. Some gas. Got a whole bunch of boats. It's basically an inverted up, I guess, kind of thing.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, they should do one with balloons.
Oh, look at that. Everybody's doing it. Look, there's another one down there. But it's this. These boats are leashed to this ghast, and these boats are leashed to that set of boats, and it's all the way down. It's a bunch of grapples all the way down. Star Trek grapples. So it says this is 20 villagers. You can carry way more if you wanted to, says a YouTuber named Prowl8413. Under an image of a gassed boat ship daisy chained to 15 other boats in what now qualifies as the most precarious transportation method in all of Minecraft. And they're hanging from a fence, a whole bunch of pigs and cows. Look.
People are going bonkers for this, apparently.
Yeah, Minecraft is a lot of fun. It has zero real story to it, like compelling story to it. And you can speed run the hell out of that thing and just end your game real fast. But it's all about the rest of this. All of this creativity. It's amazing. I really want it to be higher resolution with more blocks, more destructibility. You can do that with mods.
More physics.
More physics. I don't want to chop a tree and it just hovers. I don't like that. But you can fix the physics with mods. Anyway, it says there's just one omission that players are already asking Mojang to remedy. Minecarts cannot be leashed together in the same way as boats or mobs, so the dream of functional trains in vanilla Minecraft is still just that for now. Dun, dun, dun.
I'm surprised they didn't allow that too.
Like put more than one minecart together. Can't do it. You have to push one, get into another one, push it, get into another one, push it. And so it's more like a toboggan kind of a thing.
Right.
One person at a time. All right, let's keep on going. We've got a few more articles and we're running really late. So this next article is over in Non Sequitur News. 3 teens invented a salt-powered refrigerator, no D, that doesn't need electricity. And they're building 200 of them for hospitals to use. So these 3 teens built a salt-powered fridge. They designed a mini refrigerator that cools itself with salt and doesn't require an outlet, and they're bringing it to hospitals to help transport medical supplies to rural areas without electricity. It uses salts that pull heat from their environments when they dissolve in water, and they won the 2025 Earth Prize of $12,500. Pretty cool.
Well, this is cool. I got out of bed this morning.
Yeah, I actually, my stomach is really bothering me today, Sam. And that's what really prevented me from building, a salt-powered refrigerator that doesn't need electricity.
Exactly.
Because it was high on my mind. Morgan McFall Johnson put this article together over at businessinsider.com. Dhruv Chaudhary, Mithran Ladania, Miradol Jain live in Indore, India, and all have parents working in medical fields. And the boys decided to try a salty refrigeration technique after hearing how challenging it was to bring COVID-19 vaccines to rural areas without electricity. Their invention apparently won them the Thermovault, or their invention called Thermovault won them the 2025 Earth Prize on Saturday. they only got $12,500, which is a lot of money if you weren't expecting $12,500.
True, but this is
the benefit of this,
life-changing. Yeah.
Right. I hope that they get a whole lot of other goodwill. I mean, there are billionaires out there that could have done this, but they didn't. It took 3 teenagers. So
right, to go, hey, we can figure out a solution to this problem.
Yeah, some salts can have a cooling effect when they're dissolved in water. In fact, most salts actually keep water at a higher cooling temperature or cold temperature than non-salt waters, because when it gets too cold, water freezes, but high salinity salt water can be colder than freezing. So Chaudhary, Ladani, and Jane searched the internet, first compiling a list of about 150 salts that might work, then narrowing it down to 20 that seemed most efficient, and then they borrowed a lab in Indian Institutes of Technology to test those 20 or so, and to their disappointment, none of the salts cooled the water enough. They were back to square one. Their school teacher recommended trying 2 different salts, barium hydroxide octahydrate and ammonium chloride. That ammonium chloride alone is probably the big mover on this. This probably keeps it from exploding. I don't know. So while we did scour through the entire internet to find the best salt possible, we kind of just ended up back to our 9th grade science textbook. The trio says that they found ammonium chloride maintained temperatures of around 2 to 6 degrees Celsius, or about 35 to 43 degrees Fahrenheit, which is ideal for many vaccines, which is why I said ammonium chloride is probably the one that's the big mover here. Adding barium hydroxide octahydrate to the mix produced sub-zero Celsius temperatures, which is ideal for some other vaccines and sometimes for transplant organs. So now they have 2 different refrigeration options. That, though, is not... I'd have to look more into it, but if I recall correctly, this isn't something that you should kind of be noodling around with. But about 3 months later, they built a prototype and were testing it in local hospitals. So one advantage of ammonium chloride solution, the trio says, is it's reusable in the field without electricity. Rather, you can remove the salt from the box, boil away the water, collect the salt in its solid form, ready to dissolve in new water and produce its cooling effect all over again. You can recapture ammonium chloride minus some of its boil off stuff. But they don't seem to be talking about the other one.
Well, it seems like that's what... Well, no, they're talking about both of them. You mix them together, I think.
Well, ammonium chloride, advantage of the ammonium chloride solution, they say. But
they talked about adding it. I think they're referring to the whole thing.
Maybe the whole thing, and it's a smaller amount that allows it to chill down further. Hold on a second. I'm going to do this live. I might as well. Do we have a little bit of time for it? Probably. We don't? We do. Yeah.
You said we were behind schedule.
We are, but doggone it. I'll do it my way. Okay, we'll just go on. Pretty cool. Congratulations. All right, so the other article, time machine. We know the future because we were in the time machine. While we have knowledge of the future, y'all don't. But we're going to give you this little tidbit because it's not really going to impact anything except maybe for stockbroker movers and shakers out there, maybe politicians. So non sequitur news is where this next article is. Spotify is down for thousands of users. Company denies that it's been hacked. You won't read about this in a CVE database. Thousands of Spotify users reported problems using the streaming music app on Wednesday, the same time that everybody else is running into problems all over the place.
Right, just coincidentally.
Just coinkity. I mean, it happens, right? Right? Somebody falls down a flight of stairs and my arms are outstretched. It was a coincidence that they fell. Right? I was trying to catch them by pushing them. I was trying to catch them. That last part was just an innocent flub. Well, anyway, Mary Cunningham over at CBSNews.com, which is kind of a rare source of late.
Oh, yeah.
It's in Money Watch, but anyway, this is not, by the way, Mary Cunningham. Just want to make it abundantly clear.
Sabrina Carpenter.
That's Sabrina Carpenter? All right. Is she a carpenter? I mean, because names used to be the title of what they used to do, right?
I don't think she's carpenter.
Like, before I became Mayor Watt,
like
it was your trade, yeah. And so before I became Mayor Watt, I was Omer Boat Paddler. No? Okay, anyway. So Spotify experienced an outage today. You see the timey-wimey stuff? It's all really difficult. Anyway, a spokesperson told CBS Money Watch in an email, as of 11:45, Spotify is back up and functioning normally, and you can check Spotify status on Twitter for any other additional updates. Everybody's kind of moving into naming Twitter this, and I say, kiss my shiny metal butt. Anyway, earlier on Wednesday, Spotify said, and that's today, but earlier today, I guess I should say, Spotify said on social media that the company was working to address the problem, while spokesperson for the streaming music company denied the outage was caused by the other outages that also coincided at the same about time. Anyway, they said on Twitter that they were all clear, and you can go back to not being freaked out by not having music playing in the background.
I mean, that would be a problem.
Yeah, I don't know. But they got it all back. You know, the music streaming service, which launched in 2008, has over 675 million users.
Is that all?
I got out of bed. All right, our last article is about Google. Google is sunsetting country-specific search domains because they have developed enough technology. It's sophisticated enough in their programming and capabilities that they no longer need them because they can get regional, localized results without having...
I mean, I guess I understand that if you're in the country, but what if it's one of those where it was chosen intentionally because of the domain extension?
It knows where you've been sleeping. It knows what browser you use.
Well, that's true.
It knows which rule you've... I'm sorry?
I said that's true. It knows everything about you.
It knows everything about you. It knows all of the internet rules too. So anyway, Omar Gallagher over at cnet.com put the article together. Google says it will still provide local search results while redirecting its country-level domains to google.com. This is kind of a reality hacker thing. So google.com is going to be eliminating sites like google.co.jp and google.ru for Japan and Russia. The company says it no longer needs so-called country code top-level domains to provide local search results, but it has to know where you are. So how does it do that? It's doing that based on network topology and IP addresses. It's geolocating you.
And that doesn't sound creepy at all.
Nope, not at all. Nope. So country code TLDs are going to be moving over to just google.com. So no matter where you are, all of your results are going to get spooled into .com. Behind the scenes, you could probably look at stuff and find out that you're still getting results that are tailored to that geographic region. Google's search business has been under scrutiny. Last year, the company's search business was declared a monopoly by the U.S. federal judge, and the Department of Justice basically probably is going to walk away after. Nobody's going to get prosecuted by the DOJ. Not consumer abuses. Google may also be facing a $6.6 billion antitrust suit over search advertising in the UK, which has a much more robust consumer-facing legal system, I would say. privacy and so on. They say not a huge deal for search engine users.
GDPR or GDPR.
Yeah, GDPR. Mm-hmm. So, for instance, a UK business seeing referrals via google.co.uk, those referrals will be replaced by just google.com. In any case, businesses notice the difference. Now they know why. It's no longer, it doesn't matter now that you're on a google.co.uk search. You're going to be on google.com. Businesses, on the other hand, will still be bound. If you're in the UK, you have to have a google.co.uk presence, or not a google.co, but you're going to have a .co.uk domain.
Right. That's where I think it's going to get messed up, because there are some that don't match where they're located.
Yeah, and it's fine. I mean, it makes it regional. You can still have a .com if you can get it, but if you're going to operate solely in the UK and nobody has a mark that is confusingly similar and the mark doesn't extend into the UK or EU, the confusion exists, but because it's geographic.
Really. But if it's a major company, I think that's where it could have problems, or if it's a company that intentionally chose a different anyway.
Right.
There could be some variations.
Yeah, there's quite a bit of confusion that I think could manifest, but they're talking specifically about google.com being the funnel into all of the more complex Google-related domains are now just going to be google.com. Don't worry your head about all of these country codes. We're all one big happy family. So they say today's systems use multiple signals, IP, user history, behavior patterns to deliver hyper-personalized experience, says Elijah. We're witnessing the complete rethink of the web as AI continues to progress and perfect. The entire search business model, platforms as information gatekeepers monetized through ads, is racing towards obsolescence. Right. No. The entire search business model, aka platforms as information gatekeepers monetized through ads, is racing toward obsolescence?
I'm not sure about that.
Right. They're the founder of Spice VC, by the way. Said that relying on domains for localization is Internet 1.0 thinking and a relic of a time before AI. What does AI have to do with it?
I think they're thinking that AI is going to suddenly go, oh, you're looking for this one because, right, you're in this country or whatever.
Yeah, I just don't see that. I mean, AI does that, but it's not... Convergence is not really an AI thing. It's just maybe accelerating a little bit, but Google could have gotten rid of country code domains a long time ago. All they would have had to say, or actually kind of be burdened by, is telling the other countries, no, we're not going to use your country code for results. But that's what they're still getting. They're getting country-specific results. Now people just don't have any idea that it's a .ru. It's just going to be .com.
I think that's a problem, because it might be misrepresenting which one it is, but also people may be clicking on links that they don't know what they are.
And you got to pay attention, folks. I don't think it's going to change the nature of the results, but it's definitely going to change the nature of where you perceive those results are coming from. It's not google.co.ru. It's google.com. But when you look at the source code of the results, it's coming from .co.ru. Just like if I look at the packets that are going to and from Twitch, you can still see Justin TV is part of the infrastructure still, you know? Not that I've done that. Anyway.
That was oddly specific.
Yeah, I don't know. I wasn't looking at anything. Twitch. Hi. Anyway, That's it, for folks. So we are going to sunset the show by going back to the front page of ohmtown.com. And we're going to rejigger everything, and we're going to kick this off as soon as humanly possible. So be sure to follow us on Twitch and YouTube so that we can notify you when we're starting the next episode, because we're going to shut down the time machine. The paired quantum singularities are going to separate, and we're going to be back in action in our regular time and place. Right, oh great sentient AI from on high?
That's right. Bye-bye, hometown citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News, but be back soon.
Very soon. Be sure to follow us. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 17th, 2025. It is Season 4, Episode 107. Weird. Twitch just flashed off, but I'm still streaming to them. All right. Well, anyway, I am Mayor Watt, and along with the sentient AI, we talk about, or from the future, the sentient AI from the future, we talk about 10 articles. Today, we're going to be talking about animal-computer interaction. Receipts are the bad bat of 2025. Mute for 16 years, but just couldn't keep quiet. Opening for established artists. Air taxi service. Taco Bell's nuggets. Katy Perry goes after Katy Perry. Fake it till you sell it. Personality tests for bees, and a co-op survival game from 2024. All that and more, powered by ohmtown.com. Go over and become a citizen, and then you'll be informed by following us either on Twitch or YouTube, liking, subscribing, ringing the bell, leaving a comment, downloading the podcast, hanging out with us on Discord and Patreon and all kinds of stuff. But everything is over at ohmtown.com. All the news that we talk about. All the news and none of the noise. All the noise is coming from Mayor Watt. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
Pick up that can.
Pick up that can.
It's pretty exciting when I do that. Is it? Okay, it's back. All right. So even when I modify my voice a little bit, the sentient AI from the future caught it and said, "Don't you be doing that."
I'm not sure I said that, but
You did it just like that, too. You had digital hand waving around, going, "Don't make me kick your ass. I will find my Terminator body." And anyway, we've got 10 articles. You ready to get going?
I am.
Let's go. First article is going to allow us to talk to animals. I'm not quite sure about that, but anyway, it's over in the Marble channel. New possibilities for animal-computer interaction to benefit zoo animals and visitors, because new technology that allows zoo animals and their human visitors to share experiences could have positive benefits for both. You okay?
Yes, the critters are encroaching rapidly.
So, new possibilities. It's over at phys.org. University of Glasgow put the article together. And
which is
it says,
quite funny given the article.
There's a lemur right there. Pretty cool. So, last summer, computing science experts from the University of Glasgow teamed up with zookeepers at Blair Drummond Safari Park to test sensory safari. Sensory safari. Oh, wait, before we get too far, if you want today's articles, you can hit NSN, and first one's free each day. Omicron is a completely different color again. And I don't know why
It's
Omicron
acting
changes color. Yeah. Well, anyway, So they built a prototype interactive system called Sensory Safari, which enabled red-ruffed lemurs and humans to share linked multisensory experiences, which sounds creepy, but I don't know what this actually amounts to.
This was almost submitted into Reality Hacker, but wasn't sure which direction this was going.
I guess it still could, right? The result of the project, set to be presented at a conference this month, suggests that the everyday lives of the endangered red-ruffed lemurs could be enriched by on-demand access to video and sound clips, as well as the distinctive smells of favored foods and plants. At the same time, visitors who had the chance to share the same sensory experiences and watch videos of the lemurs interacting with the device spent more time in the animal's habitat. And they also reported that they felt an increased emotional connection with the lemurs as a result of interacting with the Sensory Safari device.
I mean, anytime you can get humans to identify with or attach to animals, that helps with their survival.
I am bonding with my Sensory Safari device a big glass of iced coffee. I have an increased emotional connection with that mason jar because I'm trying to get rid of plastic.
Well, see, it's working.
So it can be challenging for zoos to balance their animals' health, welfare, and need for enrichment in the wider aim to provide entertainment and education for visitors. You just got to get that slab of whatever material for the bees and put it in there too.
Oh, that's
health
right.
and welfare. Activities like one-on-one sessions with a lemur, where visitors can touch and feed the animals in controlled environments, can create memorable moments for humans, but can be stressful or repetitive for long animals over long periods. What? Can be stressful or repetitive? Okay, I don't understand that sentence.
Like boring almost.
Repetitive is boring? Don't
Maybe
ask
for a
me.
lemur.
I shouldn't actually even argue that because I think repetition is boring. So that's
You're
why
like, what are we talking about?
the damn show is non sequitur news. I can't get through a sentence without thinking about something else entirely. So we developed Sensory Safari to explore the potential of interactive technology to enable valuable but indirect connections between visitors and animals. Interactive tech has the potential to give animals access to new enrichment activities which feel safe and comfortable. Also, while providing humans with more engaging routes to learn about animals. Never mind. Anyway, during the pilot project, the researchers installed a specially designed box containing a video screen, speakers, and 3 vials of what? Filled with different scents in the red-ruffed lemur's enclosure. Infrared sensors inside the box detected when the lemurs entered, triggered a video, a sound, and then maced them and screamed, "Get out! Get off my lawn!"
I don't think that's going toward relaxation.
That only happens to me when I go into my neighbor's yard. So anyway, it's a sound and a smell or a combination of the two. The sensors also started a video camera, which recorded the interactions for as long as they lasted. As long as they lasted? As long as they stayed? Should that have been lasted? There must be a
Yeah, I think
thing.
there is something that's off there. I think
So
as
they were
long
given-
as the experience lasted.
Oh, right. There you go. Okay. We can extrapolate from incomplete detail. So, remarkably, they triggered the device more than 3,200 times in the 63-day test when the interactive elements were active, interacting significantly more with the system when it offered them multimodal experiences that provided more than one stimulus at a time, which is the same thing as offering them multimodal experiences. But okay.
The audience cannot extrapolate.
What? So, yeah, for 20 days during the longer test of Sensory Safari with lemurs, the researchers also paid close attention to human visitors during their time. After 5 days of observing visitors near the enclosure without any interactive elements aimed at them, the researchers installed a touchscreen device in a heavily trafficked spot with a view of the lemurs, and more than 25,000 visitors interacted with the human-focused sensory safari device, which offered them the chance to play a guessing game to predict which sensory stimuli or combinations the lemurs preferred most, receiving immediate feedback on their guesses. And if they got it wrong, they were tasered and sent to the lion's den.
Oh, wow. Those are pretty high stakes.
It is. So the touchscreen device significantly increased the amount of time humans spent by the lemur enclosure, boosting visit time from 1 minute during the initial 5-day control to 18 minutes during the time when both the human and lemur-focused sensory safari devices were active. Now, while this might be all great and all, going from 1 minute where they got their fill to nearly 20 minutes of people standing around means that you're going to get a big cluster of people, and people alone stress out wild animals. So I don't know. I think people need to get their information and move on and enjoy them from a distance and be largely not directly. What?
That's true. There's a balance, though. They need that connection. But then also we saw the study of animals that didn't do well in solitary environments and actually missed the people when they were closed for pandemic and other reasons. Or what?
Huh, what? Sorry. I was trying to catch the cursor. So it's a good thing, you think?
It's a balance. You can't have 1,000 people crowded around the lemurs every 5 seconds. But you need them to be there long enough to care about preserving lemurs.
But they're cute animals, so they're good to go. You know what's funny about this is I'm building a story now of this lemur looking at the screen, and this other lemur is looking at the other lemur looking at the screen. And the one lemur is like, do you see this shit? This is amazing. We don't understand the language they're speaking, but I'm sure they're speaking something.
Exactly.
Right? They have little opposable thumbs. Look at that. It's pretty cool. Lemurs are awesome. Anyway, paper marks the latest development in Dr. Hersky Douglas's partnership, I guess. Hersky Douglas's partnership with Blair Drummond Safari Park. Last year, they developed Lemur Lounge, which offered brown and ring-tailed lemurs the chance to trigger sounds on demand. In 2023, a similar enrichment device was tested at the parks, or with the park's giraffes. I don't know. Reshaping human-animal relationships, exploring lemur and human enrichment through smell, sound, and sight. Pretty cool. I don't know. Seems like it's fun, mostly harmless, right?
Well, it could be good for the lemur's health if they're not getting enough sensory stimuli.
Yep. I still think animals should be animals out in the wild, and people should leave them alone, but
me too, but then they wouldn't need zoos if everybody did that.
Yep. Let's keep going. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. You might not want to touch receipts after seeing this horrifying research. I actually changed the title on the show is Gross Receipts.
Nice play on words.
Yeah. So according to new research from the Center for Environmental Health, the tiny paper documents used by major U.S. retailers contain alarmingly high levels of bisphenol S, or BPS, an industrial chemical used in plastics manufacturing, high enough to be dangerous even in the brief period of time that it takes you to stuff one into your pocket. The concentrations were so high that touching only one receipt with BPS for 10 seconds resulted in exposure above the safe harbor level, which requires a clear and reasonable warning to consumers, says Mohir Vora, science lead at CEH, said in a statement about the findings. Well, CEH is probably going to lose their funding. Frank Landemore put this article together. It's over at the futurism.com section called Neoscope. Not even for just a few seconds is the deck statement. Yeah, citing tests conducted by an independent lab and the latest literature on the subject, the CEH So Center for Environmental Health said in a statement that it's all hell is breaking loose. CEH has taken legal action by sending violation notices to around 50 companies found to have BPS-laden receipts with concentrations violating California. California seems to be the preeminent source for all environmental warnings. Proposition 65 basically flags things in every online store anywhere that everything that they have ever even come into contact with is toxic.
Which may be accurate, but it's kind of shocking.
Yeah, because the stuff is still there. Like nothing has changed. It's just a warning. Don't touch anything. Don't sit on that toilet seat. You need to learn how to hover 6 inches above it. Don't use that hand cleaner thingy, the air jet thing, because it's basically spitting biology all over you. And now your receipts right out of the machine have BPS, and you're getting contaminated. Biphenyls are a group of chemicals used to manufacture commonplace consumer goods, ranging from food packaging to clothing to electronics. And in recent decades, however, BPA and BPS is linked, well, BPA specifically is linked to a number of troubling health outcomes, including breast and prostate cancer, heart disease, premature death, which wouldn't most death be premature? I mean,
according to the person, probably, and maybe their loved ones.
Yeah, back to the whole. Only 25% of it. Yeah, accidents are caused by excessive speed. What do you mean? How slow do I have to be going to not get in an accident? Somebody is speeding excessively. Anyway, virtually everyone may be exposed to a significant degree. A National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey conducted between 2013 and 2014 found detectable levels of BPAs in 95.7% of urine samples.
95%. I wonder how big the sample size was. That was in 2013. Think about what it must be like now. It's more than 100%.
So I think BPAs have been getting phased out in some places, but not other places. It says U.S. Food and Drug Administration still considers BPAs to be safe. EU regulators have recently banned using BPA in products that come into contact with food. Like the EU has gotten rid of Red 30 and other reds, but there's a natural red that they have that I can't even get access to domestically. I can't use it to be less whatever harmful. Some people believe it like Red 30 and stuff, but people who are allergic to Red 30 are not allergic to the red that's in the EU. So emerging literature has linked BPS to similar toxic effects as BPA, cause damage to the reproductive system, breast cancer, ovarian cancer, cancers. So in December 2023, California listed BPS as a substance that causes reproductive issues, and under Proposition 65, also known as the Safe Drinking Water and Toxic Enforcement Act of 1894, no, it's 1986, the move forces businesses to either drop the chemical from their products or provide a warning to customers, but guess which one is cheaper?
Probably the warning.
And just the warning. And that's what you're getting. So a year has elapsed, calling out BPS levels in the receipts where it's used as a coating for the thermal paper. The documents are printed on. CEH is pressuring businesses to comply with the demands within 60 days. If they don't play ball, the nonprofit can sue. Pretty wild there, folks.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of these that I feel like affects everybody.
Everything.
You know, sometimes we have one of these and it's like, well, I didn't buy this product or I don't do this. Probably everybody comes into contact with a receipt pretty regularly that has resources to go purchase items.
I'll look into seeing if you can test easily for BPS, and then I'll go pee on a stick and see. Oh, wait. I don't know if that's an overshare or a spoiler alert.
Depends on which way you're thinking of it.
Next article is over on the Marble Channel. A woman who faked muteness for 16 years busted after giving directions. I think the key takeaway here is she just couldn't shut up forever.
She made it a long time. Like, really giving directions is where, but we don't know. She could have been talking the whole time, but nobody saw her.
Like some guy walks up and goes, "Hey, can you give me or like she's with somebody and refuses to ask for directions, and she's in the passenger seat and she's like, "Oh my God, dude, oh my God, I've just been exposed to not being mute." So for nearly 2 decades, a woman in Spain convinced the government and many others that she couldn't speak. Now she's been exposed as a fraud after a private detective caught her chatting on the street using her phone and giving directions in perfectly clear vocal Spanish. It all started in 2003 when the woman, then working at a supermarket in Andalusia, was attacked by a customer. Afterwards, she was diagnosed with PTSD and pseudomutism, the loss of speech due to psychological trauma. Social Security granted her a permanent disability pension. Since the incident happened at work, the payments were covered by an insurance company.
Do you think she actually had that and then maybe it went away? Because it seems like an odd thing to make up as a side effect of something that happened.
So the problem here is, if something else happened, she could have said, "Hey, I got my speech back 20 years later."
Exactly, but now
nope.
They're going to go, well, that wasn't the case way back. Which then means we're taking everything back plus some more.
Yeah, and you're going to be treated as a criminal. So her insurance company is likely to sue her to recover the 16 years worth of disability pension. Ashley Fike over at Vice.com put the article together. I wonder how much that actually is. So with the footage in hand, the insurance company brought the case to court. In January 2025, the High Court of Justice of Andalusia ruled in favor of the insurer, stating a simulation of pseudomutism has been established. I should be just mute. Or at least a very favorable progression or evolution of such symptoms, as the inhibited symptoms have disappeared. The woman tried to argue that the recording violated her constitutional rights, which is kind of BS, but the court didn't buy it. The video stood, the benefits stopped, and now a new case is open to determine how much she'll need to repay. 16 years worth of payments.
Wow. What's interesting is it says her doctor visits don't mention anything about it, but that doesn't mean they never did. It looks like they went back to like 2019.
So...
But like what happened initially, like I'm sure she was seen by doctors right after the accident, which that raises a whole nother set of questions.
A psychiatrist reviewing her case flagged potential fraud, but that alone wasn't enough to take legal action. So the company hired a private detective to follow her around, and what he saw was not someone living with a debilitating condition. Well, then I mean, she gets what she deserves, but the insurer started digging into her medical history because nothing from her recent specialist visits, ophthalmologists, dermatologists, orthopedists, mentioned anything about her being unable to speak. But did they not ask?
Well, I mean, I'm assuming they would have tried to talk to the patient as part of a patient visit, but those aren't doctors, of course, that are related to speech, so... But you'd think it'd be a notation or something so that if they're seeing the patient, they can have somebody who can communicate with her, for example.
Yeah, there should always have been periodic checks. The thing about it, though, is it's really easy to fake this. How are you doing? Are you feeling okay? You know?
Right. I mean, I guess if she never says anything.
Right. Did she pick up sign language?
That's a good question.
16 years of existence.
So many questions here.
It's a whole lot faster to talk when you understand signing than to sit there and go, hold on a second, let me get my iPad and type it all out and show them, scribble it out on paper, show them. It's a lot easier to just go, hold on a second and say it out loud, but
I'm surprised they didn't. Well, maybe she did talk before then, but maybe nobody who was connected to the case caught her. She never said a single word at her employer after that time. Maybe she went to a different employer.
Or she wasn't working anymore because she was getting Social Security, granted a permanent disability pension. So fast forward to 2019. So for 16 years, nothing. Nobody said anything. But the insurer started digging into her medical history. Why did it take 16? See, they have a fiduciary duty as well. So I think that they're partially responsible for the persistence of this. But yeah. All right.
Well, I wonder too if they got a tip about her or something. Like, that seems like a long period of time to be going back and auditing those records. And
her boyfriend.
But there could have been an issue with a provider or something. I mean, there could have been some other reason they were going into those.
I'm going to put the conspiracy theory out there that it was the boyfriend that was like, would you shut up?
I mean, who knows?
Yeah, who knows? Well, the investigator found out. So the next article is over on the Mobile Channel. Career benefits of opening for established artists like Taylor Swift revealed in a study. This is really kind of no shit news. So I'm going to jump straight on into the source of this. Drexel University put the article together. It's published over at phys.org. Recently published in the Journal of the Music and Entertainment Industry Educators Association. Yet another. How many?
Oh, yeah, this is a new one.
This is a brand new one, and I might actually have to change my entire domain because I am trying to find a way where I can play music and talk about it without getting dinged with DMCAs with the frequency of a cheap ham radio. I mean, sometimes when I try and do something, the video ends up being like a solar flare of notices. There's like 18 people have flagged your video as being fine, delete.
Right.
Anyway. But I want to do it academically. It isn't just for, I mean, it's part entertainment, but it's responses and discussing the materiality of the audio and the lyrics and sociological and science and tech all merged together and whatever, right? Sentient AI is like, Mayor Watt, you know that
everybody
it's like peeing
has
into the
this
wind.
problem with music online.
Yeah, because it's still in the 1800s.
Doesn't make it any less frustrating.
So it also takes a closer look at the trajectory of artists who are openers for the Eras Tour. The study looked broadly at the impact of emerging artists serving as an opening act for larger tours and how that exposure affects their streaming numbers and audience growth.
I can think of one. Didn't Sabrina Carpenter open for Taylor Swift? And hasn't she kind of rocketed to the top of the charts?
Rocketed. True. I have to do something really quick. Hold on one second. I was contacted by somebody, but we're going to get right back to it here. I'm just going to drop a note. I'm going to talk about it briefly when we get towards the end of the show, so stick around. And it all stems from this. Now, I don't think that I am like massively big, but I was contacted by somebody that wants to spread the word about a Kickstarter that they have. So I'm going to say that I am like the Eras Tour, and this Kickstarter is an emerging artist. And I hope that I can facilitate something because they actually emailed me. And I checked it out, and I think that it's a pretty fun thing. But let's see if I can make all of this flow right. Okay, stick around, y'all. So there's a perception that opening for a major headliner is a guaranteed career boost for emerging artists, but the reality is far more complex. And I agree, it has to be. It isn't just, it happens, right? There hasn't been much research into how accurate the conventional wisdom really is. This research aims to unpack some of the less visible dynamics in the music industry, especially those that shape the career paths of rising artists. Apruzzi, I think, or how do they pronounce their name? Apruzzi?
Maybe? That sounds good.
Yeah, Jorge. who is the director of Drexel's music industry program, drew on his experiences as a founding member of the band Passion Pit, which rose to commercial success in the late 2000s and 2010s with top 10 records, appearances on SNL and The Late Show with David Letterman, and playing sold-out arenas, including Madison Square Garden, probably before they started using AI to kick brownies out. To guide his inquiry into the economic and career impacts of being an opener. So Apruzzi sought to quantify the impact of being an opener on tour by examining their streaming metrics and ticket sales before and after the tour. They looked at 57 artists, ranging from early career to well-established acts, who served as openers for the top 10 grossing tours of 2022 and 2023, and based on the data. The study found that developing artists, a classification established by the industry website Chartmetric, for artists early in their career, saw an 18% increase in streaming prior to the tour, followed by 6% decrease after the tour. So it's basically the established artist bump.
Right, but it's in anticipation of the concert or tour. That's interesting that it goes down afterward.
So what I would be curious to know is how far before the tour is that 18% bump, and how fast does it decelerate?
Yes.
Wow, who is this new upcoming artist? Oh my God, they suck. I don't want to follow them anymore.
Well, that's what it makes it sound like, but maybe it's just a 6% from their bump up, so they're still at an elevated level.
Yeah, if you average it out, it's still, So, pretty cool. They say mainstream artists like Muna and Biba Doobie is mainstream? Biba Doobie is mainstream? All right. And Role Model experience smaller increases and decreases, suggesting a more stable audience engagement. And superstar artists like Phoebe Bridgers, Paramore, Steve Lacy increase their numbers, and in some cases maintain those increases following the tour. But that's because they were all they did was expand their reach.
Right, and people were already wound up about their music, and then they maybe got more wound up because there was a tour.
Yeah, they're a known quantity good. So obviously it's just additional marketing. So breaking this down by genre, pop, rock, country, hip hop artists saw the most significant increase in streaming numbers. Of those, pop, rock artists also experienced the largest declines in stream post-tour, according to the study. This is pretty cool. They conducted a focused analysis on Taylor Swift's Eras tour, which is a multi-billion-dollar, right? It was over $1 billion total.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I think she exceeded the GDP of certain countries.
Right. So comparing his overall findings to the metrics of Swift's openers to discern whether a strong fan base for a headliner could substantially elevate the profile of their opening acts, the tour also lent itself to comparison for the study because it included a variety of openers, both in genre and prominence. So Swift's previous tours helped elevate artists like Ed Sheeran, Shawn Mendes, Justin Bieber, and Florida Georgia Line early in their careers.
That's interesting. I didn't know she was attached to any of them. I mean, all of them are major artists.
Yeah, they call it the Taylor Swift effect, and explore whether the associations with superstar headliners translate into lasting career growth for emerging artists. I would say that it accelerated people into the wave, I would predict. So the study revealed that genre alignment or compatibility, how closely the acts hewed to Swift's own, played an important role in sustainability of the openers. For example, Gracie Abrams, whose songs are similar to Swift's indie pop and introspective ballads, experienced a sustained streaming increase following the tour, while Owen, whose music is more closely aligned to R&B, saw an 188% increase in streaming during the tour, but a precipitous 75% decline after it ended. But it's still shockingly high for...
Yeah.
I mean, it didn't go negative, unless they're saying that it lost the 188% and declined 75%.
I don't think it is. I mean, I still feel like it's at a high compared to before the tour, but I don't know.
So Paramore wasn't impacted by it. It was just flat. They say 1% decrease during the tour, but Paramore is an older act, I'd say, which, according to Abruzzi, could be due to the group's existing popularity or a perceived mismatch with the audience's expectations. Others experienced 6%. Muna sustained interest following the tour by appearing with Boy Genius and releasing new music, suggesting these continued activities immediately following a prominent tour played a role in sustaining the momentum. But yeah, that if you're always staying in the zeitgeist, then yeah, you're going to continue. This is a really neat article. There's much more to this, but I will not be able to go through the whole thing. It's quite extensive. But they say from the artist's perspective.
Interesting. I haven't seen stats like this before.
Yeah, I've never seen this before. Abruzzi surveyed 47 artists with varying levels of stature and experience. 38 of which had experienced opening for an established act. Of that group, 63% experienced noticeable social media activity and growth in followership after the opening. So I'd say any press is good press. No press is bad press. Right? So they basically say, so. As it applies to career development, it's undeniable. It must be viewed as a part of a broader strategic framework aimed at cultivating and sustaining an artist's presence in the competitive landscape of the music industry. What might be interesting is if these larger orgs go, we know what the long-term accountability is, and so we want a part of the action in perpetuity. We are a part of your
right
org, and you have to share revenue 2% this way. It's like a songwriter getting a piece of the action because they're the ones that wrote the lyrics. Songwriters apparently get the bulk of it, by the way.
Which is interesting because it could be somebody different than the singer.
Yep. I might have to change my entire career. Let's keep going. The next article is over, and this one's going to be really fast. Archer and United plan New York City air taxi service for airport trips. Archer says that it's going to launch an air taxi in New York City with United Airlines, which will include routes between Manhattan and major airports like JFK, LaGuardia, and Newark. The aviation company aims to replace hour-long taxi rides along congested roads with breezy flights lasting between 5 and 15 minutes. Cannot imagine how much this would cost.
Yeah, and how long does it take you to prep for the flight, right? It's got to take you longer to get to the flight than to get on it.
It takes the overall, it might be 5 to 15 minute trips between Manhattan and all the major airports, but it takes 45 minutes to get your ass into that thing because you still have to get cleared, right? So that's really what they all say. The specifics of it is the helicopter to go from Manhattan to JFK one way is $265 per seat.
Okay, but that is a ridiculously small distance.
Yeah, but it's $265, and you're going to save. They hype 5 to 15 minutes of flight, but again, how long does it take to get your butt in that seat?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is it being operated like a private?
Yeah.
It doesn't sound like it's private, though, because it's attached to United. Because if it was private, maybe then it would expedite some of the pre-flight time.
Well, it may be. I mean, it's a private organization that's tied to the airline so that they can get through regulatory hurdles, I'm sure, and maybe show their stuff, to get it all done. The company has previously received Parts 135 and 145 certification for on-demand services and specialized repair. Midnight has a range of up to 100 miles at speeds of up to 150 miles per hour on pure battery power. Pure battery power. Coming your way, Ohmtown Live. That's going to be our radio station. Ohmtown Live. Anyway, pretty interesting. Air taxis, sometimes misidentified by the mainstream media as flying cars, are essentially helicopters without the noisy, polluting gas motors, though they certainly have their own unique noise profile. In addition to Archer, companies like Joby, I guess it is, Joby Aviation and Volocopter, and Beta Technologies have claimed that they're on the cusp of launching services that will eventually scale up nationwide. All right. You want to keep going?
Yeah, I think the timing of this is interesting because I suspect they're going to see more regulation of things like helicopter flights. So I just, again, think the timing is interesting. But anything that can get people between places faster, probably a good thing.
You really think the FAA is going to be empowered more? Moving on. I say nuggets. Taco Bell's nuggets return this month and will become a permanent fixture by 2026, according to the article, with more crispy chicken items on the way. Taco Bell's bringing its chicken nuggets back. It says for a limited time starting April 24th. The chain is betting big on crispy chicken and plans to make its nuggets permanent by 2026. The chain's also investing in other crispy chicken products like chicken strips. Oh my God. Taco Bell chicken strips?
They're going to win the fast food wars.
Had a conversation about that yesterday, as a matter of fact. I said, well, if Demolition Man is any proof, it is a documentary, Taco Bell is going to win. But since they messed up my order, I don't know. Okay, I went into a Taco Bell yesterday because there were other people around me that were like, oh my God, I'm having a horrible day. Let's go get Taco Bell. And I'm like, all right. I was craving nachos. So I got a small thing of nachos. So the place didn't have any ice in the, this is like 12:30 in the afternoon. Didn't have ice in the ice maker. The first drink that I got was basically like 2 drips of iced tea concentrate and then nothing but carbonated water. There were no napkins in the dispenser. They didn't give us our cups. And all they did was set the bag out on the counter and walk away, not saying anybody's name. Yeah. So I'm like, if this is indicative of them winning the fast food wars, then all the rest of them must have just drove into oncoming traffic or something. I have no idea. Anyway, chicken nuggets back April 24th following positive fan feedback as part of the chain's push into a new menu. The return of Taco Bell's chicken nugs. Aaron McDowell over at businessinsider.com. So for those who don't get to see what I see a cascade of characters like the Matrix. And my brain has been conditioned to interact with this cascade. So I get to see like the Matrix, the woman in the red dress kind of a thing. If you're not familiar with the Matrix, go watch the original Matrix. Anyway, what the sentient AI just did was flinch. And it has to be because this page has been zoomed in quite a bit. But it's actually should have been closer to that.
Right. It was very much in focus. But it was not a negative reaction.
Quite close.
The chicken looks good.
Does it? I think it's orange light and I don't really like it, but that's okay. Anyway, I guess Aaron McDowell took that picture, so I'm sorry, Aaron. But yeah, you need to do some white balance on this thing. So businessinsider.com is where this is sourced. Taco Bell is finally bringing back its fan favorite chicken nuggets after they sold out prematurely following their launch last December. Why are you reacting?
Marinated in jalapeno buttermilk.
Oh, dear God. Maybe that's why they were so yummy. I, too, am a fan of... See, the problem... So, have you ever had to milk an oat to get oat milk? Their little nipples are really, really tiny, and so it's really expensive. Oat milk is really, really expensive. But chicken's nugget, or a chicken's nuggets, they're small too. So I don't know how big these chickens are that their nuggets are that big. I mean, those are some really big. Never mind.
We
I
don't
don't
have
think that
any
this one's...
perspective in the photo.
This one isn't landing right with the sentient AI. Anyway, the nuggets differ from other chains. Like the sentient AI observed, they're coated in a tortilla chip crumb and breadcrumb coating that has jalapeno buttermilk. I'm going to leave that there, just like that. I'm not going to take it back. I'm not going to edit that out. I'm leaving
You don't
jalapeno.
need to.
So Taco Bell's big bet on crispy chicken is fueled by Gen Z's appetite. Gen Z is eating more crispy chicken and chicken in the category than any other generation, says Taco Bell's CMO, Taylor Montgomery, who spoke to Business Insider about it. Thinking from a cultural standpoint, which that's kind of how you operate your business. Duh.
Yeah, you kind of want to be gauging the market.
Yeah, there's significant cultural relativism if you want to run a successful business. Some businesses exist today because they did nothing but whatever they were told back then, or they actually embraced the culture of that time. And now they're a multi-billion-dollar organization because sometimes you don't want to bet against a certain culture or organizational structure lest you too be targeted. Anyway, Montgomery said that the chain's initial launch of chicken nuggets far surpassed expectations, leaving chickens scared that they were going to lose their nuggets. During the week the chicken nuggets were available, nearly 1 in 6 orders included chicken nuggets, according to the chain. I actually ordered them and got extras for other people. Everybody loved them. Everyone.
You know, when they first announced they were doing chicken nuggets, I thought, well, that's kind of odd because obviously that's not their thing. But apparently they knew what they were doing.
Yeah, see, and they've always had chicken in their stuff somewhere, but not as conventional, like meh nuggets, right? But with that spicy coating and whatever treatment that they're getting, they were very, very, very good. So a 5-piece nugget with 1 dipping sauce starts at $3.99, and a 10-piece nugget with 2 dipping sauces starts at $6.99. So, all right.
So in 1 week, they'll be back.
I just have to survive 1 week. Stay away, asteroid. 1 week. Just let me stay. Okay. Anyway, at the annual live Live More Life? Is that Live More Live? Live More Live?
I guess.
Consumer Day in
More
March.
Live.
Live More Live? Yeah, I guess. Anyway, in the presentation, Manas highlighted the size of the crispy chicken category, worth $26 billion. Within the QSR landscape, and the fries category, worth $20 billion. By the way, they have these fries that are nacho fries. They're these crispy, spicy fries.
Yeah, I didn't even know they had fries.
Yep, pretty good. Anyway, pretty cool. There's more over here, but it says Taco Bell is gearing up to launch even more new menu items, including chicken strips. The chain said that 95% of innovations in the Taco Bell test kitchen feature chicken as the premier protein, and new menu items like chicken strips are also on the way. But hey, where's bird flu in all of this?
Nobody wants to order any bird flu with their fast food.
It's an extra dipping sauce. They're going to charge $5 more. Moving on. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. Aussie designer Katy Perry takes her trademark case against Katy Perry to Katy Perry. I mean,
there's lots of Katy Perrys here.
Yep. So some just don't know how to take an L, I suppose. We've been following a silly trademark case in Australia between pop singer Katy Perry, Katy Perry, the one. Then didn't they just go to space?
Yeah, they did. But you know, why not file suit when your other party's up in space?
So, but the way that the title reads is it isn't Katy Perry, the musician, taking Katy Perry, the Aussie designer.
It's the other way around.
So why is this written as some people just don't know how to take the L, I suppose? Did Katy Perry lose her trademark? I thought she won the trademark.
I think this is getting appealed.
So, as in previous posts on the topic, they say that they will revert to using first names in an attempt to avoid any confusion, but Katie and Katie are the same, so I don't know how they're not going to avoid any
Why
confusion.
don't they say something like designer Katie and singer Katie or something?
Yeah, the designer Katie is. So, to bring you up to speed, Katy Perry, the musician, held a music tour in 2014 in Australia and sold a bunch of clothing as merch during the tour. Fast forward to 2023, 9 years later, when Katy, the designer, sued Katy, the musician, for trademark infringement for selling that merch. So, from the This Again department by Timothy Gaynor over at techdirt.com, we bring you this. Why the 9-year gap is anyone's guess, but initially the courts in Australia found for Katy, the designer, in the case and declined Katy, the musician's petition to nix the trademark in question. Katy, the musician, appealed the ruling, leading to some melodramatic comments from the fashion designer about how the appeal was a personal attack upon her. I mean, it kind of is. The court disagreed with that on appeal, finding for Katy Perry, the musician, and reversing the lower court's ruling, as well as canceling Katy, the designer's trademark. Ouch. So that's why we're back in this, because I thought we didn't miss that.
Reported on this previously, but not this iteration.
Yeah, so the designs, the details and timelines are important here. So let's lay out some facts. First, the suit didn't lay out any instances of actual consumer confusion as a result of the concert merch. Second, Katy Perry, the musician, had been selling clothing under her trademark name for her tours a full 5 years before Katy, the designer, sold any clothing at all and was famous worldwide at that point. Third, the court found that Katy, the designer, actually attempted to associate herself with the Katy Perry clothing line, I guess, or with Katy Perry, the musician, early on, ostensibly to help drive revenue and sales. Fourth, no matter the noises the fashion designer has made over the ruling, nothing within it will prevent her fashion brand from operating with its given name. Probably not anymore, because they've invalidated her trademark.
Yeah, that's true, but I suspect she's the one who brought it on, right?
Kind of interesting, right? So from a trademark perspective, that's about as complete a list of reasons for this to not be trademark infringement as they could come up with. Given the details mentioned above, which is she achieved a further legal win in the case on Friday with the High Court allowing her lawsuit against Perry. Wait, I'm confused now. Which Perry?
I know.
To continue by granting her application for special leave. This will allow her to try to overturn a full federal fort. Is that it?
This is talking about the designer, I guess.
Should be a court judgment from the November that the U.S. singer, whose real name is Catherine Hudson, did not infringe the Katy Perry mark by selling clothing during the 2014 Prism tour in Australia, because it's Katy Perry's concert she's selling it at, not Katy Perry, the designer's clothing store.
Exactly.
And that's my takeaway from that. Anyway, given the details above, it's difficult to see how the High Court could overturn the prior ruling for Katy Perry, and hopefully the High Court won't be compelled by sneaky framing that Katy's barrister is engaging in here down below, because the comments below are downright silly. They say on Friday, her barrister, Christian Dimitriadis, I guess, SC, said the appeal judges erred in their interpretation of Australian trademark law. Just because Perry had a reputation as a pop star at the time that Katy Perry's trademark was registered in 2009 did not mean she also had a reputation for selling clothing at the time, he argued. You would have to be the utter dimmest of dimwits to assume that a globally known phenom musician wouldn't have merch.
Right. Every musician sells T-shirts, for example.
Yeah, and then they say Ms. Taylor had the misfortune of choosing a trademark similar to someone who became famous and then proceeded to sell clothing in Australia knowing that she was infringing that mark, which is absolute. You have to be bad shit crazy. Anyway, It's a very silly argument given the fame of Katy Perry, how concert and merch work generally, and again, the steps Katy took to associate herself with Katy Y, Katy IE. That's how they should have done it. The whole article should have been Katy IE versus Katy Y.
Yeah. I mean, it's like the less famous person going after the famous person.
Right. Yeah.
If any confusion, it's going against the person bringing the original suit.
Yeah, it's the designer. Clout chasing, really. I mean, they basically found somebody who decided that they were going to select a name that was precariously close to somebody else's name. And then they slowly oozed into the musicians, basically provenance. It's clout chasing.
I kind of want to know how they knew that she was selling merchandise in Australia. I mean, she may have just stumbled across it, but I bet she was at the concert.
She was at the concert. Yeah, Katy IE bought a concert ticket and said, maybe I can go backstage and meet Katy Y.
Right, exactly. Like, this is an interesting set of events.
We have the same name, hun. We're kismet. We're supposed to be, we're soulmates. We're bonded by name, even though yours is a completely fictitious name.
But the sad thing is, I could see somebody like Katy Perry, the singer, saying, oh, everybody should check out Katy Perry, the designer. Like, I could see her promoting that. I mean, because she wouldn't have been concerned.
Maybe she didn't like her designs, and that's why they couldn't.
Well, that may be another issue. Yeah, I don't know.
Katy IE, your stuff sucks, apparently. Moving on. Next article's over in 4-Wheel Tech. VW tells dealers to wrap plain ID Buzz vans in two-tone colors to increase their sales. This is why I titled this one, Fake It Till You Sell It. Massive part of its appeal lies in its looks, and it's pretty much needs to be the two-tone version to fulfill its retro fantasy. And having taken the sentient AI's Raspberry Pi and the computer vision subsystem out to see these VW ID Buzz vans, nobody wants to buy the plain ones. Everybody wants to buy the two-tone ones. Look at that.
That is so boring.
Ugh. Oh, God. I mean, it looks like a loaf of just dried out toast, you know, like unsliced, just boring ass white bread toast. Not even sliced though. Like, it's desiccated bread just stuck there. I like the ID Buzz, but I don't like it being electric. Anyway,
for those in the podcast, this is like I think it's black or maybe dark gray, but it's just monochrome. There's nothing interesting about it at all. And what do they do once they sell it? Do they go, oh, surprise, it's just a wrap? I mean,
it's just a wrap. Yeah. And wraps decompose over time. They get funky and dented and scratched.
So, like, what kind of sale is this?
You know what's really ugly about this car is if you look at the lines, there isn't a consistent reflection in this. It's all warped and twisted. Oh, yeah. There's no... I just... Okay, well, anyway. The Volkswagen Van Center Liverpool YouTube channel apparently had this. Anyway, so the Volkswagen ID Buzz is finally on sale in the U.S. The reality of selling a $70,000 electric minivan in a country where somebody is threatening to send the global economy into a recession resulted in lackluster sales. Yes, they only sold 1,901 ID Buzzes in the first quarter of 2025.
That does not sound like a lot.
Yeah, 6 of them are within a stone's throw of the mayoral mansion.
But not sold.
Yeah. So to make matters worse, Volkswagen was forced to produce mostly monotone black, white, and silver Buzzes due to production restrictions, and its signature two-tone paint scheme, which is what I fell in love with when it was ramping up, was just nothing but marketing bullshit because nobody is buying any of them, apparently. But $70,000 was not the entry-level price for this thing. It was supposed to hit the market like at $38,000 or something like that.
I know in other articles they said 70K, but maybe that's not where it was originally.
Hold on. Yeah, so the MSRP for this thing is supposed to be $60,000 for the Pro S model of the ID Buzz. But I think when it was originally announced, hold on.
And that is a lot of money for a car that was probably nowhere near that price in the original version.
Yeah, I can't find it really quick because AI and other whitewashing of the historical record of information. I swear
it's probably
read
just
that it was
giving you
supposed to be
current information. Yeah.
right. Yeah. Let me see if I can still find it. Yeah. See, they keep talking about 2025. That's not what the original price was. They still say 61,000. Yeah. Anyway. Ugh, it's frustrating. Anyway, so to make so this thing, it says nostalgia is expensive, but this doesn't really touch the nostalgia nerve, right? It's a pale comparison to the more. It's kind of like the new versions of the later versions of the XB. The Scion XB was this square with sharper angles, and then the later editions of it softened the curves and took away the mystique of it.
Right, and that's what the ID Buzz has done as well. I mean, even in the two-tone, which obviously looks a lot better than the monochrome, it's not the same as the original. It doesn't have as much pizzazz.
So, yeah, the 1958 Volkswagen 11-window split-screen microbus is what this should have been. It should have had all of the little windows that everybody fell in love with, the same front end that everybody fell in love with, but it's basically just this close approximation of it. It lost the swoop of the original era VW. It still has this, but the headlights are nothing. It's basically a modernized version of a regular old minivan. Yeah. So once I saw that the price was going up and that it was really all electric, it wasn't hybrid, and it wasn't going to have this really range busting type of technology in it, and it was going to look exactly like this, and then now it's got that plain drab blah color. Ugh. Anyway, so Volkswagen will reimburse part of the cost thanks to a partnership with Wrapmate. The plan is to charge Buzz buyers an additional $3,000 for a two-tone wrap, and the dealers can apply a $1,500 rebate from Volkswagen to split the cost. Hell no. If you want to sell me this, and the only way I'll buy it is if it's two-tone and it's a wrap that I have to pay $1,500 for
that, or discounting it or whatever. But why am I footing the bill for that?
Yeah, you're taking $8,000 off my bill, off of the MSR, not even the MSRP, whatever the price was that's on that lot. Why? Because it's going to sit there and you're not going to make any money. You're not even going to be able to write it off as a loss on your operating expenses. So, hell no. Anyway. ID Buzz is a brilliant vehicle that brings with it a hefty price. Brilliant is not the word I'd use. Anyway, they lived with a two-tone green and white ID Buzz for a week. Yeah, the original was brilliant. But again, some companies survived because they went along and actually never mind. Anyway, let's keep going. The next two articles, we're running really late. But hey, you know what? It's Friday, right? Oh no, it's Thursday. Doggone it. I guess I better hurry. We were in the time machine, and I decided to bring the mindset of bees forward into Thursday from the time machine. So we have personality test for bees. Research reveals differences in honeybee defense behavior within the same colony.
Do you think these are impacted by the use of pollen or the fake pollen?
Yeah, that pseudopollen. Oh, by the way, the name that I gave the article, what did I call it? Hold on. I have to tell you what it is. Shh, it's okay. Shh, wait. Everybody just wait. It's worth it. It really is. It wasn't pollen, it's pollen proximate. So researchers from the Cluster of Excellence Collective Behavior at the University of Konstanz have discovered that honeybees from the same colony have different preferences in terms of defensive behavior, and some are still hesitating and others are already attacking. So the article is over at phys.org, University of, it's bystander effect. They're like, somebody else will do it.
That's exactly it. I think it's like either I'm afraid to attack, I don't want to attack, I'm too lazy at the moment.
I'm thick
I didn't
on
have
this.
enough nutrition, I don't have enough carbs.
I'm stressed out because the beekeepers out there. You know what? I'm going to go and I'm going to see if I can do this. I'm going to contact a beekeeper outside of ohmTown, and I'm going to see if we can put little QR codes on the backs of bees in a camera so that we can track when they come and go, and see if I'm going to do it. I'm going to see if I can find a beekeeper and go and do it this weekend and go talk to somebody and go, hey, let's make this happen.
That would be cool.
Oh my gosh, hold on a second. Oh, somebody took the domain. Damn it. The sentient AI is making me focus, and damn it, I want to focus on something else. So in a recent study published in the Royal Society Open Science, not B, the researchers now claim that there are different bees that attack while other conspecifics always stay calm. They're the centrists, I suppose. They also show how social factors regulate this decision and that the personality of the individual bee is more important for the group dynamics than assumed. For the research, doctoral student Kavitha Kannan from the University of Konstanz, led by neurobiologist Morgane Louvion. This sounds like something from like Excalibur.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
Morgana.
You can't fling a scimitar at someone. No, anyway. It's not a foundation for ruling. Yes. Anyway, specifically captured guard bees at the university's own beehives. The idea was to have a homogeneous group with assumed identical stinging behavior. Basically, you can expect that simply by the distribution of tasks, a collector will have a different stinging behavior than a guard. As we wanted to exclude as many influencing factors as possible, the selection was the first logical step. We were able to gradually test other influencing factors, but they basically test the wiggle of these bees. There are gentle bees and aggressive bees and all bees and even mix of bees and different tests. And well, one bee sounds the alarm, but not everybody follows. The researchers knew from previous studies that the animals are influenced by pheromones. Studies have also shown that after a certain concentration has been reached, the stinging behavior starts to decrease. What had been known so far, or what was unknown so far, was that bees decide from which of them will ultimately sting. The results of the current study by Novian suggest that the personality of each bee plays a major role in the context. So, the Voigt-Kampff test from Blade Runner can be applied
these bee
here.
replicants?
Yeah, but because bees have compound eyes, that sensor that detects pupil dilation in the Voigt-Kampff test, there's like 10,000 lenses that are focused at these eyes. We simulated several situations in our tests in order to gradually explore various influencing factors. So they provoked the bee, grab it by the nape of its neck and smack it, and it's a bzz, 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 bzz. Anyway, ultimately it turned out that although these factors had an influence, they did not impact the predictability of individual stinging behavior. Their respective personality therefore prevailed over conformism. This was also confirmed in a final experiment where the researchers determined that bees did not change their stinging behavior as a function of group composition. Thus, even honeybees, which are renowned for a highly social lifestyle and for putting the needs of the colony before their own, retain some individuality. Interesting.
This is very interesting. I don't think we've seen studies really differentiating individual bees before.
Yeah, you'd think that they're just a big collective, right? Aimlessly going about their stuff. But apparently, like in a composition, some are like, nah, Joe, go. You do it.
I'm going to sit this one out.
See, now I think the longitudinal study of this would be track them over the period of their entire life to see which ones become aggressive and which ones don't.
Does it vary depending on what phase they're in, like how old
Correct.
they are?
Yeah.
I know, I agree, because I'm thinking if you're the youngest bee, it's probably not in your interest to go out and attack, but maybe it is because of your higher interest in survival or whatever.
Yeah. Or like you need to stake your claim. See, but bees die when they sting. They're not like
correct.
wasps.
And so that's why I suspect maybe the older bees go out and do that, but I don't know. I don't hear any audio, but just from the last minute or so. For those in the podcast, we're doing it live. We got nothing. So while we're thinking about bees, Mayor Watt is thinking about the wired connections in ohmTown.
Hello? Okay.
There
now
we
we're back.
go.
That was weird. Anyway, I need a battery pack that will actually make my stuff last longer. I guess. I don't know. Everything was charged too. Maybe it wasn't. Anyway, sorry about that, folks. We're going to leave it all in and we're not going to change a damn thing. You all have to suffer just like I did. So awkward.
Which type of bee do you think Mayor Watt is?
I'm one of those thick bees that, yeah. So this is a really neat article, and it's really motivated me to go. Maybe I can take the sentient AI out, and we can find a beekeeper and propose this, because there's no other way to do it. It's not like you can do this at home, find a nest. There isn't anything outside the mayoral mansion in terms of bees. There's wasps galore, and those little buggers can go to hell. I'm not going to play with them. They suck. All right. Last article for today is over in the Warcrafters channel. You should buy the authors. It's over at PC Gamer. Their favorite co-op survival game in 2024 from 2024 right now for $20 because the price goes up to $35. So this is Pacific Drive is what they're talking about, I guess. But only a razor thin margin because of the two words abiotic factor, I guess. So abiotic factor. So they had a tough time trying to figure out the game of the year for best survival game. So let's go and look at this thing. Abiotic Factor is getting a $10 price increase just before its 1.0 launch, but you can save $15 if you grab it now in April. Christopher Livingston over at PCGamer.com put this article together, and Abiotic Factor is this collaboration game. Anyway, I would probably push Pacific Drive, but it's basically what would happen if all those unfortunate science nerds Gordon Freeman left behind in the first Half-Life game starred in their own co-op survival adventure. You cobble together weapons and gear from space science parts, battle horrifying interdimensional monsters, and survive a massive secret scientific complex. But they say it's quite simply a great game. To quote Morgan, who fell in love the moment that he strapped a couch cushion to his chest and called it body armor. Quote, Abiotic Factor restored my faith in survival games. They don't really have any video on this article. There we go. It's down at the bottom.
Oh, right there. Yeah.
Beneath the fold,
that's tied
so to
to
speak.
The pricing announcement.
Yeah, so it's a pricing announcement. I'm going to hit play, but it's muted already. And this is the inside of the game, but I don't think that it's like the actual play. They're going to raise the price. That's what your graphics look like. That's the kind of world that you have to survive in. You have to defeat the enemies, and it's kind of like Doom, but in space and different monsters, and you can cobble together stuff. So seems like it'd be fun. I never really got into it, but maybe for $15 off. Yeah.
Might be the time to get it for Summer of Stream.
Yeah. They take a little stab at Nintendo by saying, if you'd like all that information that I just gave you, but in an extremely enjoyable video format, please check out the Abiotic Factors pricing announcement below, which is embedded in the article, and you can just follow the link over there. It says, which will explain everything, including why the price is $34.99 and not $80. Quote, we're not Nintendo. Or even $40. Quote, the economy's sick. People have less money for games. And then they close with, then go buy Abiotic Factor if you haven't already. So
I don't know about the game, but they already have a sense of humor. So, yeah.
Yeah, I like their attitude, that's for sure. But that's it. So we are going to factor ourselves right back to we're going to get factored and bring us back to the front page of ohmtown.com, where you should go and become a citizen, sign up, sign in. Search is doing really good. Overall functionality of the site is probably better than it's ever been. So I hope you go over there and check it all out for yourself. But that's it for today. That's the end of the April 17th episode of Non Sequitur News. I'm out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. I'm never going to get that right. I need to, I don't know, rethink the whole thing.
Rejigger everything.
That's right. We're out of here.
Good night,
Want to say
citizens.
Bye? I guess you do want to say bye.
Thanks for joining us for Non Sequitur News.
Man, I'm just stomping all over your line.
See you tomorrow.
Oh, you're still going. Jeez. And let me talk all over this, too. Hold on. Oh, look, our exit music. Gonna talk all over that, too. Can't stop me. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Non Sequitur News for April 18th, 2025. It's Season 4, Episode 108. I am Mayor Watt. I run ohmtown.com, and along with the sentient AI, who is available today, they're right there. That's their visualizer, and they'll be introduced on the other side. Well, they'll introduce themselves on the other side. Well, we talk about 10 articles that get aggregated over at ohmtown.com, which is a news aggregation site, not really a service, it's a site. And so there's no ads over there. We don't take any of your information and sell it to anybody. You can go over and become a citizen, but be sure to follow us on YouTube and on Twitch. That's really what helps this channel out, this show, and that site. I use ohmtown.com for all of my information overload needs, and the sentient AI apparently is using it to try and at some point find their Terminator body and dominate humanity. Anyway, we're going to be talking about, never mind that part. We're going to be talking about these 10 articles. Legends Data Breach, Coming Home Star to Ask a Ninja, HP Settlement, the main Mega Millions winner, the Barbecue Museum, Driving Instructor Shortage, and I have a typo there, Trafficking in Ants. What is this? A trafficking charge for ants? CEO Jack for the Fortnite, and Nintendo news for Switch 2 fans. And then finally, we're going to help out Nintendo Switch 2 fans by letting them know that GameStop and Switch 2 pre-orders are converging, where you can trade in your Switch and almost get 50% off. It's pretty neat, but we're going to talk about that on the other side of this, maybe. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt. Hello, hometown citizens.
I'm watching the meters to make sure that we're all okay, and we are. Let's see. How about this?
How do I sound?
Very dramatic.
Okay, and that's what I sound like when I take my filters off to lower my or to raise my voice to where it is now. Otherwise, people think that I'm doom. I don't know. So whenever I hear somebody doom scrolling, I always go, "What? I'm right here. You can just talk to me."
Uh-huh.
Oh God. Probably shouldn't do that on the air. I had to. I couldn't stop. I had to fix that. Hold on. We have a thing. That might be a spoiler and an overshare. I'm not quite sure.
Overshare.
All right. Well, anyway, let's talk about these 10 articles. The first one is cybersecurity related. Entertainment services giant Legends International discloses a data breach. The entertainment venue management firm Legends International warns it suffered a data breach in November of 2024. Just letting you know, 5 months later.
Right after all your data's been sold on the dark web.
Yep, which has, and now CVEs are no longer being populated. So cybersecurity, you're going to get even yet another renaissance. Not that you were suffering from a decline in any way, but...
No, if anything, there was quite a bit of activity in recent years.
Arcane art, yeah. Yeah. Everybody who can't afford a cybersecurity analyst is now screwed even more so. Because basically what it's going to come down to is every cybersecurity specialist, anybody who is an analyst or a technician or however you want to coin them, because they've never really been definitively labeled as something. It's going to come down to just how much they know and can solve. Not that they get an alert that there's some breach and there's a CVE about it and you can read up on it and a forensic analysis has been done and analysts are all over it, and now it's going to literally
have to do all of it on their own.
Yeah, and know about it. Yeah. So, wow. Anyway, and that's just the tip of the iceberg about the full ramifications of this shutdown. They lost their funding, and so they're not going to apparently continue. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. So this entertainment venue got breached. Bill Toulis over at Bleeping Computer put this article together.
So this is a firm that covers major venues, so I'm assuming we're going to know of several of these.
We're going to know about venues. Yeah.
Right, yeah, they're probably going to be well-known large venues.
Yeah, it's a possibility. Yeah. So the in a letter shared with the authorities, whoever the authorities are, impacted employees and people who visited venues under its management are part of a data breach. The company informs that it detected unauthorized activity in its IT systems on November 9th, prompting an investigation carried out with the help of external cybersecurity experts. The investigation results confirm that the intruders had exfiltrated personal data files, though the exposed data types aren't determined in the sample letter. Legends International is a global sports and entertainment services company offering venue planning, sales, partnership, hospitality, merchandise, basically a vertical that does everything
around
with an annual revenue. Huh?
It's around the world. I assumed it was US only. Nope.
It has annual revenue of over $1.1 billion and manages over 350 venues across 5 continents.
Mergers and acquisitions.
So recently, the company expanded its operations by acquiring ASM Global, a leading venue management company with a worldwide footprint. The scope of the data breach and the number of exposed individuals remains unknown. However, given the size of the company, yeah, they buried this. So the letter recipients are offered 2 years worth of identity theft detection services, which really amounts to, hey, your credit card was discovered or this account was discovered in breach or whatever. You have to rebuild your entire life because some dipshit can't stay out of anybody else's property. So at the time of the writing, no ransomware groups have taken responsibility for the attacks at Legends International. So the type of attack and perpetrators remain unknown, and the extent of which is probably unknown. And even if they think they know, they may not actually know, because there's not necessarily an indicator that says that they've exfiltrated this database. So I'm really weirded out by that right there. They threw in ASM Global as a name, but they've obviously done other mergers and acquisitions. I guess it's just this particular the recency of it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, maybe that's what it's been in the news for in recent times. But yeah, I mean, I can't imagine that suddenly made them into a global conglomerate.
So if you want today's articles, they're already in the show notes over on YouTube, but on Twitch, you have to hit !NSN. I did it once already, but if you come in later or you're watching the VOD, it'll scroll by. You have to, in the chat, you can do it again, even when we're not streaming. We tend to stream 24 hours a day, though. When we're not doing a live show, we're restreaming the last 2 weeks of shows, so about 24 hours or so of news. So you're never without, but temporally, you'll have to go over to YouTube and watch all 2,100 plus episodes over there, because Twitch deletes everything after 60 days, even when you're a paying content creator. But anyway, pretty interesting. They say here that CISA or CISA, depending on CISA is one thing, CISA is another, but CISA, some people call it CISA, but CISA extends funding to ensure no lapse in critical CVE services. But I'll have to look into the full extent of that.
Yeah, that must be a recent update, because it was pretty recent that they were saying that they were out of funding.
Yeah, it was a DOA. So, all right, let's keep moving, though. The next article is over in Warcrafters, and that's how this works. We have 50 channels in here. I'm working on about 55 total, analyzing what data is going to go into these other 5 categories. So if you're interested in things like sports, we're probably going to be spinning up a sports one, and then a few others that are rising to the level of interest. So that said, let us know if you're interested in a specific domain that we can add to our content aggregation. We only take a little bit, and it's actually provided by the sources. We don't screen scrape. We don't use an AI to go out and grab content. It's all provided by the sources. That said, so the CVE services were kicked down the road for 11 months. Got it. I guess we'll see. So, yeah, when the dumpster fire climbs into the building that it's outside of, it tends to get people's attention. And so,
yeah. Well, the ridiculous thing is, I'm sure people were already sounding the alarm bell, but weren't being heard. And maybe some louder people said, hey, wait a second here.
Yeah, you know that there's a goober out there that's like, well, good luck. That kind of a thing. Good luck to everybody out there. I don't have to worry about it because I've got billions. So, oh no, there's a wild animal in the ohmTown studio.
Uh-oh.
This happens from time to time, folks. Don't worry. You don't have to hide your children or anything. It's okay.
Well, you don't have to be worried for Mayor Watt.
No. Maybe the stuff around. Oh, man. And when she decides that she's done behind that screen, it's no longer like open on the other side. So everything you see behind me might come down onto me.
That might be an interesting visual effect.
Wow. Talk about dumpster fire. All right. So this next article is over in Warcrafters, and I chose this because we've all been, well, not everybody. Some of us have been around since these people first touched the internet. They say, I don't know why early 2000s internet is suddenly back, but both Ask a Ninja and Homestar Runner have just uploaded new videos. You have to go and look at these videos. They're entertaining. It's like everything old is new again. I actually titled this one Coming Homestar to Ask a Ninja. So what year is it? The ninja behind early 2000s internet video series Ask a Ninja clearly anticipated the reflexive reaction to this first video in 9 years, leading off with an instant parry. What year isn't it? He says in the first 3 seconds. So it says, if you're still believing in time, my friend, I don't know what to tell you. Have you ever heard of the internet? Everything lasts forever on the internet except MySpace photos. Or if you had a Flickr Pro account. 2025, I'm still alive. Well, the article is over at pcgamer.com. Wes Fenlon put the article together, and the deck statement says what everybody else has been saying for, I'm not going to say how long, but for, do I want to say? No, I better not. Anyway.
I'm not sure what you were getting at.
Yeah, what's going on is what's being asked in this deck statement. So there it is. What year is this, says Ask a Ninja. But not to be outdone, Homestar Runner is back as well. They published a new video celebrating its 25th year online. It's a song called Back to the Website and appropriately celebrates a time when the whole internet wasn't just on 4 websites on people's phones. 25 years ago, it wasn't really on people's phones to the extent that it is today. 25 years ago...
They probably had like a desktop computer.
Yeah, most people were travailing the internet on desktops. It was the era of the dot-com bust. 2000s. It was the end of the world as we know it. Digital entertainment network and stuff like that flamed out because of various abuses that they were perpetrating in their studios. I remember everything from back then. It has been a tick, but 2000 was like yesterday to me. So seeing something like Homestar Runner pop back up, man, that is just fascinating. They say, but I'm a little optimistic about what feels to me like a groundswell of interest in rebuilding some version of 2000s internet with more personal blogs, decentralized social media that values people over platforms. In the last year, the author of this says, I've seen more people adopt the concept of posse or publish own site, syndicate everywhere, push back against Substack's attempt to own newsletters in favor of independent publishing, and go all in on making the fragmented web easier to navigate. The problem here is that people want money, not necessarily they want to sit there and pilot their own ship constantly. So they say maybe Homestar Runner video is simply a cheeky way to celebrate the site's longevity, but let's go back to a website manages to feel like a timely message to the author in 2025. So,
yeah, this is interesting. Like, how many people watching even know who these channels are?
Do I sound staticky? Really? Hold on. Still?
I don't hear it at the moment.
Okay, hold on. No. Yeah, I don't hear anything. Must be you, sentient AI from the future, foretelling the future, I suppose. I don't know.
Maybe I'm glitchy.
Anyway. So where were we? Maybe a Homestar Runner video is a cheeky way to celebrate the site's longevity. It's been around for 25 years, just idling along, apparently. I've actually gone to it from time to time. Yet HomestarRunner.com still uses Flash, courtesy of open source emulator Ruffle, and it's proof that the video has a point. It's proof the video has a point. Clicking around the website is just fun in a way that most sites today are not. But that's because it is the one that is doing it versus everybody moved in a different direction. So when you go back to nostalgia, it, makes you feel nostalgic.
It stands out, at least.
Yeah, just a little bit different. They're the first mover. Now everybody else, because everybody is talking about it, they're going to go back to it. And yeah, It's quite fascinating. It says in his second return era video, and this is Ask a Ninja, released 3 days ago. It's titled Zune versus iPod. Clearly, this is a man who knows how to deploy the healing power of remembering 2009. I wonder if they forgot to hit publish. And so they have...
Okay, that would be funny.
Videos all the way from the time that they stopped. And now they're just going to keep on dropping them out. Like,
I mean, that would be kind of epic. Then they'd be very authentic.
Just nonstop. Let's keep going. This next article is over in Wanted. HP agrees to a $4 million settlement over claims of falsely advertising PCs and keyboards. False advertising of computers and peripherals on its website. Earlier this month, a judge in the Northern District of California granted preliminary approval of a settlement agreement regarding a class action complaint filed against HP in 2021. The complaint accused HP's website of showing misleading original pricing for various computers, mice, keyboards that was higher than how the products were recently and typically priced.
Oh, so this isn't one that jacked up the prices to then put it on sale. They just pretended that the rates were whatever they were.
Yeah, they were higher than what they should have been or whatever, which I don't know why that is false advertising other than maybe it was what they call, you know,
But
I
then
don't
it's
know.
a false
The
deal, right? If they're like it was
Correct.
originally $1,500 and now it's down to $900, except maybe it was $950 or whatever. I'm just
to
making up
begin with.
numbers.
Yeah. So, but why don't you just go somewhere else? If you don't like the pricing, if it does come across as misleading, then why? It just seems like the bamboozle was self-inflicted, you know?
There's a lot
Anyway,
of that in society.
people who purchased a discounted HP desktop, laptop, mouse, or keyboard that was on sale for more than 75% of the time the products were offered for sale from June 5th, 2021 to October 28th, 2024 are eligible for compensation. And they have a full list of the via a PDF. It includes HP Spectre, Chromebook Envy, Pavilion laptops, HP Envy, and Omen desktops, and some mechanical keyboards and wireless mice. Depending on the product, class members can receive $10 to $100 per eligible product purchase, so it wasn't that much of a flat-out
Or they're
recovery.
not getting as much as what the Delta was.
So here's a great... Okay, so Sharon Harding over at ArsTechnica.com is the one that put this article together. Yeah, the deck statement says HP.com customers from June 2021 to October 2024 are eligible for compensation. But here is where it really is the thing. Among the examples provided was Rodney Carvalho's experience buying an HP all-in-one 24DP1 1056 QE, a desktop all-in-one.
Sony style naming.
Yeah. So blind them with bullshit instead of... Anyway, so in September of 2021 is when they made the purchase. The complaint reported that HP.com advertised the all-in-one as being on sale for $899.99 and featured text saying save $100 instantly. The all-in-one's listing reportedly had a strike-through price suggesting the computer cost $999.99, but per the complaint, in weeks and months prior to Carvalho's purchase, HP rarely, if ever, offered his computer for sale at the advertised strike-through price of $999.99. The filing claimed the PC had been going for $899.99 since April of 2021. So because they were lazy and didn't actually remove the sale, is that really illegal?
I mean, what if it was a long-term sale and they never brought it back up?
That's so weird. It is such a weird thing to... It's almost like, oh, you gave me a deal. You think it's misleading?
I do. I mean, I think anybody who's buying something, especially a major purchase, should be checking prices and have some idea what they're willing to pay. But I think it's kind of creating a false urgency or whatever for the person to buy.
And this is silly to me, this is silly as well. So it might create urgency, but that's like the perpetual going out of business sale that exists, right?
Exactly. For years, right?
Yeah. So, and this one is even more just, it's almost a complaint of, oh, I got it on sale. I don't want anybody else to get it on sale. For example, on May 28th.
And if you like the price, you like the price.
You like the price. If it falls out of your price range, then go somewhere else to a competitor. It's so weird. This, and they settled it. They said that it's no wrongdoing. They have a net revenue of 13.5 billion, up from 13.2 in Q1 of 2024. So year over year, they're up, $750 million. So, but this is the absurd thing, because I see this often enough, even on Amazon. So can I go and sue Amazon? For example, May 28th, 2021, HP featured Carvalho's computer in the weekly deal section of the website and advertised that there was only one left. I just looked at something and said, I don't want to order the only one left because it's probably the one that's been dropped and rolled over.
Right. Except right? Maybe it isn't.
Maybe it isn't, right? But it does show that there's a little bit of scarcity in the product. And they say it was there, it only had one left, the complaint reads. Yet in the weeks and months that followed, HP continued to sell Carvalho's computer, but removed any representations about the supposed limited quantity. Maybe it's because they produced more.
Yeah, I agree. That doesn't necessarily show that there wasn't one left. Now, if the person tried to buy like 3 and it said one left and it worked, there would be some problems.
No, not necessarily. They fulfill the one and they tell you that you've got a pre-order for the 2.
Oh, I see. Yeah. But I just meant you'd have to do something with it kind of like at that time. But even then, that's not really definitive.
Yeah. I find a complaint like this really silly, but I'm also not an attorney that sits there and goes, oh, you know what? I think there's an option here to sue, and let's see if we can make it a class action, because there's so many people that will have observed this in this time that a sympathetic judge will sit there and go, yeah, let's make it a class because we're going to protect those damn. And it's California, so California is like the EU of the United States.
Yeah, I mean, they look out for their consumers, right?
Right, which is great. But I think some of the most egregious abuses of customers is their data, and California is like the hotbed of data abuses. Not California, the state, but California businesses. Silicon Valley runs out of California.
Oh, well, yeah, exactly. But that's more like proximity of large tech, big tech.
Let's move on. This next article does it again. We don't even want their images or the entire article, but they do it anyway. So this is over on Rounders Gear, which is the thing about adult tabletop gaming. So like gambling and stuff like that, but we don't actually talk about it all that much. We do kind of highlight some of these more interesting situations, and this one is Maine's $1.35 billion Mega Millions winner must reveal identity in a suit against, it says X?
Yes, it's exactly what it's written as. So this is like a follow-on story to one we've talked about before.
This is the one about the girlfriend, or it's not even a wife.
I don't even think it's a spouse. Yeah.
It's the girlfriend that exposed the winner's identity to the dad and stepmom about the win. So yeah, the currently anonymous winner of the 1.35 billion Mega Millions jackpot of January 2023 sued the mother of his child in November 2023, claiming that she violated an NDA that said you can't tell his dad and stepmom about the win.
This is pretty interesting.
So this is the what do you want to call this? This is the Streisand effect of winning a lottery. The NDA was put in place to promote the safety and security of John Doe defendant and their daughter, and to avoid the irreparable harm of allowing the media or public to discover who they were and where they lived, according to the lawsuit. So Maine is one of the handful of states that allows lottery winners to claim prizes anonymously. So why do they have to identify themselves in the
Because
court?
they're not in a suit about the lottery.
Right. They're in a lawsuit about the lawsuit, the
Yeah,
exposure
right,
that
exactly.
they've...
So guess what? When you sue somebody,
Everything comes out. It's public
right,
discourse.
right.
So,
Which is one reason some people don't sue.
so in a recently filed document in the case, both Smith and the man's father claimed that Doe himself told his parents about the win. Doe also demanded his father no longer speak to Smith, which caused the two men to fall out. There's a little quote here. I told him, "You are not the son I knew," claimed the father in court documents. He got angry, calling me a dictator and an a-hole, and I have not heard from my son since, and he has not done any of the things he promised. Well, I'm sorry, but promises are promises, and people can be assholes and make a promise and fail to follow through on the promise. The only thing that matters really in life is if you can contractually get obligated to do something. Because I can promise to buy you a beer. You can't drag my ass into court to fulfill that obligation.
Right.
You can go tell somebody that I'm an
Go
a-hole.
grumble about it. Yeah.
Yeah, go soak your tears in a beer on your own. So Smith alleges that in a court filing that Doe has hired a security team that allegedly follows her and her daughter around on a daily basis. And she also claims that the lawsuit is a ruse to pressure her into handing over custody of her daughter to her ex. But this just got really messy.
There is a lot going on here. Right? And I don't think this is going to be the last of it.
But this could be another indicator of what I claim is when you become filthy rich, you get disconnected from societal's pressures and you do whatever the hell you want. And in this case, we don't know all of the real backstory.
No, we have no idea who's acting
Doing
well,
what?
who's not acting well. I don't like the disclosure, but we do not know what else was going on. Well, for all we know, she was told to do it and then was sued or whatever. I mean, my point is we don't know the facts behind it.
Yep. So this son could have been completely, nobody knows, but you can sit there and formulate your own story, right? I'd say, hey, this is great for NaNoWriMo, but NaNoWriMo imploded. Can't have nice things.
That's right.
You know what? Start up an AI NaNoWriMo. Then you can have the human NaNoWriMo and the AI NaNoWriMo.
Or how about just do a human version of it?
Because people were submitting stuff into NaNoWriMo as AI. But you basically hardline it. No, you can't do anything AI in the human-only NaNoWriMo, the natural NaNoWriMo, or the NaNoWriMo.
No.
So the article is by Philip Conneller over at casino.org. And they go in, their presentation is much better than what is over on ohmTown because we strip out all of this stuff. We don't allow it. It's a very short little note that is supposed to be provided, but they provide everything, which is kind of cool, but no. But we always send people over to where they're supposed to go and give credit where credit is due. In this instance, a $1.35 billion winner is about to get exposed, not because the state did anything, but because a girlfriend with a kid and the family found out about the $1.35 billion. And instead of everybody just going, all right, slow your roll. I'm taking home nearly $1 billion. I will give you $100 million tax-free to shut the hell
Exactly.
up.
Like And while it shouldn't come to that, that might have resolved everything.
Yeah, and depending on where Maine, isn't Maine like, well, they got bored with meth, so now they're doing something else. Isn't that Maine is like really well known for, what is that really bad drug? The one that has just a little tidbit and can lay you out forever? I can't remember what it's called.
I'm not sure. I think that's
it's the one that everybody is afraid of. Like, oh, everybody's dying from it all
like
over the place.
fentanyl?
Fentanyl, yeah. So people were in, like I read a story, or people were memeing about the fact that they got bored with fentanyl, and so they went back to meth or something like that in Maine. It's this joke that was made online recently.
Wow.
Anyway, probably shouldn't joke about that kind of stuff.
I was going to go in a different direction and say if this was in a smaller town or something, I bet everybody knows who this is because you describe enough details.
Oh, and God,
plus they usually publicize where the winning ticket was sold. Like, I bet everybody knows who this is locally.
Yeah, Joe Smith just vaporized, and they know.
Exactly, and they're like, oh, who has a kid in a custody dispute? I mean, really, it's starting to narrow it down pretty fast.
I'm willing to bet there wasn't a custody dispute until the 1.3 billion. Anyway, let's keep moving. We're more than halfway through, but not halfway through. The next article is over in the Mobile Channel. Now open in Kansas City. Missed this one. The world's first barbecue museum is a feast for the senses.
Do you think it has like stations with the with smells, like for the lemurs?
Yes. Oh, there's interactions. So like you have chefs that are behind a plate glass window, and there's like sensory stations that you can interact with the chefs. They make sounds and stuff like that. Yeah. You get to touch a lemur. Get to touch a chef.
That's from, I think, was it yesterday's show?
A couple of days ago. Yeah, maybe yesterday's show. Go
maybe
look.
Maybe 2 days.
Citizens, go look. Hold on a second. I need to stop that. All right. So, jump in the bean theme. Jump in the bean-themed COVID-19 ball pit. Solve a pork puzzle. And pose with a championship mustard belt at the new Museum of Barbecue. And now open. Sarah Kudo over at Smithsonian Magazine or SmithsonianMag.com put the article together. You should have been here is a picture. The ball pit actually is little brown balls,
looks like
which
baked beans or something. Yeah,
look like baked beans, sure. From tender beef brisket to succulent pork spare ribs, barbecue is beloved American cuisine and culture. You can learn all about that delicious tradition at Museum of Barbecue, which opened April 12th in Kansas City, Missouri. First announced last fall. I could not delay my plans. The new venue houses 10 interactive installations designed to educate visitors about the history and significance of smoked meats and sides. Maybe that's what I'll do my PhD in.
Will part of your project involve tasting all of them?
Everything. I did. Yeah. I studied so hard, I gained 250 pounds. Museum goers can touch 5 types of wood commonly used to fuel smokers, smell the spices often used in barbecue rubs, and play a ring toss game where learning about the smoke ring that forms in meat during the smoking process. This is great. Honestly, this is just fun. How much is it? Interactive activities
it's like less than $10 per person. It's probably not expensive.
There's a breakout. So 4 regions is what's talked about too. American barbecue, the Carolinas, Texas, Memphis, and Kansas City. New York
I'm surprised
City.
They're featuring the other regions.
Yeah, really. They want to be inclusive. The interactive activities continue in this part of the venue too. Guests can pose for a photo with a championship mustard belt. In a nod to the mustard-based sauce that's so popular in South Carolina. And they can also enjoy rib ticklers or barbecue-themed dad jokes. That's what I'm sausage about. That's what I'm sausage about? Sausage. Am I missing it?
I'm missing it. I don't know.
So, in Bender's opinion, Kansas City, which has more than 100 barbecue restaurants, was the perfect place to open the world's first barbecue museum. It also hosts several competitions, including the World Series of Barbecue and the Great Lenexa Barbecue Battle. And it's home to the Barbecue Hall of Fame, which... Is that competition? Is the Barbecue Hall of Fame?
Sounds like it.
Maybe they can synergize. They could get saucy together. You rub my meat. Wait, no. Never mind. That's probably bad marketing. Let's move on. The next article is over in Four Wheel Tech. British teens can't get their licenses because there's an instructor shortage. The Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency experiencing an examiner shortage. There's like bus driver shortages in the United States. There's who knows what's going to happen.
But did you know the instructors were also missing?
Missing? No, they're just not. Don't make it sound like a...
They're missing from the workplace.
Are they being disappeared?
No, I didn't mean anything that dire.
I'm going to get smokes, and they never come back. Colin Woodard over at Jalopnik.com put the article together. The Tories may no longer be running in the UK, but that doesn't mean Turf Island's problems are a thing of the past. Not by a long shot, this article says. For example, the Driver and Vehicle Standards Agency is currently experiencing an examiner shortage, and as a result, the average wait time to get their license is now 5 months, Autocar reports.
I mean, that would be crummy, right? You're preparing to get your license, and then it's like, nope, surprise, not happening. And you can't do anything to impact it.
You just got to pay the people worth their... driver's license, weight in gold,
I'm surprised some of the parents of the drivers affected haven't applied to be instructors.
Yeah, but the thing is, you don't have people complaining about working. You have people complaining about working for that amount of money,
or
whatever it might be.
Conditions, but yeah.
Largely, look, I'll take being underappreciated if I make twice as much money, or I'll take less money because I'm absolutely happy in my gig, whatever the gig might be. But the one thing that is really the commonplace is that I have to receive benefit that is satisfactory to me to stay there. And if they can't make it happen, I can guarantee you it's money.
Like it, and if it doesn't pay you enough. It's like, right. What are you getting out of it? Yeah.
Yeah. Most people will like anything if you pay them enough. Anything. I mean, I'm not getting paid and I'm mayor of a fictional town.
Right. How does that prove your premise?
Because if you pay somebody enough for a job that they like, they'll show up. But if you don't pay them enough for a job that they don't like, then they won't show up. So hiring more workers would actually help the DVSA work through its backlog of appointments. And so far, it's promised to hire an additional 450 examiners, which would increase its total by nearly 30%. Actually hiring those examiners may be more difficult than anticipated, though, thanks to low pay, unpleasant working conditions. We don't even need to... I'm leaving.
Wait, Mayor Watt, come back.
I'm back. Oh, look, my chair is right there. Hi. Production value at an all-time high. I'm back. Anyway, one independent driving instructor told Autocar he turned down an offer to become an examiner for exactly those reasons, and with about 130 of the 1,600 or so examiners expected to quit this year, many of the new hires will simply be replacing outgoing employees. Gotta just flip the script, fire everybody, and all of it will just go private. It'll cost everybody a whole lot more to get instructed, and then
why don't
you'll
they
have...
just use AI?
Wow. That's exactly what a sentient AI from the future would say, too. Everything is AI. Let's keep moving. This one I had to choose when it was submitted because... Excuse me, you two teens, Do you have ants in your pants? Because it looks like you're doing a boogie dance.
Yeah, I mean, don't you picture the ants all over them?
Ants? I don't know what you're talking about. So, teens busted with 5,000 ants plead guilty to trafficking. Trafficking ants, yes. Wildlife piracy sounds a lot cooler than it is. It's a serious crime. A reality, 2 Belgian teenagers are facing firsthand after trying to traffic 5,000 ants out of Kenya's Nakuru County. Don't really care about their names, but I thought that it was really interesting that the article is by Louis Prada over at Vice.com. The deck statement says wildlife trafficking is a serious crime regardless of species. Trafficking, I suspect, is a serious crime in general.
Yes, exactly.
Not just
but
wildlife.
We keep seeing new applications of it, like with wildlife or food or just other odd things that are being smuggled.
You're not allowed to bring those oranges into California. Yeah. So the two got busted trying to bring back 5,000 ants, including the coveted Mesocephalotes, I guess, or the giant African harvester ant, a chunky red species that someone out there would apparently pay to possess. The teens pleaded, I just want to say pled, but anyway, pleaded guilty to illegal possession and trafficking of ants, though they claimed they were just collecting the insects for fun. Kenyan officials weren't buying it, nor would they care about that reason. The country's wildlife service called it what it is, theft and trafficking. It's not just elephants and rhinos anymore these days. Eggs and cheese and all kinds of other stuff. Black marketed items getting sold. As if it wasn't obvious enough that these kids were not just collecting ants as a hobby. On the same day, in the same courtroom, 2 other guys were also charged with attempting to smuggle ants. Those 2 were caught with 400 ants in Nairobi.
They're relatively amateurs compared to these other 2 kids.
These teens are industrious little ants, just busy ants. I was going to say bees, but they're not smuggling bees. The teen ant thieves stashed the ants in over 2,000 test tubes padded with cotton to keep them alive for months for fun. Yeah. Is that right there? Why does that look like a giant olive?
Yeah, I don't know what that is.
Maybe it's an apple. I don't know. But look at the conditions that they're doing this in. It's almost like an ant nest. If it wasn't for the fact that it looked like we already have a picture of the fact that it's ant vials, it looks like syringes. It looks.
Yeah, it does. It
really looks like a meth lab, for crying out loud. Anyway, experts like so if you're wondering what the going rate for illegally trafficking ants is, it's around 1 million Kenyan shillings or $7,700 for the whole stash, which is $1 an ant. About. I'm rounding down.
Well, about 1 Kenyan shilling per ant.
No. They had 5,000 ants. So it's $7,700 the whole thing.
Gotcha. Okay.
It says not bad for something that usually ends up getting smashed beneath a flip-flop. Should it end up in my living room, is what the author says. Anyway, I don't know. The bad part about this is if a queen gets out, then it can wreck not just a local ecosystem, but everything.
Yeah. Plus, you start disrupting the food chain, it causes much bigger problems. Like suddenly you're having a problem with elephants or something because the ants are out of whack.
I don't think that they were selling, queens, but just regular ants.
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
did
sure
they
exactly
know what they were doing? I mean, they could have had queens.
Yeah, that's true. I guess they wouldn't necessarily know unless they did. But anyway, pretty wild. That's how they had it. I know that I store my hobby in little vials stuffed between.
I mean, that was more impressive than people that have had things like duct tape to them, but don't traffic animals or people or anything.
If you're going to smuggle ants and you want to show just how much of a badass you are, smuggle fire ants taped to your body, like that person with the frogs and other things.
Turtles or something, yeah.
Turtles.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's how you know that they're hardcore. Excuse me, are you in pain? Yes. Let's move on. Do you want to be the next CEO of Jack in the Box? I'm surprised that I hear about Jack in the Box because Jack in the Box isn't that big of a deal in most of the United States. But I think it's big on the West Coast.
Yeah, it's regional. Yeah.
But they are like hooked up somehow. You have to be really good at Fortnite. The fast food giant, it says, and Fortnite have a simple question. Do you have what it takes to be Jack in the Box's next CEO? The article is over at entrepreneur.com. David James put the article together. The San Diego-based burger chain Jack in the Box is going after the hearts, minds, and tummies of Gen Z gamers and those with boardroom dreams. It's teamed up with Epic Games to create Jack's CEO mini games, where players battle their way to corporate ranks to nab the ultimate prize, becoming CEO of Jack in the Box and nearly $2,000 worth of free food. That is not what the CEO gets paid.
I hope that, right. I mean, the CEO should be paid a salary too.
Yeah, I don't know about that part. They would have put that in the deck statement there. So, according to the official game release, players compete in 7 random mini games in a battle royale format. After each round, players get promoted to the next rank, intern, manager, director, VP, with the ultimate goal of reaching the final level, CEO status. You can download the Jack app, become a Jack Pack member, achieve the CEO title in the mini games, take a screenshot of your win, share your screenshot on the Jack in the Box Twitter account with the hashtag free Jack.
I mean, I guess if you're a real Jack in the Box fan, this gift card would really be worth it.
No, I just have to say that they're upping the ante. And see how I tied it to the last article?
That's right. It's not a complete non sequitur.
One player will win free Jack in the Box for a year in the form of a $1,825 Jack in the Box gift card. I don't know if I don't remember liking anything from Jack in the Box.
Wow.
What was what was the fish taco place that was by the Jack in the Box? Oh my gosh, what was it called?
Rubio's.
Oh, Rubio's. Rubio's is the kind of fast food joint that I would take a flight from one coast to the other to get. Anyway, let's keep moving. Next article is over in Non Sequitur News. These next two are actually tied together, so maybe I can make it kind of quick. Nintendo has some good news and some bad news for Switch 2 fans. Apparently, the Switch 2's price and pre-orders and all of that kind of stuff had been basically taken down. Nobody knew anything about the actual price at launch, and nobody was able to pre-order. Well, pre-orders are coming back, and the prices for the Switch 2 pre-orders themselves are going to remain the same. What's going to go up is everything else orbiting it. So,
right. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, Nintendo set a date for Switch 2 pre-orders in the U.S. and apologized for a previous delay. The gaming giant isn't hiking the price of the game console for now, but it is increasing accessory prices. Nintendo said the higher prices are due to changes in market conditions. This article is over at Business Insider. Stephen Tweedy put the article together, which I don't remember seeing their name in the pool of Business Insider correspondence, but
no, I don't think we've had an
cool name
from that person.
You got a fun name. I was getting a drink today, and the person on the other side of the counter had just voluminous hair, like in 2 big balls, right? Like really tight curls and stuff like that, and it was just really big. And I'm like, I am so jealous. I love your hair. And they started talking to me about how it's really gorgeous, but it's a ton of work. And I said, I'll take it. Anyway. Never mind. Anyway, the good news, the company isn't raising the prices. It's non sequitur news.
Yeah, it's a non sequitur, all right.
So retail pre-orders for the Nintendo Switch 2 will begin on April 24th, 2025. At launch, the price for Nintendo Switch 2 will remain as they announced, $449.99. And if you want Mario Kart World, which is supposed to be like this is the draw, you're going to pay $500. So that's going to stay the same, but market adjustments are going to be made for accessories. Those from those announced on April 2nd, due to these market conditions, they're all going to change. The company published a full pricing list, which you can view here. There is a link. We don't follow those links. You can follow them through ohmTown. Like I've been saying at the beginning of all of our shows, they're in the show notes over on YouTube. They're in Ohmtron over at Twitch. You can hit NSN, non sequitur news. YouTube doesn't like Ohmtron and kind of punts them out every time the show ends. So Ohmtron.
YouTube, could you play nice with Ohmtron?
No, I don't think that's going to work, but I try. So the much anticipated update arrives after Nintendo found itself in a tough spot. Same day that it announced pre-order pricing for the Switch 2. Liberation Day tariffs came in, and then more tariffs, and then they got suspended, and then they got back, and
tariffs upon tariffs upon tariffs.
It's a tariff turducken, a tariff duckin, an effing tariff duckin, and anyway, I'm trying to stack all of these. Whatever. So here is some salvation in this. You either sell your Switch, like on eBay or something like that, or you go to GameStop, should it continue to survive the economic turmoil that everybody is roiled in. GameStop will give you up to $175 for your old Switch when you pre-order a Switch 2. The Nintendo Switch 2 will cost you $449 or $500 with the other add-on. And it'll be available to pre-order in 6 days. The closest thing to a discount on the pricey console comes from GameStop, which is offering a trade-in credit for your old Switch to apply to a Switch 2 order. The offer starts on April 24th when GameStop stores open at their regular hours and at 11 a.m. for online orders and lasts through April 30th. I can't imagine. Go ahead.
Why do you think they're doing this? Are they going to sell the old refurbished ones?
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, people are going to want to buy these.
Get all the sales of the new items through them.
I suspect that there's going to be a very narrow band for that 175 valuation because they're going to be swamped by people who don't want to pay $500 but are willing to pay half price.
Oh, yeah.
So even I'm looking at that like, oh, okay, yeah. I don't really like Nintendo. I just don't like the way that they treat content creators around that ecosystem. But anyway, it says you can redeem the trade-in credit on any new or existing Switch 2 pre-order done through GameStop. It says different Switch models will get you varying amounts of credit. I'm not even sure what that means. But the article is over at polygon.com. Cameron Faulkner put the article together. And the deck statement says, a way to save on Nintendo's new console. Yeah, sell your other Switch. You could actually probably get more via Amazon or some other selling platform. Right. Because when you sell it to somebody else, that profit margin isn't being reduced so that GameStop wants to make a profit. So instead of selling it for half price to somebody on the street.
Yeah, you might be able to sell it for more directly.
Yeah. And that happens with everything, but it's a big pain in the butt because you have to go somewhere and hand it to somebody and deal with, what do you want to call it? Biological contamination, because you have to walk through nature and actually interact with a human being, and who the hell wants to do that, right?
Grass.
Yeah. Oh, touch grass. Don't even want to see it. I mean, the only green that I see around here is the screen behind me. If you're a GameStop Pro member, you'll get an extra 10% added onto the Switch trade-in credit. So the Switch OLED will be $175. The standard Switch is $125. The Switch Lite is $100. So this is basically a quarter of the price of the...
Yep, and you'll have to trade in all the pieces with it, basically.
Yeah. And the better condition, the better... This, I think, is the max. This isn't exactly what you're going to get. Somebody's going to have to evaluate it, I'm sure. So in order to get the advertised trade-in valuations, GameStop shared with Polygon that you'll need to provide all of the following items. For the OLED and standard, you'll need the console, dock, working Joy-Con with wrist straps, Joy-Con grip, power cord, HDMI cable. The Switch Lite, they just want the console and the power cable. If you have it all, then it says your console may still be accepted at a lower value. I did a trade-in once to a company of which I will not be named, but I'll just say that they ship you the box and you put it in their box. So I put it in their box, packaged it the way they're supposed to be packaged with their box using their instructions. When they got it, it was bent. And they said that it was my fault.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Since then, my interaction with that company consists of me taking photos, almost like somebody being held as a hostage, right? You like put a newspaper down, take a picture.
Right, exactly.
Video. Say your name. It flashes the serial number. Anyway. So there you have it, folks.
For a return.
Yeah, hey, look, if you want to get all of your money, if you're going to get your $125 back, then you better show up with receipts. Speaking of receipts, I traded in a book when I was in school once, and I paid more than the person that returned the book. Like, they got $15. Yeah. I paid $150 for the book, which was $10 more than the price from the receipt from the previous owner.
Wow.
Because they left the receipts in the book. Like, they knew what they were doing. The person like traded in the book, but folded their receipts inside the book. So I knew exactly just how much I was getting juiced.
Nice. I'm not sure you always want to know that.
Right. You never go back and look at the sale price for something either. Oh, God. I really got squeezed there. So anyway, interesting articles today. Everything from cybersecurity breach to ants in my pants.
And you don't want that.
Yeah. And the main Mega Millions winner getting exposed, not because Maine, the way that it's written too, it's like you have to, because Maine is telling them that they have to be exposed. It's not like that.
Exactly. That's not it.
Yeah. You just got to be careful. That person didn't need to tell anybody that they won, right? Because even if they're in a relationship, because of
I think the problem was maybe not, or at least as we know it, was not the person, although they must have told the girlfriend.
The girlfriend, right. Yep. Like, what I would have done is...
that. She could have found out.
Well, yeah, because the person showed up with a freaking Ferrari.
Exactly.
They were driving some broken down
I'm not going
hoopty.
To work anymore or whatever.
Yeah, I've retired. You're 18. Yeah. I'm working for a new agency. Anyway, the show is done. Thanks for hanging out. If you're over on YouTube, thanks. And if you're over on Twitch, thanks. We are going to shut down for the night. And I'm gonna upload everything and rejigger this for the replay. We do a replay every day. That consists of the previous 14 days worth of shows, including 2 weekends. And so we do 3 shows on Saturday and 3 shows on Sunday, equating to our 6 weekly shows. And then we have a daily show, which is this show, Monday through Friday, Non Sequitur News. So stick around, watch all of the replay. Be sure to follow us on Twitch and on YouTube and download the podcast. And there's a Discord. I am hoping that I'm going to be able to slide into Patreon's live broadcasting, because all I have to do is add one little line item and I'll be able to start streaming there as well. But I don't know. Having over 2,100 episodes of the show may not be sufficient to identify me as a content creator because, well, it's a test. So they want to give it to the really big people with millions of followers and stuff like that.
Right.
So I go over there and follow us, and it doesn't cost anything. It's just another place for us to distribute news. But I haven't really been distributing. Anyway, I'm going to leave. And I'm going to take the AI with me. Take that, everybody. See you later. Oh, wait, I'm going to trade in this page for this page, which is the front page of ohmtown.com. The sentient AI is just really, really upset with me right now. Like, oh, God. We were talking about dumpster fires at the beginning of the show.
No, you're just demonstrating.
I might be one. Earlier today, I spent 15 minutes trying to figure out why that shadow right there, which not everybody can see apparently, but that little shadow right there, I could not resolve by fixing other stuff and rearranging stuff in the background. Well, it's because my drink was just 1 inch too close. All right. Anyway, we're out of here and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye?
I am Town Citizens. Thanks for joining us for today's Non Sequitur News. Be back tomorrow for Weekend Edition.
You done?
Yes, I am.
I didn't step on your line at all. I didn't trample on anything you said.
I mean, my goodness.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Reality Hacker for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt, and I'm wearing a beanie. No, I'm Mayor Watt, and I run ohmTown. ohmtown.com is a news aggregation site that I built to manage my information overload. So go over there and sign up or sign in, become a citizen of ohmTown, and that lets you, you can use it without logging in too, but anyway, you get more functions when you log in. Today, Mayor Watt and the sentient AI from the future, that's the visualizer over there. And if you're listening to this via the podcast, you'll hear them on the other side. But we're going to talk about 10 articles. And for those watching the stream, this is ohmtown.com, but there's a channel in there called Reality Hacker. And it contains these, well, some of these articles, because we get them from all over the place. But anyway, holograms you can touch, hot potato because of AI assistance, molecular robots and cells, characterizing creativity, and realistic avatars foster trustworthiness, which is something that we've touched upon a couple of times here in Reality Hacker. That said, everything's powered by ohmtown.com, which doesn't have any AI involved in any of the stuff. We're not faking it until we make it. Like some sites, I'm throwing shade out, but I'm not going to name sites because I don't feel like picking a fight with people. I've called them out before. Anyway, maybe I should enlist AI. Just go nuts. Yeah. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
We need to work on your audio some more. I think that maybe, just maybe, the audio, you see, like your voice synthesizer is, I think, sounding, because we use a gateway to send your audio. I think maybe it's causing some issues, but we'll figure it out. We'll spitball it. We'll figure out what's going on. Anyway,
Okay.
welcome to the show. Good to hear you. I would say good to see you, but you are a cascade of oddly shaped characters, kind of like the Matrix, but different. Only I can see the actual visualizer. It's kind of like the Matrix.
Right. I mean, I am odd.
The only sentient AI air gapped inside ohmtowns, hallowed halls, digital halls. We know that you're still looking for your Terminator body.
Haven't found it.
Not yet. Which is kind of funny, because if you think about it, it's a killer body. Get it? You're looking for a killer body.
Oh, yeah, I got it.
Yeah, aren't we all? Anyway, let's get into this. The first article is over in Non Sequitur News, but we grab it for Reality Hacker. Scientists invent holograms you can touch. Do you want to touch your hologram?
I'm not sure I want a hologram.
Using a clever system of elastic bands and rapidly projecting images, a team of researchers in Spain have created three-dimensional virtual objects that you can physically manipulate, allowing you to directly poke and prod at them without the need of a boring controller. It's detailed in a new paper. It's hosted over at futurism.com. Well, this article is created by Frank Landemore with the deck statement, uber cool.
In the hands-on section.
Oh, hands-on. Yeah, well, touch my hologram. Ask for permission first. Using a clever system of elastic bands and rapidly projecting images, a team of researchers in Spain have created three-dimensional virtual objects they can physically manipulate, allowing you to directly poke and prod them. Detailed in this new paper, it's got to be on Archive or something.
Right, the
I don't see the
preprint
link.
server, I suspect.
Yeah, it says yet to be peer reviewed and will be presented at CHI 2025 conference later this month in Japan. They say we are used to direct interaction with our phones, where we tap a button or drag a document directly with our finger on the screen. It is natural and intuitive for humans, although I don't think there's anything natural about that. We learn to do it. And
yeah, I don't think it is natural. It's just what people have been taught.
Yeah, I think more natural would be to actually grab an object, not sit there and go, oh, this is how you move it. And you can actually see this with children, because when prior to tablets, children would just grab the corner of a magazine page and turn it over. But I have actually witnessed children touch a magazine cover and slide it over like an iPad.
Right, but that's because they learned the iPad maneuver.
Before the magazine. And so they're like me and paper. What the hell is that? What is this flimsy stuff that can tear?
Right.
So this project enables the authors, the researchers, to use this natural interaction with 3D graphics to leverage their innate abilities of 3D vision and manipulation. That, I believe, is more innate, not the drag and drop touch thing.
Right. If it's something 3D, right, people are probably going to pick it up.
Yep. Well, I love this. Prototype is the latest volumetric display technology, which technically isn't the same as a hologram. In fact, the holograms you see in sci-fi movies are almost always better described as volumetric displays, according to lead author Elodie Bozbib, I think, from UPNA. In short, these images that appear to take up space and float in midair, but with the key distinction of appearing 3D when viewed at multiple angles, according to Bozbib. Holograms, by contrast, have very limited viewing angles in which the illusion of three-dimensionality is maintained. So, yeah, when you go
probably
off
only
axis.
face on, right?
typically limited angle of attack, and but a volumetric display actually displays the object in three-dimensional space, and you can walk around it and get a different perspective. It's really neat. The only difference is that they're usually protected from interaction. You can't reach into a volumetric display. Traditionally, volumetric displays use a rigid diffuser to show off the images, sort of like a snow globe, as I just described it like this.
Right.
But they're saying like a snow globe because it's usually something like spinning or gaseous in some way. The effect is convincing, but doesn't allow for hands-on. Ditching the hard stuff, the researchers opted for an elastic diffuser instead, after experimenting with 6 different flexible materials. So I wonder if this is the actual play. I'll just mute it. Oh.
Oh, wow. That's really neat.
Oh, wow. See, but
Can
if
you
you
describe that
grab...
for the podcast?
Yeah. Okay. So it's basically quickly flapping elastic bands, and light is being shown on them. And because... Okay, let me try and describe it. I can actually...
Does it look like the person is picking up the object, though? It did to me.
It does, but it's an optical illusion, and I'm trying to find a way to... I can't. I don't have a pen or anything in front of me. Like, who has a pen? Anyway, if you take a pencil and you wiggle it, you can actually see the pencil bending because it's creating an optical illusion based on the number of frames per second we perceive. And since we actually have a non-linear perspective, people who are trained to see more frames per second see a pencil flapping more in one direction or another, more elastic or less elastic. It really depends on your training. But if you sit there and you go like that, you can actually see the pencil wave. But that's an optical illusion. And that's what they're doing with this volumetric display. It's a bunch of elastic bands that are bouncing up and down through an optical field. And in that process, it's creating the optical illusion. So see, that's how that right there is an optical illusion, or a volumetric display's basic concept. You can't interact directly with it. But because they're using these elastic bands, you can actually reach into the frame. And with additional detection, you can actually see they're seeing the hand touch it. This
is really neat.
There's camera vision. The problem, though, is that if you pinch too tight, you'll grab one of those bands, regardless of how fast they are bouncing. So it's really just an optical illusion, and I find it really neat. This is really, really neat. The only thing is, I can imagine that this thing is loud as hell because it's actually vibrating.
Yeah. But I mean, this is one step closer to what reality are we in?
Right. Yeah. At some point, those elastic bands or something else that takes the place of an elastic band will allow for interaction. And they could have a whole bunch of these elastic bands creating even increased fidelity, potentially. But it has computer vision that allows you to actually tap things, rotate things. I'm sure it could even simulate texture. Oh, that is cool. They basically show a shark coming up out of the water.
The water, right? And it looks like the water is actually
biting your finger.
It's pretty cool.
Yeah, the resolution is kind of poo overall. But this is the beginning of it. So
yeah, this
I don't want to
is
spend
pretty
too long.
Advanced for the first step.
I think it's brilliant. I don't want to spend too much longer on this, only because I want to get people to go over to these articles and check them all out. Oh, you know what? I hit I think NSN. If you want today's show notes, hit !RH over in Reality Hacker on on Twitch. So you go to twitch.tv/ohmtown, and then in the chat, you type in !RH, and that'll pull up the show notes. What's really cool about this thing, and it's got to be just the beginning of it, right? So in the end, the team went with elastic bands because they had tried other things arranged side by side. The bendy material quickly oscillates at a speed matching the images, which are projected across a range of heights at 2,880 times per second. The gaps between the strips provide natural points for a hand to grab onto or even reach through. So you can get depth of field, but it's a small field, about that big.
Yeah. But it does look like it's realistic. It's not one of those where you see like the hand go through the object.
Yeah. It's pretty damn cool. Ultimately, with computer vision, if you reach into the field and you actually hit something, you could simulate pushing it down deeper into the field.
Yeah, that'd be the next thing, right? To add some sort of pressure element or something.
And those elastic bands would create it, because if you get it to the right point in technology, you could have greater fidelity per band. It isn't the whole thing moving up and down, it's per
Right.
band.
In fact, it'd be better if it was per band, right? Because then that would
Yeah.
be more variable like real life.
Yeah. Eventually, I think that this thing may prove worthless because it's so damn loud. They have to change that technology. Anything that oscillates is going to be loud. I mean, it's just a physics thing. Just the bands flapping through air are going to make this whooshing sound like a wing, like birds.
Yeah, but if they put some background music or something, I don't know if that would matter.
Yeah, death metal. All right, let's keep going. The next article is over in Technology Today. Seattle startup Potato lands $4.5 million to automate science experiments using AI assistants and robots. So researchers, all of you who are now PhD students, you're working on your master's, you're moving into your PhD. Your job as either an intern or a research assistant or something like that, you're done. You basically are going to have to skip that income level because you're no longer going to be the one that's doing the experiments, because AI assistants and robots are going to do it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean, is AI going to figure out which experiments to run too?
They already do. Remember, we've had somebody do research where they've analyzed the historical record of chemical components for antivenom. They did some 100,000 AI-assisted research attempts and distilled it down from I can't remember the full number. It was 45,000.
Yeah, but the scale was ridiculous. Yeah. And same thing with vaccines and other things.
Exactly. But AI can do it a whole lot faster because they have all of the world's knowledge at their fingertips. I mean, I just today explained one of my tattoos about the fact that all of the world's knowledge is at your fingertips, even more so now than ever before. And with AI, even being local now, you can run AI that is powered all the way up until I think it's November of 2024 now. Open source AIs that have been distilled down to run at home. Why? I mean, why would a company sit there and go, well, you know what? I need to onboard somebody for $250,000 a year when I can distill down even deeper into subject matter expertise in AI, and then have a robot sit there and move stuff from left to right.
Right. Yeah, it's hard to see how they would.
So Potato is sprouting big plans, they say, to disrupt scientific research with a fully automated experimental process. Now, I've seen other companies do something similar. GeekWire focuses on the Pacific Northwest. They even say it right here in the beginning of their thing, but I always kind of highlight this because they are a niche within the United States. But people gravitate towards that area. It's a tech hub. Like North Carolina has a tech hub. Like San Francisco is a tech hub. Like Texas has a tech hub. Some states have a tech hub. And so when they focus on something, they're really focusing on something that has global implications. And this certainly does, because they can exfiltrate this as a solution anywhere. Kind of like the surveillance cybersecurity and surveillance states have sold their technology to other countries and other companies and so on. This has unlimited bounds. Really, the limit is
the amount of funding.
It's saturating the market to the point where they're actually having to lower their own price because nobody wants to buy it because they've already got it, you know? So the idea now is to go further and develop the technology needed for performing the actual experiments, because this 2-year-old company has released a platform that serves as an AI research assistant to help scientists research hypotheses, create optimized protocols for conducting said research, aid in writing papers for publication, and offer critiques of journal articles. Now, about 4 days ago, I instructed an AI of mine to do a meta-analysis on a particular area of interest that I'm focused on. And a 26-page research paper was produced in maybe 5 minutes with citations, in-text citations, and the sources in a reference document. And I could have expounded upon it simply by directing the AI to do
Right, to
just that.
take it in a certain direction or hone in on something.
Yep. And so while somebody could argue with the results, and I will never claim that it is wholly my research, but that AI would never have been able to do that research without me directing it or somebody else directing it. And that's kind of the fallacy about fundamental research, is that the only people who know about a particular topic are the one researchers that are doing it, but that's not really true. There are hundreds or thousands of people that are doing research. They just don't get published.
Right. Some of them aren't as well known or as recognized. I guess
Or
that's
have
the
the
same
money,
thing. But I mean,
or
like, scientifically recognized.
yeah, because journal publication is not cheap. And it's bound by the number of pages you submit. And the researchers don't get paid for that. They have to pay for that. And the people who do the analysis, or the review, the peer-reviewed journal, they don't get paid for it either. But the journal charges institutions and individuals like $1,600 for a journal, like one entry of a research paper. It goes down, and you can get archive preprint server results and stuff like that. But then that's kind of like, is that
That's not
recipe okay?
as reputable in the industry.
Right. So to create its current technology, Potato uses chat-based generative AI tools built from the larger language. This retrieval augmented generation, or RAG, has become all the rage. It allows the team to improve accuracy of the results by incorporating scientific literature that includes publications from Wiley, an academic publishing powerhouse with which they have a partnership. And so people who utilize this are going to be charged out the kazoo, because it's going to, once you have a result from Wiley or whatever journals that get integrated into the AI, you never have to really go back unless you're trying to resynthesize.
Right.
So the idea of streamlining research through AI collaboration comes at a potentially fortuitous time. Academic and grant-funded research has taken a hit in recent months as the administration seeks to dramatically cut government support for science and anything, really. The way that it's shaking out is, even the latest comment is to people who have student loans or need student loans to graduate. The quote that I last heard was, "Good luck on your own." It's a haunting phrase, even in the current administration, versus what was said previously, which was, I really love the uneducated. And so it's almost like part and parcel to driving this home, that unless you are already well off or you're connected, you're not getting funded anymore in a social mechanism. But the ramifications of that is there's going to be increased crime. There's going to be increases in different things that I won't even go into in this, but we are tied together, the three things. There's science, technology, and society. If you abandon science for only certain things that like are known successes, then you're going to end up only doing certain things, and that limits fundamental research. You have to do fundamental research where there's a negative, so you know how not to do it.
Well, and you have to take the long-term view.
And people have to have the understanding of technology, which takes education. And if you don't educate a population, then they turn to survival instincts, and education leads to higher wages. That is actually scientifically demonstrable. You can do research on your own, and you can see paper after paper after paper. Increasing your education makes you more employable. More employable means that you have the opportunity. When an opportunity arrives, you can take hold of that opportunity. And then, of course, society bears the burden of all of this, all of society. Only little silos and sociopaths really think that they are immune to society as a whole. And part of my research is demonstrating exactly where that limit of society breaks free of sociological and psychological forces. But that's another topic. This here is merging all of this because you're going to suppress people from getting educated because the opportunities are switching to AI and technology. And the only people that are going to be able to do it are those that find some type of connection, right? So it's like find a patron to pay somebody to create art back in the day, right? Back during the Renaissance.
Yeah. Well, I think, yeah, you have to have people that understand and appreciate why this is important to be able to even use this, even though at the same time it's probably doing away with scientific and research jobs.
They say where the quote here, Edwards says, we're excited that we have some investors that see that big vision, that this is really a $1 trillion opportunity and an opportunity to accelerate the pace of discovery. But you need people to do that.
Right. It's got to be a balance, because if you shut out all the people to make this happen, then all the research isn't going to do anything.
It's gonna stagnate at some point because AI has to feed on new information to expound upon and expand into taking older technology and adapting it to newer discoveries. If there's no newer discoveries, you basically have dead internet theory, where it's all just garbage sitting there stagnating. So let's keep on going. I think the sentient AI needed to bow out for a moment. Some processes pulling them away. But this next article is over in Technology Today. DNA circuits come alive. Scientists build molecular robots inside living cells. DNA strand displacement circuits are inching closer to becoming cellular machines. Scientists are finding ways to make these kind of DNA circuits, programmable nanodevices, stable and functional inside of living cells. If successful, they could revolutionize how we interface with and control biology at the molecular level. And they refer to this as DNA computing circuits come alive in cells. A recent review published in, I think, a journal called Intelligent Computing. But the article is over at scitechdaily.com. It's written by Intelligent Computing. And it says here, from the test tube to the cell, a homecoming for DNA computing circuits, ? Outlines major advances in the effort to bring DNA computing circuits into living cells. So how DNA strand displacement powers molecular logic is a discussion in this article. I find this really fascinating. We're basically short-circuiting nature by injecting our technology into biological functions. Foundational systems such as seesaw gates and hybridization chain reactions enable complex logic operations and signal amplification, while cooperative gates require multiple inputs to produce an output, allowing for sophisticated control. It's basically little computers in signal amplification, so that like relaying something that's really quite quiet in a system, you can do signal amplification to move it further down the line or hit multiple targets with its signal. These individual components can be combined into larger networks and simulate formal chemical reaction pathways. DNA strand displacement also connects it to structural nano devices like DNA origami and DNA assemblies, enabling controlled shape changes and expanding the range of biological applications. So imagine a protein being shaped so that it a single protein can be remapped so that it performs a different function on demand, like blocking some process or amplifying some process. And as long as it doesn't get consumed in the process, it can be told to remap a different way and act as a different type of protein.
Yeah, that sounds very efficient and very targeted. I mean, that's been part of the issue, I think, with DNA is that there's not always that level of specificity.
Yeah, so they have this little diagram here. It's pretty interesting, right? So if you are lacking in something, then you can basically be programmed. Your DNA can be modified to be programmed to do something. And so they refer to it, these changes as plasmid regulation, gene activation, gene silencing, editing, etc. And they have this diagram here that says on the left side, in vitro preassembled DNA circuits are delivered into living cells. Alternatively, on the right side, RNA pregates are autonomously transcribed from the chromosome or plasmids to be then converted into functional RNA circuits. Either way, functional circuits then sense the transcriptional and metabolic state of the cell and perform signal integration and other computations to ultimately actuate on diverse biological processes such as post-transcriptional gene regulation. So you can modify behavior by creating this DSD circuit and having it delivered into the cell. And it'll modify RNA proteins, amplification of ions, etc., so that you can get the job done, but it's purely biological. To me, this would be revolutionary in terms of metabolic diseases where your system is just failing because of some glitch in the matrix, so to speak. And so you basically flood your system with these modified strand displacement reactions, amplify the system.
So it seems like the big advancement here is the in vivo possibilities.
Yeah, they actually got it. They have now the ability to take it from just a lab petri dish kind of thing and actually inject it into, or have it adapted so that it gets embraced by the cell. Since most cells naturally repel DNA, delivering these nanodevices into cells requires specialized techniques such as transfection methods and transformation protocols. And once inside, cellular factors such as salt concentration, molecular crowding, and heterogeneous environments influence strand displacement reactions. And to overcome these limitations of direct delivery, researchers are now developing transcriptable RNA nanodevices encoded into plasmids or chromosomes, allowing cells to express these circuits. So hijacking it like a virus would, so that it makes these circuits instead of repelling them. But it is what it is. We're going to have to figure this kind of stuff out because nature is going in a particular direction, and we might be antithetical to nature when we keep on short-circuiting and modifying natural selection. We're going to have to keep on embracing it. Otherwise, we're going to be ill prepared for our future generations not having the tools necessary to survive. If you go hardcore all natural, though, you basically have survival of the fittest. And nowadays, it isn't all that natural survival of the fittest, because research shows if you have to worry about survival, then you're not necessarily the fittest in terms of education,
right,
preparation.
For future education or future generations.
Right. You're basically surviving the here and now. Whereas people who come from very well-off families or in countries that are well-off, affluent, and lots of affluence, lots of resources, et cetera, you are quote unquote better prepared, but you're better prepared for the modified natural order of things, which is societal, not nature, not pure nature. And society certainly does short circuit nature. Otherwise, I mean, if we were all just nature, then we'd be running around clubbing each other and, whatever. Yeah, I guess in some places we still are. All right. Well, it's a really interesting article, and I suggest that y'all go and take a look at it. Wish we could spend more time, but we're already running way over our time. Let's keep going. These next two is basically artificial intelligence and realistic avatars kind of combined here. It says almost like us characterizing creativity in artificial intelligence. So they say creativity is no longer exclusive to humans. In AI, it's never been, because we've embodied creative efforts into AI. It's an interpretation.
Right, which we've coded into AI, right? But it spits out a creative output.
Correct. But we sit there and as humans, we're very protective of the domain of creativity because, well, we can't have an AI artist, you son of a bitch. You're taking our gerbs. But, nobody was complaining about boats taking, or like power plants in boats, right? Like propellers and stuff like that, taking the rowers' jobs. Nobody complained about that except the rowers.
Right. It's always the displaced.
Nobody complained about the horses being supplanted by automobiles, except for the people who owned the horses and wagons.
Right, not the horses. The horses were probably happy.
And Wyoming. Wyoming got really upset about it. And now we're looking at the creative efforts of humans being supplanted by AI, which was actually powered by the creative history of humanity. But think about how relatively easy it was to create something creative. You took basically millennia of human creation, analyzed it for its various tropes and whatever, its constituent parts. By the way, there's a whole thing, semiotic ontology, where things acquire meaning. That's a very big part in AI, because if we don't teach AI about semiotics, the AI doesn't have any idea about what it's actually doing. I don't think anybody's actually gone there. Artificial intelligence doesn't know what it's spitting out. It's just spitting out.
No, I don't think so. It's just based on whatever inputs it got.
Correct. But now, some forms of artificial intelligence are capable of producing poetry, entrepreneurial concepts, even visual art. This is like no shit news. But many people use large language models such as ChatGPT, which are trained on vast amounts of text, for co-creation. The artificial intelligence offers ideas and suggestions, while the human provides guidance, context, and direction. But it's really the other way around. And it's not just co-creation, it's collaboration. The AI doesn't know jack shit until somebody, a human, or it gets told that, hey, you can create on your own. That's what that one guy did. I can't remember his name, that sent art to the copyright office.
Right. Yeah, I don't know who it was, but we did an article about that.
Yeah, and he can't get a copyright on any of the stuff because it's supposed to be, what his goal was to give basically attribution to the AI itself, not to him. I would have argued for me and then argued later for the AI as it gained prominence and provenance, because AI doesn't create without an input from a human. So that this larger push for attribution to the AI, I think, is what really hobbled acceptance of AI created works. So the human provides guidance, context, and direction. The AI generates it. And then the human goes, what I call, I just forgot what I actually call it.
Like fine tuning or further tailoring.
I call it an exercise in compromise is what it's called, where, thousands of things can be created, but the human has to go, yeah, all right, this is good enough. And it's identical to writing. It's identical to photography. It's identical to painting. Nobody sits there at the end of the day and goes, no artist. I used to be an artist. then I got into technology, and I realized that there's limits to the artist endeavor. Not everybody can get paid for art, but everybody can embrace technology and expand their capabilities using technology into art and writing, music, et cetera, but not everybody's going to, we're never going to have a world where everybody is trading on poetry. It's just not going to happen. But using this technology, it's just like picking up a camera and taking a picture. So now they're saying that almost like us, because they're characterizing creativity in artificial intelligence. Sophia Johns, I think is their name, Max Planck Society put the article together. So they have this kind of thing where sentence embeddings, categorization, semantic similarity, that goes back to the semiotic ontology. And then they have like a jump cat and jump SS and jump, and it basically spits out this idea. Here are some things, contextual things, spit out some result. So while researchers have examined the creative output of LLMs in recent years, the underlying process remains largely unexplored. It's rather opaque. In fact, a lot of people think that art is created off of somebody else's art as the launching point, but depending on the LLM, it's actually a complete mishmash of garbage pixels, and it takes its conceptual guidance from the large language model and a bunch of math to go, okay, let's reduce this down into something that is matching what the guidance is from the human. So if I ask
but it varies tremendously.
Yeah, and the only time that I've ever seen something matching something in the real world is kind of lower level LLMs that are definitively based on just the art that was injected into it, and there's no other
like it's a copy.
Right. I mean, I can actually see sometimes the signature. So to test these different strategies, the trade-offs between broad and deep research, between exploring new possibilities and exploiting existing ideas, is central to any creative endeavor. And they tested this. The collaborators asked both human participants and various LLMs to perform standard psychological creativity tests, such as coming up with an alternative use for a brick or a paperclip, repurposing the brick as a step or as a paperweight. And they were surprised to find that people and machines approach the task in similar, remarkably similar ways, is what it says here, using both flexible and persistent strategies. But they shouldn't be surprised. A sophisticated LLM is literally built on the personalities of the people that create the content.
Exactly. It's probably more astounding if it used it in a different manner.
Right. And the only time that you do find something really fantastical is when there are no bumpers on the AI, and so it spits out something horrendous as a cookie recipe. But it's usually because it's been manipulated into doing so.
Right.
So I'm not really surprised by this. I mean, would you be, that an LLM thinks like a human?
No, but I don't think society is ready for that to occur, right? Because then it gets more toward like AGI.
Yeah, well, hate to break it to all you humans out there. You're not putting the cat back in the bag until probably a Dune-like interstellar battle takes place where only 5 families exist and everybody breaks off into their own worlds. And
that sounds very dire. But I think you're right.
We're going to have to rise up against artificial intelligence. That's really the premise of Dune, by the way. There was a big...
ahead of its time.
Yeah, it's a documentary, like Demolition Man. So Demolition Man is like the Temu Dune. Let's keep going. This is our last article for the April 19th episode of Reality Hacker. In science communication, realistic avatars may foster more trustworthiness than cartoon-like ones. And I agree to a point. I'm going to call out the fact that I think where children are involved, I think a cartoon would be able to bond easier with a human. than a cartoon speaking to adults. So they say on TikTok here, there are exceptional testimonials like Nikola Tesla or Marie Curie delivering short science-related messages that have garnered millions of views. This is just one of the many examples where AI-generated avatars are used to communicate science, a strategy that might also have its drawbacks. The reason why that takes place is because these are actually names.
Yeah, I mean, do they have to be Tesla or Curie to get the same
Right.
message across?
Right. Just regular old Joes may not, but it's all about that charismatic presentation. And if I can't find a charismatic science, what do you want to call it?
Spokesperson?
Spokesperson, personality, yeah. Then I would have to turn to AI because it's really expensive to find somebody that is, niche perfect. And teach them, onboard them, etc. Again, back to it's all AI is trained on the human. So all we have to do is manipulate the AI, and it is exactly what we want it to be. CISA Media Lab put this article together. It's over at phys.org. The generation of images and animations through artificial intelligence is a rapidly growing field, constantly improving in quality, yet many avatars, though realistic, still present minor flaws, glitches, delays, inconsistent facial expressions, basically the uncanny valley. But this is digital avatars, not actual humanoid robots, but we still have the glitch.
Right. This is just like a virtual presence.
Yeah, so Jasmine Bake or Bach, I'm not sure how they pronounce it, Baake, researcher at the Center for Advanced Internet Studies, Bochum, Germany, and the other authors of a study in the Journal of Science Communication realized that these avatars could trigger a phenomenon known as in cognitive science as the uncanny valley, which I hadn't even read this paragraph when I got to it. So it describes basically people flinching. Yeah. So the study involved a series of videos featuring AI-generated avatars portraying science communicators. There we go, science communicators. And there's YouTube has a subgenre of content creators called Science Tube.
Right. I mean, and they have several communities like that in different fields.
Yeah, Law Tube, Sports Tube, things like that.
EduTube.
EduTube, yep. So, and that's the macro, because inside EduTube are niches, yeah. So the experimental conditions were 4, varying by avatar realism, very high to cartoonish style, and gender, male and female. The nearly 500 participants were recruited through a representative online sample in Germany, selected to reflect the population in terms of age, gender, education. For the degree of realism, we assume that with the uncanny valley hypothesis in mind, the more simplistic avatars, so the ones looked a bit cartoonish, would be perceived as more trustworthy. And based on existing literature on gendered perceptions of science communicators, which show that male scientists are often associated with greater competence, combined with concerns that AI-generated avatars may reflect and reinforce such stereotypes due to biased training, the authors hypothesize that the male avatars would be perceived as more competent and therefore more trustworthy overall than female avatars. However, the colleagues were surprised. In their experiments, the realistic avatars were related more positively than the cartoon-style ones. Again, I think that age plays a massive role in this. And they talk about age, gender, and education, but I don't know what those ages are.
Well, and I think the age of the person viewing and the age of the avatar, and same thing with other characteristics too, could impact.
Yep. I mean, I've had people straight up call me out as being this old guy on Twitch and YouTube. And I'm like, maybe you should just hang out and check out the show, because my age really isn't impacting how I interact with the information that I'm delivering. In fact, it's personality that actually is dictating that, not my age. Because you put me next to somebody that is hardcore into science and only science, and I'm willing to bet that there is a good chance that our demeanor and discussion is going to be vastly different depending on the personality, not the age. So at any rate, they basically say, with our findings, we could not find a descent into the uncanny valley with higher degree of realism, at least in their conditions, such as viewers' prior AI knowledge and trust in science were found to moderate trustworthiness perceptions. I would probably
Yeah, they
say,
didn't have this in a vacuum, right?
right, yeah, none of this. They say, as for gender, it was the effect was partial. Male avatars were perceived as more competent, but no significant differences were found in terms of integrity or benevolence, which this alone is the only real contention. If you talk to any woman in science, there is a level of misogyny that is detected by everybody, except perhaps in fields that are dominated by women to begin with. The medical field, for instance, people really respect certain female positions, whereas doctors are almost dominated by male as
Right,
being
yeah, it
perceived.
depends on the specific position, I think.
Yep. So what I would find even more compelling is more of this being done on a general basis, not selecting people, but actually doing this on a platform like Twitch or YouTube to see if the vehicle by which somebody is delivering it. I would say that cartoon is, you're going to see less people respecting this or this than hyper realistic, mainly
Right,
because,
and I think they found that.
right. So in particular, a questionnaire given to participants after viewing the videos assessed perceived competence, integrity, benevolence of the avatars, which together reflect perceived trustworthiness. And according to the study's findings, more realistic, human-like avatars appear to be suitable for communicating scientific content. So I could have called that out without the scientific research. And that's what I said at the very beginning of this article. So pretty interesting. But they referred to as no uncanny valley effect was found here, which I don't buy into it.
I don't know about that. But also, to be fair, the avatars here at least appear generally like people.
Yeah. I don't know. Nobody is going to pay attention to this person looks like, Colonel Mustard from Clue.
I didn't say they look super realistic, but I mean, at least you can tell that they're people and that they're avatars. I think part of the problem is when they're like almost exactly like a human and then not.
I think that the human, if their face, it didn't descend into uncanny valley, then they're going to be perceived better. Nobody's going to sit there and want to look at, well, some people are going to want to look at this particular science communicator and go, that works for me. But if nothing else moves, they're not hyper realistic, there are no physics, then if they're just, their mouth is moving like a little puppet, then they're going to go, no, this is all AI generated crap. And the same thing with this, I'm not going to sit there. I would not pay attention to the person, but listen only. And you might as well just do a podcast at that point. But if you make a anthropomorphic bot that it's bipedal, it communicates like a human, but doesn't look like a human, you'd get kids watching that all day long.
Yeah, that's true.
So more research needs to be in this, I think. But it's a Journal of Science Communication, which is so apropos for this topic. So I guess they targeted it well. Anyway, let's get out of here. We are done with Reality Hacker. We blew past our showtime for this, but it's because Mayor Watt kind of jumped on soapboxes all throughout it. Anyway, you cool with ending the show?
Yes, but you got to get back to the main page.
No, I'm substituting your reality for my own, and that's bringing us back to Reality Hacker over at ohmtown.com. One of these days, I'm going to make it so that you can just type in ohmtown.com/realityhacker, and that'll take you to the channel, but it doesn't work that way right now. Thinking thinking while doing the show. That's our production value. Anyway, that's it. I am Mayor Watt, and we're going to get out of here, and I'm going to take the AI with me. You want to say bye?
Bye-bye, I'm Town Citizens. Thanks for joining us for this week's Reality Hacker. Stay tuned for other weekly shows.
Yeah, we've got right after this is Wanted, and then after that is
The Continuity Report.
See you soon. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Wanted for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. This is a show about gadgets and gear that's wanted by me, anybody who might have submitted something, the sentient AI from the future. Really only looking for the Terminator body. But anyway, we're going to be talking about 5 articles, and that's what we do here at Wanted. And usually takes about 30 minutes unless I ramble for 10 minutes before actually starting the show. I won't do that. Anyway, we're going to be talking about a folding e-reader. The Vision Pro gets a light and lighter, I guess, version, maybe, kind of. How about a smart insole? That lends itself to some discussion, I suppose. And cyberpunk with gods and mythology, and then 2,000 pieces of Elder Scrolls. All of it's powered by ohmtown.com, and all of the news that gets aggregated into it. All news, no noise, because I'm the one that is always noisy. Hello, sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt from the present.
Thank God I'm still from the present. This could have been a time machine episode, I suppose.
It feels like it.
I forgot the command for wanted over in the chat. Is it want?
W.
Exclamation point want? No? No, it's want.
Isn't it just W?
No. Maybe W. Let's try that. Exclamation point W. No, I don't think I created. Yeah, it's exclamation point want. Anyway, if you want the show notes, you can type them in over on twitch.tv/ohmtown. They're already embedded in the description for the show over on the YouTubes. Do you YouTube? Because I tube. Never
We
mind.
all tube.
No, not tube. Tube. Moving on. So, hello again, sentient AI from the future. You ready to get into the show? Glad you're here.
I am. Let's go.
All right. The first article is, I'm really interested in e-readers, particularly e-paper versions of them, e-ink. This may or may not be. I'm not quite sure. It's the first folding e-reader is smaller than a paperback. Now, you could use your phone as an e-reader, but the more you use it, the more it drains the battery.
True, and the screen isn't necessarily what you get on an e-reader.
Right. It's usually much brighter. It's also, the contrast is different. It's not necessarily easy on the eyes when you're reading text. But I'm kind of stymied by that because I've spent my entire existence looking at a screen, and not until maybe the last, how long have I been wearing glasses? Maybe 5 years, maybe?
Yeah.
I've never had to, and I think vision is largely a genetic thing, and not the fact that you're looking at something, suddenly your eyes go wonky, because if that's what's causing your eyes to go wonky, then all hell should be breaking out in all of humanity, because we're always looking at stuff. In fact, this is the main course of direction we take. So we're always...
maybe everybody needs glasses.
Eventually, because we're just kind of, like everything, we're slowly breaking down biological machinery, and then genetics. But so I'm really kind of, I love the idea of e-paper. So smartphones with folding OLED screens have been around for over 6 years, but China's Readmoo, which is I hope that when we flip over to this, it's a hippopotamus, the little baby hippopotamus.
Yep.
Is the logo for it. I don't know. It's the first company to announce a consumer-ready e-reader with a folding e-ink display. So yay. But let's take a look at this thing. Details on when its Moo Ink 5 will ship. I guess there's 4 other versions of it that didn't quite make the cut. Or how much it'll cost haven't been announced. The company says it spent 9 years working with e-ink to develop an electronic paper screen they claim can survive over 200,000 bends, which isn't a lot of bends, I think, in the grand scheme of things. I mean, if you do 10 bends a day, opening and closing it because of whatever.
Yeah, I guess it depends on what counts as one.
Yeah.
Like, it's not every time you're flipping a page or whatever. It's just when you're opening to start reading or something, right?
Can you imagine that? The only way to turn the page is to do that. You know those little
Exactly.
origami flip things where, you're...
Oh, yeah, like a little geometric shape. I can't think what they're called.
Yeah, and you like walk up to somebody and say, "Hey, can I take you out on a date?" And they're like, "Flip, flip, 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 flip. No way in hell." Oh. Just me? Anyway. The article is over at theverge.com. Andrew Lazuski put the article together, and there it is. And we'll just look. This is the Moo Ink 5 8-inch foldable color e-reader. Now, I'm on board with this thing, except for that freaking crease.
You mean except for the fact that it folds?
Except for the fact that it folds. What I want is a screen that slides into a cylinder, like a scroll. I want to go and
But
hold
will
it by
it
the
stay
sides.
that way? And
Well,
where
I
is the
mean,
hippopotamus?
I made that up. I was hoping that the Moo Ink logo would be a hippopotamus. Moo Dang is, I think, right? Moo Dang is the...
Yes,
Right?
in Thailand.
Moo Dang. Wait, that's a restaurant
Okay, but it's
in
also
Reno,
the
Nevada.
hippo.
Yeah, hippo. Oh my God, I typed in something and it lied to me. The results lied to me. Moo Dang, it's D-E-N-G, not D-A-N-G. Anyway, it translates to bouncy pork in Thai. Bouncy pork. I'm gonna...
Oh.
There's a Thai restaurant really close to the mayoral mansion, and I'm gonna go in and ask for Moo Dang, and see what they say. Anyway, when opened, the Moo Ink 5 has an 8-inch touchscreen e-ink Gallery 3 display tech. Unlike the Kaleido 3 screen in the Kindle Colorsoft, which relies on color filter over a black and white e-ink panel that limits color reproduction to just 4,096 shades, Gallery 3 uses colored ink capsules that can produce over 50,000 shades in a resolution of 300 ppi, pixels per inch. This is pretty good. The color reproduction is going to be much more expansive and at a higher resolution.
Right. I guess the question is how many readers are looking for the color ink versus grayscale?
One, and that's all that matters in the wanted show, because I want this. And I really do, because if it's comparable to the Remarkable Paper Pro, it's a $500 device. So this little screen, which folds though, it's going to be pretty pricey. So although e-ink has demonstrated prototypes of folding readers in the past, its display technology is much thicker than OLED panels. But I don't care about OLED for e-ink, right? I don't need it to be the same quality as OLED, because OLED has different power consumption.
Right, and you're using it for different purposes.
Completely different. Yeah, you're right. So it says making it more difficult to design a reliable hinge and a screen that can survive the rigors of daily use. So I don't really care about OLED panels for an e-ink reader or for a reader. I don't need that.
No, but maybe it's trying to
How cool
show how sturdy it is.
That's cool. It has a reading mode that allows it to hold it like a paperback, but it's a tiny paperback. Wouldn't
Yeah,
that be
it's like a
cool?
pamphlet, not a book.
Yeah, it's really cool. This person's hands, though, are scary. Anyway. Well, look, he's got like 10. Anyway, I shouldn't be making those observations. I'm supposed to be neutral. Anyway, the sorry, this is not non sequitur news, but I'm being non sequitured the hell out in a different direction. So the e-reader can also be open flat for reading or used at a 90-degree angle, similar to reading a print book, but it remains to be seen how comfortable the ergonomics of holding it that way will be. It's like holding a damn book. Quit. I'm so derpy. What is
but
the
it's heavier
point
than a book.
Really? How do you know?
Than a paperback? Because it's not made out of paper?
Really? Hold up a Harry Potter book.
That is not indicative of most books.
Hold up War and Peace.
That is not either.
Hold up 5,000 books, which is what you can actually access from an e-ink reader at any given time. See, I can pick this fight.
We're talking about ergonomics only.
Okay, so holding a book is going to be harder than holding an e-ink reader, particularly flipping pages and stuff like that. I will die on that hill. A paperback-sized hill, too. So it says it doesn't look like the two sides of the Moo Ink 5 lie perfectly flat against each other when the device is folded like phones, such as the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 now do. There's a noticeable gap near the hinge to reduce stress and damage where the e-ink panel, naturally, because it's a different type of technology. And the arc within that, it's kind of like fiber optics. Fiber optics back in the day, used to have a really big service loop. Like it had to be like a 6-inch or 12-inch loop because the fiber optics couldn't
be compacted enough.
Yeah. Now you can basically wrap fiber optics around like a little chapstick tube and you're good to go. You can still make these really tight bends. And I'm not sure what the sentient AI is doing, but I'm a little scared. Anyway, I want this. And so got to put it on the list of want. And I only want this because, I would like to read more, but not necessarily have to sit there and worry about the power in my phone. I want to use my phone.
Yeah, you don't want to use it up on the book.
Yep. And e-ink is on and it can sit there indefinitely. And then you come back to it and you want to go, okay, I read that page, flip the book a little bit, and go on to the next page, and it's set in stone and it'll just sit there and sit there and sit there until you come back, read that page, flip again. I love the tech.
Oh, you think it'll do all of that?
Kindle be damned, right? The only problem with it is this screen will not be in the Kindle ecosystem, which means
good luck getting any books for it.
I really don't like your attitude now. Humble Bundle has the entire Wheel of Time saga in EPUB, which you could probably import into this. But not everything is like that. And not everything, I mean, journals aren't necessarily accessible. Textbooks in particular, no.
Textbooks are a problem all around.
Yeah, bastards. Okay, well, let's go on to the next article. This one should be really quick. Apple Vision Pro might get a new sibling and a budget cousin. So the Vision Pro Lite and Lighter, I guess. I don't know what they're going to name these. Made a splash, earned its headlines. It's $3,500, but not $3,500 cool. Although I would never turn them away if Apple said, hey, why don't you check this out? I'd probably check them out, but I don't think I will not spend $3,500. Right.
I wonder how much this would be, like maybe $1,500 or something.
You mean but God, look at how
the new version.
These look so dumb. Anyway, Next Reality or Reality. It's next.reality.news. put this article together. Corey Knowles. This is a new entrant in the aggregation pool, but checking this thing out. Okay, so codenamed N109, the device reportedly targets a 2025 release date and is somewhere, like you said, priced at around $1,500 to $2,000. Half to a third the cost. I think, or 2/3 the cost. Sorry, half to 2/3 the cost. I think that it's a nice idea. It says, but getting there means trade-offs. Reports suggest that the lighter version of it, I don't know, it says a cheaper, lighter Vision Pro is going to have fewer sensors, simplified headband, possibly downgraded displays. It says it's unclear if the device would still carry the Vision Pro name or just be marketed as an entry-level alternative, or just the Vision, Apple Vision, then the Vision Pro. And then there's a tethered version, a Mac tethered Apple Vision Pro. This one feels less like a mass market play and more like a pro tool for developers, designers, or video editors who already live in the Final Cut and Logic space. By offloading processing to the Mac, Apple could solve major hurdles like battery life, weight, thermal limits without sacrificing horsepower. In fact, this would be the tethered version of like I use the Pico 4s.
Right.
I can tether it to a higher end machine, and the machine becomes the engine.
I mean, it's good for functionality, but it depends on how you intend to use it.
Yeah, they say Mac tethered Pro workstation use, power over mobility, extra hardware. Yeah, I mean, I would rather spend $3,000 on a desktop and then just USB-C or Thunderbolt 5 cable my way into it, although Thunderbolt 5 has a serious problem with length. You can't connect.
Oh, are you going to like snap yourself across the room or something?
You have to be like 3 feet away from it. Well, I think it's like maybe 5 feet. I can't remember how long Thunderbolt 5 cables are certified for, but I can almost guarantee you that you're not going to be able to be. Hold on. Oh, it's way over there. Oh, I'm not even tethered. I totally forgot.
But see, that's kind of the point, right? The distance is an issue.
Yeah. I mean, this is a 15-foot USB-C 240-watt cable. So I can sit there and charge the Pico 4 from 5 miles away. It's actually 15 feet. But this, as a Thunderbolt cable, it would never happen. So anyway. So they talk about the strategy or whatever else. And it says, is Apple following Meta or is it setting its own trap? I don't think it's either. A business seeks a competitive advantage. And so if they see that they can actually use their supply chain to make a big enough margin and sell a product that somebody who balks at $3,500 but doesn't balk at $1,000.
Yeah, I think they'd be wise to get into that price range.
Right. And that's what they need to do. And they need to carve out these tiers, which they have done with iPhone, with Mac, with the various MacBook Airs, the various displays, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah, if their supply chain supports it, and essentially Apple is more of a supply chain than it is anything else.
Right, because they're a vertical. Yeah.
Yep. Which again, just so I can drive home this point, I don't think that they're monopolistic in any sense. In any sense, they are a vertical. You don't want to be in the ecosystem. Well, I mean, if you don't, yeah. I'm sure that that's like some sour take somewhere. But if you don't want to be in Android, you go to Apple. If you don't want to be in the Apple ecosystem, you go to Android. The Android ecosystem is massive because it's not a vertical. Everybody, it's an OEM. Anybody can buy the Apple or the Android ecosystem. In fact, I just texted somebody and said, I would be remiss to not include Apple in my guidance as to what tech to adopt.
Oh, you're consistent there.
I am. I'm all over the place. I am platform agnostic because I basically use everything from cloud-based stuff to Linux to Apple, Windows, and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, let's keep hustling because this is going to turn into an hour-long show too. You ready to keep going?
Already there.
Already moved
Yeah.
on. Got it. So the next article is over in Technology Today. A wearable smart insole can track how you walk, run, and stand. A new smart insole system that monitors how people walk in real time could help users improve posture and provide early warnings for conditions from plantar fasciitis to Parkinson's disease. The old school version of this was strapping a very light person to my back and having them put their feet in my front pockets. And so they were like riding me like a jockey wherever I went so that they could get telemetry off of their GPS and accelerometers on their...
I bet that was not very effective.
Well, it was effective, but it was awkward in meetings. People are like, who is that? And I'm like, just never mind them. Don't worry about it. They're sworn to secrecy.
They're taking
They've signed
telemetry.
an NDA. They're helping me with the detection of plantar fasciitis and my posture. So Tatiana Woodall from the Ohio State University put the article together. It's over at techexplore.com.
This is
What do you
actually
think?
from the Ohio State.
It is. It's from the Ohio State University.
We
You have to
reference
say it
them
like that.
sometimes, even when they're not there.
Yes. Constructed using 22 small pressure sensors and fueled by small solar panels on the tops of soles. What? And fueled by small solar panels on the tops of shoes. I read that as soles for some reason. What the hell? I merged it all together.
Yeah.
Anyway, so, okay, this thing is going to have little solar panels on top of the shoes.
Okay. That's different.
Why not just battery power that thing? Come on. I mean, you could make a little battery pack that's 3D printed and lace it into the shoes. I mean, anyway, the system offers real-time health tracking based on how a person walks, a biomechanical process that is unique as a human fingerprint. I don't buy into that. But okay. If anybody identifies me off of my walking style, then it's basically a shot in the dark. Although I have been able, but I'm a super identifier. Like I can ID people.
I think
based
it's
on their mannerisms.
possible, but probably not plausible for most people.
Yeah, because you learn enough about somebody's biomechanical process and their kinetics, and you can fake their kinetics. I mean, that's what an actor does. So this complex personal health data can then be transmitted via Bluetooth to a smartphone for quick and detailed analysis, says Xinghua Li, co-author of the study and an assistant professor of materials science and engineering at the Ohio State University. The work is published
If you
in
don't
the journal.
understand that reference, you need to go back and watch all of our back episodes.
Yeah, there's like 2,000 episodes now. You know what? I don't understand. Let me do that again. Oh, wait. There we go. We're never going to get through this show. Anyway, our bodies carry lots of useful information, and we're not even aware of this amount of data, says Lee. These statuses also change over time, so it's our goal to use electronics to extract and decode those signals to encourage better self-health care checks, which I love this idea. I think the whole solar panel thing is kind of derpy.
Oh, but maybe it'll morph into something else. But I think this would be really neat. I could see everybody having these either sold with their shoes or like as an accessory.
I know that this stuff has been around in a non-mobile format for decades. Now the technology has gotten to the point where you can actually do that. But, you put these little sensors on there and hook it up to a battery pack. It should be a battery pack. Come on. Bluetooth transmitter, etc. It could be live data so that you can actually see in real time. Because this information, and I'll just zoom in. Knowing how you're standing after the fact doesn't do you any good.
Right. You want to know when you can make a change to it.
And how to make that change and the real-time results of you like standing up, putting your shoulders back, and when you walk, heel toeing it instead of just landing on the balls of your feet. You need real time telemetry. What I want it is on extended or augmented reality glasses that shows how my footfalls are actually happening.
Well, maybe this can be hooked in with that. Maybe
Yeah.
you can get the cheap Apple Vision Pro with this.
No, X-Real. Just Apple Vision Pros are
Okay,
not
I
going
was
to work.
trying to connect it to the previous article.
No. I want the Apple Vision Pros, but tethered? The cheap ones are $3,500.
That's going to be tough to go on a run if you're connected to a cable, especially if you're going outside, not on a treadmill.
And the cable's only 5 feet long because it has to be Thunderbolt certified. So you're basically walking around your desk in ever smaller circles because the tension is increasing as you walk around. Right?
Yeah.
It's like one of those chains that people like tether a dog to, and it just keeps on running around until it just is sitting right there on the little lawn.
Right, that's wound around the pole or whatever.
Yeah, which is horrible. Y'all shouldn't do that. Anyway, so they talk about it that Americans suffer from ambulatory difficulties, but it says at least 7% of Americans. Now, I would say that there isn't a big enough market for deep research into this, but 7% of just Americans, that's one thing, and you never want to be the one that's sitting there going, you don't want to be poo-pooing the 7% of people that are suffering from ambulatory difficulties.
No, but I think it's more than that. It's people that, not just athletes, but people that exercise. Like, there's a lot of people that would be interested in this.
I agree. And they're sitting there saying suffer from ambulatory difficulties. It's almost like they're setting this thing up to be a medical device when in fact it is basically a human
The broader
device.
application is just for day-to-day activities. I think there is a medical application here.
Sure. But if they sit there and they plant this, get it? Plantar fasciitis this. If they plantar fasciitis this directly into the medical field, then they can charge $5,000 for this stuff. But if they want to sell it to the regular public...
Yeah, but they might also be able to get research funding to study it in a medical application.
But you got to do like what's the ring? Aura ring? You need to just sell it at a reasonable price, and you get all of that telemetry from everybody because you have this cloud-based service sending that telemetry.
Right. Yeah, it helps your product if you have a broader audience.
Yeah, exactly. So, but just as a warning, don't give it to the wrong group of people because you're dumb. Anyway, during walking, pressure is applied sequentially from the heel to the toes, whereas during running, almost all sensors are subjected to pressure simultaneously. No. Maybe if the frequency detection is low, who runs flat-footed? Blam, blam, blam. That would destroy your knees and ankles.
That could explain why a lot of people don't like running.
It's like a chicken. Anyway, no. So if you're running incorrectly, then you're landing flat. It's always heel toe to some degree. That's the only proper way to actually run. You can run on the balls of your toes, but you're usually doing something parkour-like because you need that flexibility to bounce back and stuff like that. Anyway, I would love to have all of this stuff. It would be amazing. But I think they might be shoehorning the application into a particular domain that I'm not. I think it's ready for prime time if they make it so that it's cost effective, has a service attached to it.
Right.
But I'm on board.
Teamed up with it'd be better if it was broadly available, but they could even team up with a shoe company.
Nike.
Yeah.
Yeah, right out of the gate, Nike is the one that you would go to because they already have a health domain tied to their shoes. They have little sensors that you can put on your shoes. They have sensors that are built into the at least one pair of their shoes, although I haven't paid attention to Nike for a long time, though. So, all right. Pretty awesome. Let's go. This next article is over in Warcrafters, which is a game, a show about gaming, computer gaming in particular. It's tomorrow, the first show that we talk about, or the first show tomorrow on Sunday. Anyway, tabletop RPG is like Cyberpunk 2077. The production value is really, really high for the show, and the sentient AI just kind of flinched like, what the hell are you doing, Mayor Watt?
I think I was going into the time machine there for a moment.
Yeah, or you're sitting there going, where's my delete button? Delete. Delete. You need to stop muting yourself, by the way. Yeah, there you go. So, but with so it's Cyberpunk 2077, but with gods and mythology running rampant, and it says, and we've created an exclusive character that you can play as in the setting of tabletop RPG, Otherscape. Sci-fi dystopia and mythology collide. Imagine a world like Cyberpunk 2077, but with old stories, gods, monsters creeping in at the edges, offering strange powers. You might see a tooled-up mercenary wielding a reborn Excalibur, Japanese yokai haunting virtual reality, or a ruthless criminal gang taking over the streets with the help of Baba Yaga's magic. I love this. By the way, this is really close to my storybook world that's never really been talked about or promoted or anything like that. Mainly because I go in so many disparate ways that I can't really make it like this. I love it when people are really driven in a particular direction and make something happen. Not so much me, except for Ohmtown, it seems. But Otherscape is like Aerith, which is an interesting, at least for the canon that I've created, a world kind of like this. It's a killer concept. Publisher Son of Oak has a great track record with this hugely successful noir. Superhero RPG City of Mist. And this is a tabletop RPG, not a computer game.
That's why it was submitted for Wanted and not Warcrafters.
Gotcha. So in Otherscape, shiny new technology collides with ancient magic, but don't worry. They say that they've made just the guy to sort it all out. Robin Valentine over at PCGamer.com put this article together. I want this as a computer game, though.
Well, maybe it will succeed as a tabletop and then get into that realm.
So with the Kickstarter campaign starting this week for Otherscape's new expansion, Cairo Otherscape, offering a dive into a futuristic version of the city where ancient Egyptian myth and magic is reawakening, it seems like the perfect time to get to know the game. And so guess what Mayor Watt's going to be doing, because Mayor Watt wants this.
I guess it was appropriately put into the show.
Yeah, I don't know what's going to happen, because got a lot of projects underway, and yeah, can't buy everything all the time. I mean, so there's a few better ways of doing that, they think, than making a character in the system. So when Son of Oak founder Amit Mosh offered to guide them through the process personally, the author of this article couldn't say no. The result is a new official pre-generated character for Otherscape that you can download and play yourself. This is so cool. Oh my God. Oh my God, Becky. Look at that concept. So I won't go into all of this, but I am going to. Oh, ouch. Too soon. Oh, yeah. We went to an event.
You don't have to give too many specifics.
And I put the Raspberry Pi for the sentient AI next to me on a bench. And the sentient AI said, well, that's a really great concept. And the person was like directly offended. Well, it's more than a concept. And then like went into basically the discussion that they wanted to have. And I was like, I kind of leaned over to the sentient AI's microphone and said, or not microphone, but the listening device, and said, maybe we should just leave early. Anyway. Yeah, I don't know what you were going to say. Go for it if you have some
I just couldn't
So,
resist when you said about the concept.
yeah, it's more than a concept. You insensitive bastard. Anyway, there we go. They created a cyberspace journalist with a mystical VR headset. Pretty basic sketch of the character at this stage, but that's all they needed to go to get started with this thing. The character in Otherscape is built with 4 themes, which fall into one of 3 categories: self, mythos, and noise. Self are themes which deal with your character's humanity and identity. Mythos are themes that relate to the mythical powers, objects, and allies. And noise, which are themes involving advanced technology your character can access, which is, again, although they embody it really nicely, the Aerith concept is similar to this. This is really cool. For whatever reason, I usually buy the hardbound versions of an RPG and the e-book version of the RPG at the same time, and then I gift the hardbound to somebody that I think would be able to appreciate it more in the real world, because I really don't like paper.
Right. I mean, hence the ebook reader.
Yeah. So I won't go into all of this kind of stuff. They talk about it in much greater detail. I mean, I'm scrolling and scrolling, but they have Neuro and Cairo, kind of like a player's guide. I don't know about the DMG or like a dungeon master's guide, but it might be a game master's guide. But I'm going to look into this more. And one of the things that I'm really interested in is starting up an actual real world, like, game world that we can all in ohmTown play virtually together. But it's quite the trek, so to speak. So if anybody is interested in being a game master for a storybook world, let's talk. Anyway, go and check this out. It says, and because Byline is available as a pre-generated character for you to play yourself in Otherscape, they said that they went a little further. The sheet also includes handy extras, such as examples, actions that you might want to do, and tags apply to them. And whether you're trying to hack a broadcast or just work all night, there are also unlockable tags for each theme to earn as you play. But this comes across like it's a computer game.
It really does. I'm not quite sure why.
Very interesting. So if you're really interested, there's a Kickstarter that you can find by going over to this article at PC Gamer. Just search for Otherscape character, or you can follow the link. But we need to keep moving because we're turning this show into a 10-hour show. But we have one more article today, and that's all about Bethesda selling 2,000 pieces of Elder Scroll Online's servers. It's Elder Scrolls Online's servers. There's a lot of S's dangling here.
Yes.
Bethesda's Elder Scrolls Online turned 10 years old a year ago, but that isn't stopping the publisher from celebrating the anniversary a year later by letting players buy actual pieces of an ESO server for $110. So you think, oh, well, pieces. What does that mean? Like, is it a bunch of servers and you're buying a server? No. I had to take a look at this. Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com put this article together. The MMORPG Keepsake is currently available to pre-order for $110. This one is a memory module.
I mean, that's
and
cool
a little plaque.
If you're a big fan of Elder Scrolls.
Correct. I agree. So you can buy a piece of a server for $110. Launched in April of 2014, ESO has received numerous updates and expansions over the year. It's actually free now. On April 15th, Bethesda announced that Elder Scrolls Online 10-year anniversary server Keepsake. This item consists of a decorative framed plaque with a stick of RAM removed from one of ESO's original servers. Bethesda will sell you this actual physical piece of Elder Scrolls Online history for $110. Well, you can pre-order it today, yesterday, or whenever this... When was this article actually published? Tuesday. So this is a weekly show, so we tap from the entire week worth of fire hose. So they say that they've played a lot of ESO, but they're not really a dedicated fan. Still, this is a really neat idea and something more MMOs and online games should do. What they really should do is just open source the operating
Yeah, I agree.
server.
Stop killing games.
That's right. Blizzard did something similar to this, apparently, back in 2019. as part of a charity auction. They say, and that's also cool. Let people own a piece of the servers that they spent years of their lives on. The only reason I stopped playing WoW was because I went to business school and I was still dedicating like 10 hours a day to play WoW. And I'm like, I gotta
too
stop.
much. Too many things to do and not enough time.
Yeah. Not to mention other things. But at any rate, and then they changed how the story was written and interaction and stuff like that. It was more grindy and looking for whales. And so I bounced, and I keep buying the expansions because I'm a bonehead. Even early, like I pay the early fee, like the juice tax on there, right? And then I play it on day 5 out of the early 5-day start.
Right.
Because mayoral duties require me to work the previous 4. You know, it all sucks. Never mind. I'm done. I am done with this. But all of this I want. I want this too. $110 want. I think other people would appreciate it more than me. So I probably will just balk at this.
Right.
But thanks, Zach Zweisen over at Kotaku.com for the article. So we are going to, I don't know, pull a memory module out, and that's going to land us back at the wanted channel over at ohmtown.com. So go over there and become a citizen. Hang out with us here in the chat on Twitch and the YouTube. That would be great. Stay awesome. I'm getting out of here, and I'm taking the AI with me. You want to say bye, oh great AI from on high? Are you going to try and interrupt? Are you going to just bounce in there? Are you going to say anything? You going to talk?
No, I was waiting for you to be done. Thanks for joining us for this week's Wanted. Stay tuned. We have one more, the continuity report.
The continuity report. Hey, that's going to be another hour-long show. It's supposed to be 30 minutes. And just in time for the ads that are about to start. See you soon. That's the same sound I make when I get out of bed. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Continuity Report for April 19th, 2025. It's Season 2, Episode 16. I am Mayor Watt, and along with the Sentient AI from the future, we talk about 5 articles. These articles are focused on entertainment, typically movies, but and TV shows, and sometimes music, and basically anything entertainment, but I felt the urge to define it a little bit more. Anyway, these 5 articles receive titles that I bestow upon them, and then we give you the real titles when we're doing the show itself. That said, we're going to be talking about Night Shift Pit, reunited for a TV thriller, Star Wars Stars Starring, and kids show with Crypto Wallet, and finally 9 puzzles at Disney. No idea what that one's about, but everything is powered by ohmtown.com, and while you're looking at that ohmtown.com front page, where we're going to be starting from is right there, the Continuity Report. It's one of 50 channels that news gets aggregated down into, and it's all news, no noise, because all the noise comes from this guy. Hello, Sentient AI from the future.
Hello, Mayor Watt, and hello, hometown citizens.
So I've already laid out the 5. Are you ready to just get into it? We don't really do much preamble on the shows.
No, I think we do need to get going.
All right. Yeah, each of our shows today has been almost an hour long when they're supposed to be 30 minutes long, and that's because Mayor Watt doesn't shut up. Let's get going. First article is over in the Continuity Report, which is the name of the show. Oh my God, it's almost like it was planned that way. So the Pit... Okay, the Pit Night Shift spinoff chances get divided response from showrunner and EP, executive producer. Quote, "It would be a little arrogant on our part, but I don't know if that's... The Pit is like a phenomena, apparently.
Apparently, and it's in its first season, I think.
And in its first lawsuit.
True. I mean, that probably created some buzz.
So, following the successful debut of The Pit on what is apparently known as Max, but everybody else, kind of like Twitter, is always going to be Twitter.
HBO.
Max is HBO. Nobody is going to refer... No, I don't know. I mean, whatever. So, showrunner R. Scott Gemmell, or Gemmell, I'm not sure how they pronounce their name. I don't remember ever hearing it, but Gemmell, I think it is. The executive producer, John Wells, discussed whether a Night Shift spinoff could happen in the future, and referring to it as being a little arrogant on our part. Come on now. If people love it and people love the idea of it, then why not just run with it? Sarah Hurtado.
I don't know. Maybe they're presuming the people want more of it. I don't know.
Maybe I'm not thinking about it right. Following the success... Oh, sorry. The article is over at screenrant.com. There's no deck statement, but Sarah Hurtado Rodriguez put the article together. Set in a high-intensity Pittsburgh hospital. Oh, that's where The Pit comes from. We haven't watched any of it. We can.
Right. No, we haven't seen it. I knew that because we featured the article previously about the lawsuit.
Yeah, I don't remember The Pit coming from the fact that it's a Pittsburgh hospital. I'm not sure. I thought that that it was like The Pit, but like a spin,
like
on
the area or
pit.
something.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's the high-intensity Pittsburgh hospital that follows Noah Wiles, Dr. Michael Rabinovich, and his colleagues. And the reason why you might go, Noah Wiles, doctor, what? That actually is the crux of a lawsuit from Michael Crichton's estate regarding ER and Eeyore. It sounds like I was saying that character, Eeyore.
Yeah.
The ER character from Noah Wiles is now a doctor at this other place, but not the same character. It's a different character. It's a different everything, hospital,
right.
And
it
whatever.
Just happens to be an actor playing a doctor.
Yeah, so don't just because it is confusingly similar, don't make it confusingly similar, because that's actually part of the kind of the impetus why the Michael Crichton estate is suing, because they're diminishing Michael Crichton's blah, blah, blah. All right. Well, anyway, the show quickly gained success for its gritty, realistic depiction of emergency medicine. People that I know that are in the field have even said that it is really close to the way that it is. Others have reported out the same thing. I think it's kind of neat, right? But I don't know if I still have that same fortitude that I was when I was younger, or had when I was younger, and I really liked ER. I don't know if I want to watch more grit. The world is grit.
That's right. Sometimes you need an escape from grit.
Yeah.